to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. To the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. To the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. To the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
Hey, everybody, welcome back to the Salt of the Streets podcast, the show where we discuss news, government, and culture and how it pertains to you, the individual. I forget where my camera's at. And, of course, your rights, too. What are our rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? I am that big bird-looking fellow they call Colin. I am once again joined by my co-host, the Neo of Neoprene, the original Salt of the Street himself, Donovan. How are you, good sir?
I'm excellent today. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Even though the president hates us, you're still good.
I knew that before Thursday.
Yeah, this is good. This is good. Well, my good sir, can you tell us where we're at, the timeline, and tell the good people what they have coming to them today?
Yes, sir. Today is September 3rd, 2022, episode 132. We're out here, right?
Indeed.
Yeah, 132.
132,
we're out here.
baby.
Yeah, and what's it is? 12:10 p.m.
That's right. 12:10 p.m. because we have a cool
On the
little
dot.
timer now. That's
right.
how that works.
That's
So
right.
we should be able to hit that every time from now on. Oh, you brought some stanky with you.
I did.
I love it.
Smell
Well,
that?
I haven't smelled stanky in a long time.
Yeah.
Ooh. You
Yeah.
know, I haven't smoked weed in over a month now.
Well, if you want a little puffer.
And probably not right now, to be perfectly honest. I don't exactly trust myself right now. No, I need to be coherent right now. And after not smoking weed for over a month, I'd just be sitting here like, man, Biden's bad, bro.
It's not
But
good, man.
what are we talking about today, Donovan? What does the show look like?
Yeah, so today in part one, we obviously have our local stories. We're going to be talking about a cheer scandal that's been on for a little bit of a time now here in the local school district, Central Kitsap School District. We have some talk about some Jenny Durkin.
Jenny
She's
Durkin.
used to be the mayor of Seattle. Some deleted text messages. She's being sued now, or someone asked the attorney general to go after her to investigate her for these text messages. We have a gas car ban announced in Washington State, right along Florida, and they did this. They talked about this a few months ago as well, but I guess they're doubling down on it now. I'm not sure maybe they moved back the timeline. And then we're going to talk about a story that we heard about this week about a neighborhood in Seattle wanting to remove a strip of I-99 from their neighborhood.
Yeah.
And I was looking up articles for this earlier this week, and I saw a picture of the neighborhood, and the highway does in fact run right through the middle of the neighborhood. And at one point there is a bridge that goes over
Yeah, there's a
highway
pedestrian bridge
from one part of the neighborhood to the other part of the neighborhood.
Yeah.
I thought that was so
I've got
fucking funny.
I've got the Google map all queued up so that we
Yeah.
can look at that when we talk about it, because we'll talk about it later, but there are two ways to go from the residential side, or in the residential section of that neighborhood. There's two ways to get over across I-99. One is just a regular street, and one is a pedestrian bridge.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll talk about it,
Yeah,
because
so-
I have more thoughts now that I've done some more looking into this.
Yeah, it's very interesting. So we're going to talk about that. In part two, we have what we call the schools back in session, kind of, right?
That's
Some
right.
different school types, because school is starting now. It started here this week, I think, and it starts around the country, in the next few weeks, in the coming weeks. So we're going to be talking about some issues or a new collective bargaining agreement in the Minneapolis school district. The DC school district delayed their vaccine mandate that they had in for their schools there. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk again about the student debts cancellation, because you did a good job. You talked about that last time. Covered mostly kind of the inflation aspects of it. So we're going to talk about kind of some of the other scenarios or the other aspects of that.
Yeah,
We're going to talk about
last
episode.
last
Yeah,
beer show or something, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it was last week.
That's
It
right.
was last Friday. Yeah, so that's how you covered mostly the inflation aspect. Totally fine. It was absolutely incredible. It was great coverage of it. All totally true. And we're just going to cover some more of the other aspects of it. We're going to talk about a club in Berkeley, California, where the college there is that isn't allowing white people in some of the spaces. Talking about that. And
Racist.
and there's some new, or a study that came out this week, I believe, about kind of going over the learning loss that we saw during COVID. When the article that I read from NPR is, we're not calling it learning loss, we're calling it, it was like missed learning or something, because we can't lose it if you never had it. You never got the opportunity. So, Joseph, thank you very much for joining us. Where's Bilbo?
Where's
I'm
Bilbo?
thinking the same thing. It is Labor Day weekend. He may be doing something fun with his
hopefully
family.
he's hanging out in a tent somewhere.
We will see, but we will see if Bill Swaggins is here. Zeke is here. In the meantime, thank you both, boys, for joining us. We're going over just what we're talking about this week. And then part three, we had government involvement, right? Governmental involvement. We're talking about the Trump date, which is Trump update for the Mar-a-Lago, all things like that. We're going to talk about some ATF, NFA item seizures that have been going on. I have a video that we can watch from Mr. Guns and Gear, which is just let's stop you for a second. I hate this aspect of YouTube culture where everyone has fucked up names like that, because it sounds like a not legitimate person to be getting information from. His YouTube channel is Mr. Guns and Gear, but he covers a lot of this type of law enforcement shit that's like, you should be watching this, keep your eye on this type of stuff. But it just doesn't sound, if you're talking to someone who doesn't know you, or you're trying to convince, and you're like, well, watch this video from Mr. Guns and Gear channel, and it just isn't it's very difficult to convince people when that's where your information is coming from, regardless of how good the information is.
Yeah.
So
one of the problems with the creator economy on the platforms that we have.
We're going to talk about some Hunter Biden information out of the FBI, and then I have a story here. We have a story about an active duty soldier who was 3D printing a bunch of shit, and we like to see that type of stuff. So we're going to
I
talk
like
about
the
that.
way you put it, the active duty active printer.
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to talk about that, and then Mark Zuckerberg and Alex Berenson, who's a reporter, were both on Joe Rogan's last week. They were both on the Joe Rogan Experience last week, so we're going to talk about some implications that they talked about, some things they went over and why they were on. And then part 4 with the grab bag, obviously, and Colin went over all this last night in the live stream. We're talking about some Breonna Taylor stuff. Zeke, stick around for that because I know we talked to you a lot about that in the meantime, and I meant to hit him about this in the meantime, like on the side. I completely forgot about it. Subway tattoo promotion because you said I'm still fired up about this. Some Ukraine updates as far as the Iranian drones being sent there, and then a new COVID vaccine that is being sent to market has already been recommended by the FDA panel, even though there has not been any human trials. So let's see here. Zeke, not much. Just a glorious weekend to work around the house. There you go. We're out here. Okay. So I have 2. Let me ask you this. One not serious, one serious. The first one, do you know how the internet works on like an infrastructure level?
On an infrastructure level, I mean, the very, very basics of it, yeah.
So this is a really finite detail of this. I was talking to Cody after the draft last weekend, and Cody has all of these special certifications and like fiber optic work and all this type of stuff. Cody told me that the cable, the actual fiber optic cable that runs the fiber optic is the width of a human hair.
Word.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you can transmit a lot of data through, because it's done through like light or something
Yeah,
like that.
what the fuck?
It's some weird
Wrapped up
weird stuff,
with a
dude.
bunch of other cables, but the
Yeah.
one that actually does the internet is just a human hair
Yeah.
in the middle. What the fuck is that?
Hashtag technology, bro.
Get out of here.
That's where we're going.
Get out of here.
I remember when if you wanted cable, man, you had to get that big the big
Yes.
thick thing, and then you'd screw it in the back of your TV
Yes.
and all that, and then
The
everything was
coaxial.
still the coaxial cable,
Exactly.
and it's still shitty.
Yeah.
We still use that. I mean,
Yes.
out here it's plugged into my fucking modem
And
right
if
now.
the little prong in the middle gets fucked up, it's impossible to
Yeah.
get into the TV at that point.
Yep, which is not fun.
Yeah. Okay, so here's the proper. Let me ask you this. Right?
Do you know how the internet works?
Yes. No. So, and this is an opinion question, like much of these things are. If you're new here, let me ask you this. Is a question that I come up with on the side that I pose to Colin, and he has no preparation for it. It's completely off the cuff. So that's how we do this starting segment here. Let me ask you, do you think that the Founding Fathers expected 250 years from 1776 that we would still be the United States? Or do you think we would have been chunked up by then? And if you do think so, do you think they expected we would still be using the same documents that they crafted at that time? Or do you think that they would have, do you think they would have expected that we would have come up with our own shit? Doesn't like us.
Yeah, that was weird. Something's going on there. The cable on the camera. Hopefully that holds out. I had some issues with that when Josh Keaton was here, but it kind of resolved itself. So hopefully that'll do the same. So do I think the founding
fathers expected that we would still be the United States 250 years from the time they crafted the documents?
I think they definitely expected that what they conceived of as the United States would still exist. I'd have a hard time believing they would have, in their wildest dreams, expected it to exist in the state it exists now.
Yeah.
With because how can you conceptualize as 13 colonies what 300 plus million people looks like? That's a tough thing to do. I mean, it's hard for us these days to conceptualize, say, 80,000 people, unless you equate it to like, oh yeah, a football stadium or something like that.
Yeah.
It's really hard to conceptualize that. So I would say they probably didn't really truly understand what it might look like. But then again, the foundational aspects of this government that they set up, they would not recognize it today from anything that we have, our current system, the way it looks. They wouldn't recognize it at all because it's completely contrary to everything they built.
Yes.
But I don't think they'd be surprised that we would be relying on the same foundational documents. I think it would be looking at the scale of everything. They'd be like, well, where's all the rest of the documents? Like, what else have you guys got to like make sure that you can operate this thing at the scale you do? That wouldn't seem out of the realm for me. But no, I think right now, I mean, we hear it all the time. The Founding Fathers would be rolling in their graves that they could see what we've done with this thing that they set up. I think that's a pretty strong I think there's a lot of evidence to say that they'd come out of their graves and they'd die again because they'd have another heart attack and it'd be game over. Like, what the fuck did you guys do with this thing?
If they showed up here and said, like, so what do you got? Like, what have you done since then?
Yeah.
And all we have to show them is like volumes of law and federal regulation.
Yeah.
They'd be like, this is not it.
This is not it, man.
Not what we were talking
No.
about. This is not what we meant.
Like,
when
we gave you one piece of paper and you guys have literally just cut away at it.
Yeah.
Like that
That's not
doesn't
good.
seem like.
Yeah.
I mean, I see you guys added some things. That's good. I like that. I like what you added. I don't like some of the stuff you added. What do you mean we can't drink anymore?
Like
That's
it says
weird.
at the top that you can't do anything about this.
Exactly.
It says that at the top. It's part of the
Yeah.
paper.
So who does this? Oh, the government itself does this.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, that's not right, guys. That's not the way this whole thing's supposed to work.
That's actually exactly what we were talking about. is
Yeah.
Don't
do
that.
that.
Yeah. Don't let that happen.
Yeah. But again, I mean, we've talked about it before. I mean, you did a really good job talking about this in your review preview this last week.
Thank you.
The idea that what's the point I was trying to make? The concept that like liberty at scale could still exist or with the current system we have now. Like you'd have to go back to an earlier system that was much more simplified because it was so much easier to have a representative democracy like that, like a true representative democratic republic when there was only a handful of people.
Right.
Because the actual concerns of the everyday citizens could more or less in some capacity be brought up forward to the upper levels of the government if that was to be needed. Whereas today, you're a really small fish in a really, really large ocean. And so the entire concept has been so bastardized that they wouldn't even recognize it as semi-coherent to what it is that they built, to be honest. And especially looking at every aspect of our entire governmental system right now is it's such a bastardized version of what it was they set out to build. So yeah, no, they ain't into it.
Yeah. No, I like it. And that, I think the last thing that I want to say before we move on to our proper topics is just, you talked about the review preview already, so we also have the other things. So Joseph Garrett said, we have the best constitution ever drafted, in my opinion, and a legitimate way of amending it. We just need to hold our leaders accountable for their complete failure to follow it. I'm here for it. I like it.
Yeah, I like the concept.
Yep.
Fucking Matt Kibbe, dude. Matt Kibbe, towards the end of that book, really got on to that point.
Yeah.
You're saying this, we had the foundation's good, the skeleton was good, but by the time you add everything else on top to what we have, it's almost, the idea now, just going off of what Garrett was talking about, the idea now that if we just elect the right people, I don't know if that would do the trick.
Yeah.
I think the institution itself, the body, the thing of the government itself it has such a strong immune system towards any external input now. I don't know if that would do the case anymore. We could elect, today's going thing is get the MAGA Republicans in there, get those America First candidates in the primaries and do all this. They're not, you could do that on a massive scale around the entire country. I still don't think that would do the trick because the institution itself, the machine itself, is so incredibly impervious to externalities. It supports itself over and over again, and all it does is continue to get stronger.
And we talked.
Time will tell, but I don't think that would do the trick.
And we talked last week when we were doing the review preview. We talked in the review preview, so everybody go watch that. Even if you didn't read the Matt Kibbe book, definitely go check out the review preview because it goes over a lot of that type of stuff and talks about what we're talking about right now. You're talking about stripping the federal government down to the bare bones, in which you can have liberty at scale like you were talking about. You need an executive that's going to step in and start stripping away the excess pieces of the government that have been added on. The cancer that Ivan is talking about right here. Cancer
Shout
is
out
what
Ivan.
it says cancer is what you're talking about as soon as you add on everything else. That was not intended. So all of these three-letter agencies, all these alphabet agencies, all this bullshit that exists within the executive, all this stuff is additional things that have been added on that aren't part of the original intention of the executive branch.
Yeah.
So it requires... The idea that we could just trust leaders requires that we would get somebody in office who would actually strip those things away. And that in and of itself, I don't have faith in that someone will go in and just start immediately just tearing away agencies. That fuck the ATF. We don't need this anymore. This doesn't need to be here. States are going to handle this themselves. We don't need the fucking IRS anymore. Until we have it. Not until, because the point that I'm making is that's not feasible to me, right? And even if we did have somebody that was doing that, you're saying the immune system of that system itself is so strong that there would be endless legal battles that went on for much longer than 4 years or 8 years, however long that person is going to exist in that office, that are going to outlast him. And the moment that someone comes in, they're going to win on the opposite argument of, I'm going to bring all these things back because this guy's a fucking extremist. He wants to strip everything down away, everything that we've been built up that's keeping the fabric of the country where it is. We need these things. The ATF keeps us safe. The FBI keeps us safe. The IRS helps keep the government flowing, you know? That's exactly how the opposite of him is going to win. Yeah. And those things are going to go right back into place.
Yeah. The white blood cells of the government body are the nameless, faceless individuals in gray suits. That's who would do it. Because at the end, and Congress, you'd have to have a Congress that would be on board with that too, because they're the holders of the purse strings and stuff like that. So they'd also have to sign off on the government allowing hundreds of thousands of its own employees be just gone.
Yeah.
And then there's pension systems tied to it. It is so it's so intertwined. It would be really, really hard.
And we had someone comment on one of our clips this week that was like, excuse me, I thought this was going to be a pro-democracy channel, right? And I think that's funny for a lot of reasons, but I think the real reason I think that's so funny is because it's easy, and we addressed the review preview too, it's easy to misconstrue this as like, all of this is a waste, there's no point in this stuff, which is not, I think, how either of us feel. It's definitely not how I feel. I agree with Joseph that the Constitution that we have is the best one that's ever been drafted.
Word.
The country that we have here is the greatest country that has ever existed. 100%, right? I don't have any doubt in that at all. I don't have any doubt in the idea that people can collectively come together as individuals, choose to come together to do something together that will benefit the vast majority of them, if not all of them, the people who it doesn't benefit can go and do their own thing. Yeah. I believe in that system. I don't believe that system is possible out of what we have right now.
Yeah.
And that's the point that we're driving home all the time, that I think makes it easy to sound nihilistic of, oh, this doesn't, just fuck everything else and fucking anarchy is the only way to go. From here to freedom, anarchy is the only way to go.
Word.
Because minarchism out of this system is difficult, if not impossible, to truly conceive of. You can theorize it. The idea exists. The possibility exists. Yep. But I don't.
And so does communism, right?
I don't think that it's feasible.
Yeah.
So
the idea that like this show is anti-democratic is probably relatively true.
In the corest sense.
Yes, but to understand that we're very pro-America. We're pro an America. That's generally where we land, even through the avenues of anarchy or even libertarianism or whatever it is. We're still pro-America, but we're anti-U.S. government. That's really what it comes down to.
Yes.
I can be pro-America but anti-government because I believe to be American is to be anti-government.
That's a t-shirt right there.
Boom.
Pro-America, anti-government.
That's right.
And that is what this episode is called. Pro-America.
Anti-government.
Anti-government.
Write it down, baby.
There it is. I forget a lot. Yes.
We are a constitutional republic.
Yes.
On paper.
That's
right.
On paper. Yeah, exactly. And we'll talk about that. One of the things I don't have here in the breakdown, we are going to talk about Joseph Biden's speech on Thursday, and that's going to go along with kind of the Trump date and stuff like that. So this discussion of constitutional Republican democracy will go in that, because we were discussing this just right before the show. All this language of refusing the powers that be, the administration currently refusing, and Democrats at large, refusing to acknowledge even that we are not a democracy at its heart, that we are meant to be a democratic republic. I believe it's very calculated and very intentional to even just in a mental fashion shift the mentality of the country in that direction, you know? So we're going to we will get into that. That will be an aspect of what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Before we get into everything else, I do want to thank you guys again for being here. Obviously, you're watching us on our YouTube at Salt of the Streets. We also have our Instagram, our Facebook, our Patreon, everything at Salt of the Streets. Go to the Patreon, sign up there. Help us make more, better content just like this. We just put out our Salty newsletter on the last day of the month. So it was the 10th edition of the Salty newsletter. If you go there and you sign up $5 tier, then you get access to all the Salty newsletters that we have done so far. And saltedstreets.com for all this information. Of course, we also have the book club, the beer shows that Colin has been doing on Fridays, the beer show live streams, the newsletter, like I said, and the review preview that come out on the first day of the month that coincide with the book club.
Yeet.
With that,
Let me address one thing before we move on.
yes.
And just to add some context, Joseph, yes, we are indeed a constitutional republic. My argument would be, and perhaps I will pontificate on this later, or maybe I'll do something like that in the live stream this Friday.
See what we
But I would argue that once you reach a certain scale, the ability for a constitutional republic essentially fails to operate in a fashion that actually is a representation of the populace that it's supposed to be doing.
That's an interesting thought experiment.
Indeed.
I like that.
So let's talk about rapists. I mean,
yeah. So this first topic for number one is the local stories that we have here. This is also for everyone watching because I know that we have some college football people here. This is College Football Saturday, first College Football Saturday. Week 1, week 0 was last week, but first College Football Saturday is going to be football every week, every weekend until February, baby. I know
Hot
the call
dog.
is jazz. We're fucking out here.
I am
So,
here for it.
I was thinking about sports on the way out here. I'm like, sports doesn't really fit in the show anymore. I'm going to figure something out for sports because I think that we deserve it.
Especially
if
now
people
that
like
football's
it.
here.
So,
You
yeah,
can't.
gotta
This
do
is your time
something-
to shine.
Exactly. So, yeah, Central Kids Up School District. This is the local school district that we have here, and this has kind of been an ongoing saga for a little while. The article that you have there is from a few months ago. It's from February, and this is when he was sentenced, right?
Yeah.
Under a sentencing alternative for those no prior sex offensive convictions. So he's going to serve 6 months in jail, and this is a guy that. He pleaded guilty to 5 counts of first-degree sexual misconduct with a minor. He was having kids like over at his house and giving them alcohol and stuff like that, and then taking advantage of them. And
That's not good.
yes, so that was a story. We may have even talked about it at the time. I don't remember. The reason that we're bringing it up again now is because the parents of one of these children, and I'll send you this article in Signal right now. It's a Yahoo News article, actually. So let's see here. Salty boys.
Salty bees.
Boom. Okay, so this is a Yahoo News article, and it is entitled Central Kitsap School District Sued by Former Student Over Rape. And this is from August 16th. And it says, one of the 3 former Kitsap County High School students raped in 2019 by a cheer coach has come forward to share his story and is suing the Central Kitsap School District for $5 million. The plaintiff is Isaac G. Yates, and the cheer coach is Tyson Alexander Ebert, who has already pleaded guilty. Shouldn't he pled guilty? Does it matter? Does it matter? I don't know.
As
Pleaded
to what,
guilty, like what's proper English? Pled guilty and pleaded guilty.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he pleaded.
Pleaded
It's
guilty to
English,
having
bro.
sex.
It might go both ways.
Yeah, pleaded guilty to having sex with students at Olympic High School before 2019. The lawsuit claims the coach was sexually manipulative, and the school did nothing to intervene or having a coach arrested until the young man came forward and revealed what occurred.
So they're insinuating the school knew about it?
Right. That's what I'm like, not trying to defend it, but how the fuck are you going to do anything about it if you don't know about it?
Yeah.
Right? So it just makes my stomach turn a knot. I get flashbacks. I have PTSD because of it. It was terrifying, and even now it still is. Predators having parties at his home. These students were spending the night there. Some students even wrote letters to the principal expressing their concern that this coach made them uncomfortable, and they were uncomfortable about how he was treating these special students. The lawsuit said the school district was negligent and is not recognizing the coach's behavior, and the attorneys behind the lawsuit said they believe there are other rape victims who have not come forward. The lawsuit also claims the coach had been grooming and supplying alcohol to students, and there was common knowledge throughout the school. That I don't doubt. Eber was released after spending 6 months in jail because he had no previous convictions. He's also on probation as a sex offender. So I don't doubt that other people knew about it, because if
6
it was
months.
happening, he's definitely telling people about it. And yeah, it's not good. 6 months is not a good look.
No,
right?
man.
It's not a good look at all. So
That's rough.
yes. The reason that we bring this up, not only is it dark, right? No one likes to see this. It's a horrific thing. But there's all this push. Send your kids to public school. Send your kids to public school. Why the fuck would I send my kid to public school if you can't even keep them from getting fucked? You can't even stop other people from fucking them. Employees, people under your employ, you can't stop them from fucking my kid.
For what appears to be relatively common knowledge.
So
At least that's some kind
So
of
what are we-
untour behavior
what are we
that was
talking
going
about?
on here.
So what are we talking about?
Why?
I don't what.
Dude, the arguments against. So like we're pulling out the yellow legal pad. We're doing a pros and cons chart, right? The cons at this point are so heavily outweighing the pros.
Stacking
at
up.
this point. I get that it's a really difficult thing to do, obviously. But man, this seems so hard for me. Like, how could anybody? I would be really terrified to be sending my kids to public school.
Yeah.
I would be wanting to do so much research into the individual school itself, the individual teachers that are going to be going there, the curriculum. I'm like, I want to go through this thing with a fine-tooth comb. I want to know everything that's going on there because there's so much sus activity going on.
Yeah.
At all these different schools, man. Mind you, it is the information age, so like we're hearing about so many stories now that we would have never heard about before, and it might make the appearance of the general situation larger than it truly is. But in these types of cases, one is too many.
Yeah.
One is way too many, and this is not okay with me.
It's also not an uncommon theme. This should be happening all the time. So
yeah,
it's not like
dude.
it's every week, but there are multiple stories per year in which this is happening in a public school. And it's not like
good.
it's only high school kids from
No.
elementary all the way up to fucking to high
No.
school kids. So
Yeah, and that's not even to bring into like college.
it's not a good look.
Oof.
No. Schools, we aren't grooming kids. And it's weird,
Not
right?
even.
Isn't it fucking so weird? Isn't it so weird?
That's right.
So then this kid was 25. He went
Yep.
to school with us. Like I said, I'm pretty sure he went to school with Zeke and I. So it's not good.
No.
It's not a good look.
I like to think because I am older than you guys. Okay, well, my generation definitely is not involved here. We are not culpable. It's
I didn't
all
do
your
this.
guys' fault.
I didn't do this shit. So let's see these
man.
comments here. And Joseph also said, difficult, not impossible. I love this. I don't like him. Like I almost want to scrap local stories and but no. Difficult, not impossible to scale. Population can be represented in the House. We need elections we can trust and serious consequences for willful violation of our Constitution. I agree with
Yeah,
those two
man.
last points, right?
I do.
The thing that I struggle with, if you're talking about, we're just going to hit these points throughout the show. We're
Let's
doing
do
it,
it.
Joseph. So the thing that I struggle with, if we're talking about scaling up for the amount of people, we have 330 million people in this country.
Mm-hmm.
How much do we scale up? Because it's something like 50,000 people per representative now, right?
Yeah,
It's
like on
something to that
average.
effect, between 40 or 50,000. That's when, if you have that many more people in your state, you get a new representative. It's something to that effect, right? And we can look it up the exact number. It doesn't totally matter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But there are 435 people in the House already. They can't fucking get anything done. At what point is 500 or 550 people going to get that job done
Build a bigger
more
house.
effectively? And that's what I don't understand, right?
Mm-hmm.
The number thing doesn't seem to matter. The issue I see with the House itself, not the issue, one of the issues is that's where the two-party system comes involved, right? This issue of a larger house works in parliamentary style systems where there are 7, 8, 9, 10 different parties that are there, and you have to work with other people to get a majority to run a government. When there's only two parties and all you need is 7 more dudes, that's not much work, especially if it's the House and you can do it in tiny districts where no one fucking knows about it, right? That is the only way, in my view, that those parliamentary style house systems work, is because there's a more diversity in the systems themselves. Even if there's 4 leftist parties and 5 right-wing parties, there's diversity among those parties. They don't agree on enough things that they have created their own party there that is represented and is recognized nationally in that country. So
2 things. The parliamentary system is generally frowned upon because of the fact that there are too many fractured groups like that, and then a small minority party can essentially just have enough people to gain enough power, and then they still have to build a coalition government, but that
Yes.
still excludes enough people, enough groups of people, caucuses, if you will, that the general argument, not to say that I agree with it, but the general argument against it is that it pushes more people's representation aside, right? Because at the end of the day, only that one controlling party is really going to have the ruling party. You see this a lot in like Britain. A lot of the coalition, or even Israel, a lot of the coalition parties that join the one that actually wins the election generally don't get to bring much of their their issues and things to the table. A lot of it gets poo-pooed because at the end of the day, you're kind of just there because you want some modity of power, and so you sign on to this existing government. So that's generally the problem with that compared to the two-party system. But the problem with the two-party system is essentially when party takes over, and then because we have a lot of caucuses and stuff like that within the two-party system that essentially do the same type of deal. They form coalitions and all this stuff to become like the Freedom Caucus is a part of the Republican Party and all that.
They're real loose.
And we have seen throughout
and they come and go all the time.
Yes, and we've seen throughout time that regardless of what caucus, how many caucuses there are, or how many people are all signed up, what really takes power in the two-party system is whether you have that D or the R, whether you're a Democrat or Republican.
Right.
Because the party itself has the power. The caucuses themselves within that party, they have different levels of power based off of how large the caucuses are at various times. Like you said, they come and they go, they ebb and they flow. The progressives right now in the Democratic Party are not the largest caucus in the party, but they are the most powerful for whatever reason. The Freedom Caucus in the Republican Party, it's arguable to say that they have a lot of power within the Republican Party right now, but they definitely have more power than when they were the Tea Party.
Yeah.
And so it comes and goes, but at the end of the day, the problem with the parliamentarian process system is that there's too many, and that's the argument that they say.
No, I'm just thinking while you're
in the
talking.
two-party system, inevitably, it doesn't become about the actual, for lack of a better term, caucuses. It becomes about the party itself. And then
Lenny!
that doesn't do anything.
Sorry.
Lonesome
Fucking Lenny's
Lenny's here.
That made me very happy. Sorry.
That's good. That was it.
No.
Perfect timing.
No. And I don't disagree with you, right? To me, this is where I start to have issues with.
A Southie boy.
I
forgot about that.
No, 100%. We start to arrive at like a stacking of issues, right? And the stacking of issues at that point is when we talk about the parliamentary style system, is you have people there who again they're going after power. They're not there because they fucking believe in anything. They're not good people. They're there because they fucking want power. So that's where you identify another issue within that. You know what I'm saying? That again, I don't disagree with you, and that's when it becomes to me very
difficult,
unrealistic, because you're in the current system, the way that it is with all of the money and the coercion and the deception that it involves, that there's so few people, and we talked about again in the review preview, so few people that can make it through that system untainted to the end, that they could be someone that could do something respectable when they've achieved that position. And if we're talking about, like Joseph is talking about, we need better people that we can trust in there. And do you think you can really find 435 people, 550 people? Because we need a bigger house, right? That Joseph's argument to do. And I'm not coming down here, Joseph, because we're thought experiments here. But if that's the argument, you really think that we can find 550 people that can make it through the current system the way that it's set up now and still have all of their morals and all of their scruples intact, so they can come together collectively at the end as individuals to get something done for the people? That's where I struggle. And it's not like I don't think that there's 600 people in the country who have morals and scruples that aren't taintable, but I don't. They have to make it through this current election system. They have to make it through that current party system. Yeah. So there's so much involved in remaking that system. Take the party off the ballot. Know who you're voting for and not what you could.
Yeah, I like that.
That's what I'm talking about. Is that like that the diversity of opinion has to be represented, not the parties. There was only an example of a European parliamentary style system because that's how those things are. That there's still the two parties, but the different groups, caucuses, if like you said, in those parties. That's why those things don't work, because they're still ruled by the two-party system. There is an actual diversity of thought represented in that government. It's still the two different parties, the conservatives and the Tories, that are still going after it, even though there's parties underneath them. You have to have actual diversity of representation, diversity of opinion for that to work.
Yeah. And
I think.
And every one of those, regardless of how small, every one of those, we'll just keep it in caucuses at that point. Every caucus would need an equal platform to be able to voice their ideas to the whole body at that point. Everybody would need equal time, and they would be needed. Their ideas would be needed to be taken equally, with equal respect, and which we just don't have in our deliberative body. I do like the idea of the UK's version of Parliament, because I think Robin Williams made the joke at one point, like the British Parliament is like the U.S. Congress, but with a 2-drink minimum, and all they do is sit there and yell at each other. Which, if you've watched it before, you could watch them on YouTube and stuff like that. It's fucking hilarious, man. They cut on each other like real hard, just directly. They will just call each other names. I mean, it is a fascinating thing to watch. But I like the idea that Joe's saying. If you were to remove the party affiliation, at least from the ballot. If you remove the party affiliation from the ballot and they would secretly be a Democrat or a Republican, I could get behind that, because then the voters, I bet you if you did that, the amount of people that actually voted would drop dramatically, because people don't have the option of doing a D or an R down ballot. They would actually have to look at the people. And I don't know how many people would be willing to go, yeah, I'm going to vote for just so-and-so because I like their name. So-and-so because I like their name.
A lot more personal responsibility involved in that type
there
of
would
system.
be a ton, which I think would diminish the general voting base a great deal, because most people at that point would just not be willing to put up the time.
I don't think we should be...
Yeah,
good.
Which I don't have a...
Fucking good.
I can't disagree with that at all, man. I like that. If we're going to try to find a way... Because I think it's more important than ever at this point in time to be looking at possible solutions for not dissolving the entire governmental body, because with the governmental body goes our entire society. If we're going to be looking at some ways to be able to save it, that is a realistic way you could start. It's realistic, and it would cost no money to do that. It would cost zero money to do that. Everything else would stay the same. All the processes would stay the same. You just don't put as much ink on the paper.
Yeah.
Done. Who knows? And then if you're out there if these people are out there campaigning, if Tiffany Smiley's out there campaigning, she can say she's a Republican on the trail. But on the ballot itself, for those uninformed voters, the people that are low information, if you will, if they're not paying attention to anything, all they do is get their ballot in the mail or go into the box, and then they just, I'm a Democrat, so boom, boom, boom. I'm a Republican, so boom, boom, boom. You kind of mitigate some of that. All the people that are following these people, supporting their campaigns, hearing about it on the media, whatever it is, they're still going to know whether they're Democrat or Republican or Libertarian or Independent or whatever. But where it actually matters at the ballot box, that would solve a lot of issues. I think that's a very interesting concept. Shout out Joseph, coming in here with some heat, bro.
I love you guys.
I'm into it.
Sorry, I'm paying the sticker man.
The sticker
Someone
man.
knows. Yeah, and we'll tell everyone this. We are ordering some stickers, sticker man. So I'm listening to you. I swear to God, I gotta fucking find them.
You're double alpha brain, bro. You're listening like to 8 different things.
Yeah, and it's been a whole fucking deal. And I've been talking to this guy on Instagram, so I don't have his phone number. And Venmo's like, oh, you should give us the last 4 digits of his phone number first, so we know the year. Fuck you. Just give the man the money, and so he can give me my fucking stickers. So we're going to have some real nice vinyls, some nice vinyl stickers coming up.
These
Yeah, we've
ones,
got
right?
some right there.
I'm going to try to do this here real quick.
Yeah, no, 100%. They're
Show
just
the
like
people.
those ones. Colin is going to show you guys these vinyl stickers. We're ordering some up, so we're going to have a bunch here. If you guys want some, $5 hairs. Send me $5 hairs. I'll mail you one in an envelope. How about that?
$5 hairs.
That's it.
So,
Representatives
boom.
should run on.
That's what they
Those are
look
the
like.
stickers, those vinyls right there.
Nice
They're excellent.
vinyls.
Colin has one on his computer. I got one on my truck. Colin has one on his truck. I got one on like
That's
a
right.
water bottle. They stick good. They're on a lot of shit. I might have one on my laptop.
Yeah, man, I've taken those
No
things
laptop,
on
I ran
multiple
out.
hunting trips.
Yes.
And they've been scratched up 3 ways from Wednesday. Lots
So-
of weather.
Vinyls.
It's all been good.
Y'all
It's
want
all been
vinyls? We got fucking vinyls out here.
good. Vinyls where it's
Yeah,
at.
and we'll have
Vinyl
yeah.
and neoprene. Those
It
are the
is.
2 most key things in my life.
Representatives should run on specific ideas that they will vote a certain way. If they go against that, they ran on. There should be consequence at a minimum, a valid explanation for why they deviated. Which is why they have the 2-year cycles. That's why every 2 years they have to run again. Because if they aren't doing their fucking job, then you can tell them 2 years from now.
Peace out.
Yeah, bitch,
Ideally.
get after it. Yeah,
Ideally.
Ideally, exactly. I love this conversation already. You guys
Amen.
got us fucking going
You
out
guys
here.
are great.
Our next story, because that's pretty much it as far as
The Dirk.
Yes, Durkin, and the article I have here is actually from The Urbanist.
Ooh.
And it's, let's see, this I have a 50-50 hit on Ground News, so it's been covered pretty fairly.
Nice.
Yeah, this one about it's the essence here. I can send you this Urbanist article.
It's cool.
The Urbanist is is a leftist leaning paper, and that's why I picked them, because I know they're going to come the fuck down on her.
Oh,
That's why I picked that one. So.
I
Because
love it.
well, this all centers around a few months ago, there was some susness that happened. Well, actually, I guess it all happened during George Floyd, and just it was discussion in the last few months. And so Jenny Durkin was the mayor during,
The Chaz Chop.
was during Chaz Chop, during all that type of stuff. Lonesome Lenny's got a bug for a bit. That's fine. We'll be back here unless you meant that you were sick, in which case I hope that you are okay.
Yeah.
If you're me and you have to leave, that's fine. We will be here for a few more hours, sir.
Oh, yeah.
Come on back.
At
So
the very least.
Jenny Durkin was the mayor during the George Floyd riots, Chaz Chop, all of that stuff that happened here. We covered all those things extensively. You will hear some different opinions from us if you want to go back there, get a little dip into what we call the time capsule.
Whoa.
Would be nice. Yeah. So at the time, Jenny Durkin had a bunch of text messages. She had 3 phones cracking as mayor, and on one
Yeah.
of those phones, she had the delete cycle for every 30 days. So she lost like hundreds of text messages that supposedly have to do with her talking to the police about using tear gas and all these different tactics and stuff like that. So this is from the Urbanist. It was well known that Seattle Mayor Jenny Durkin is running a secretive administration, but a whistleblower complaint last week, and this article is from May of 2021. The whistleblower complaint last week revealed a bombshell revelation that Durkin likely committed a felony while seeking to shield her personal text messages from the public eye in an apparent cover-up. Stacey Irwin, a public records officer in the mayor's office, filed the whistleblower complaint, and she told the Seattle Times that Durkin placed her on unpaid administration leave.
Woo! Coming down on the
Fucking
whistleblowers.
terrible. It should be unpaid administrative leave.
And
in
yes,
apparent
Joseph, this is
retaliation.
the Summer of Love lady.
Yes, Summer of Love, 100%. Irwin's co-worker Kim Ferrero supported her whistleblower complaint and resigned partially out of fear of retaliation. Seattle Times reported that 10 months of the text messages from one of the mayor's work phones had been deleted in violation of public disclosure laws. By the way, right? The same type of shit that they're fucking coming down on Trump for
That's
right
what
now.
I love.
The same fucking type of shit.
Documents, bro. Documents.
Yep. The period covered the first 4 weeks of the protests following George Floyd's murder, when Mayor Durkin oversaw the repeated tear gas in Capitol Hill, brutal police tactics against protesters, and the abandonment of the East Precinct building. All those things did happen. That's 100% true. There was also fucking riots in downtown. The fucking Chaz Chop got set up. People were raped. People were fucking murdered out there. People weren't able to leave their homes without knowing that bad shit was going to happen to them if they lived around Cal Anderson Park. It was fucking horrific, right?
That's where the East
Shurugi-
Precinct was
Yeah.
in the Chaz Chop area. That's
Yes.
why it was abandoned.
That's why it was abandoned. They were attacking, and they said, "We're getting the fuck out of here."
Yeah.
Durkin's texts were not retained from late August 2019 to June 25th. Ooh, damn. That's
That's a
goddamn.
long time.
And that's the right in the fucking heat of it, too. That's
Yeah.
right in the shit. Because, I mean,
August 2019 to June 2020.
and it was like April, May, June, that shit was cracking. Like, really cracking off. A whistleblower investigation report revealed last week Lewis Cam and Daniel Beekman. We know Dan Beekman. Well, you know his name. We know Dan Beekman. We fucking got beers with him last week. And email Tuesday responding to several days of questions about how that happened. The mayor's office said a forensic analysis has determined that Durkin's text retention was set to 30 days on one of the 3 phones issued to her at some point between late August 2019 and July 24, 2020. Why does she have 3 phones?
Yo. I got
Why do you have
3
3 phones?
That's
One iPhone with 120 gigs of memory isn't going to be enough.
no.
That won't be enough for one cycle as
Because
mayor.
I could see, like, okay, so if I am the mayor, right, I have a personal phone. I
Yeah,
have my
well,
phone,
100%, of
But I
course.
might do stuff with it, so hence that could be used for, public record keeping or whatever. And then I have a government phone that I got.
Yeah.
For my mayoral job.
Right.
I don't know why you need a third phone.
This one also says on one of 3 phones issued to her.
That's
Why do you have
why
3
you got
phones?
3 phones. Why you got 3 gov phones?
Why are
man?
they giving you 3 phones? That's what I'm saying. Of course, 2 is totally reasonable. That absolutely makes sense. 2
Yeah, she
phones.
pulled a Hillary, bro. Thanks, Joseph.
I like it. So, why do you have 3 phones? Why do you need 3 phones?
Mm-hmm.
What do you run for mayor every fucking 4 years or some shit like that? Why do you need 3 phones? One iPhone with 120 gigs is not going to be enough for one fucking cycle as mayor. Maybe 2 phones.
I'm
maybe
just trying
2.
to find, maybe you got your super secret squirrel phone. So, and then you have a non-classified phone, because there are those. I mean, I've worked for the federal government before. You have classified phone, you have unclassified phone. Okay, you could do that because you're working with sensitive stuff as mayor, and then you have the more public stuff. But why you got 3 phones? I don't understand the
It's
3
weird.
phones. Three phones does sound sus AF.
Yes. Paying someone new, make your next purchase. Fuck you, Venmo. Just let me give people money. Fuck out of my wallet, you fucking bitch.
Oh.
This article is from Axios. I sent you this one as well. Kitsap County Sheriff's Office investigating missing text of Durkin Best and what's her name?
Carmen Best?
Carmen Best. That's what it is. Corrine. That's a Corrine Jean-Pierre. That's all I could think of. It's not racist at all, I promise. It's not. I mean that. It sounds so if I said it funny, but I mean that. It's not. No.
Jeez, bro.
I know.
Cancelable.
That's cancelable. I like that. That's a shirt too. That's cancelable. That's a good shirt. The King County Sheriff's Office is investigating whether former Mayor Jenny Durkin, ex-police chief Carmen Best, Carmen Best, by the way, don't fucking know her personally. They brought this woman in, tokenized her 100%.
Yeah.
Whether or not that's why she was hired, they tokenized her once she was in the office, and then tried to force her to fire a fuckload of minorities by cutting the budget. So she walked. They're like, "What's going on?
Yep.
What's going on? You can't hack it?" No, she doesn't want to fire a bunch of fucking minorities that you just made her hire.
That's right.
Because of racism? Because this black woman's racist? She has to fucking fire a bunch of minorities?
right.
What are you talking about?
She's got BBD, man. Big, best energy.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
BBE.
Yes. Why did Hillary need a private server? Oh, Joseph, I love you so much. I love this so much. Joseph is so fire. Ex-police chief Carmen Best or others broke the law when thousands of potentially key text messages exchanged during the city's 2020 racial justice protests were deleted from their city-issued phones. It was the George Floyd riots. Driving the news, the sheriff's office opened the probe July 28th at the request of King County prosecuting attorney Dan Satterberg. His spokesperson sent an email to Axios on Thursday. What they're saying, the case had never been referred to us, and typically we don't ask for an investigation to be conducted. But in recent weeks and months, I heard from people in the community that this matter was important to them, and I considered it my responsibility to make this request as sheriff before the end of my term. Okay, so does that mean that some wokesters were complaining to the AG about this not being investigated?
Probably.
And that's why it's being investigated?
Probably.
Because,
I mean, the people of Seattle are very, very against any form of police pushback at all, any kind of law enforcement. And they want accountability from the mayor at the time. And to find out that she has Hillary Clinton level deleted government communications, I mean, it could, I don't know what it would implicate Jenny Durkin's, I don't know what her accountability would be for her period as mayor.
Right.
Especially now that she's kind of out of the game. But she does need to be held accountable if she was the one sitting there saying, you have to do this, make sure to do this, come down hard on these people, or vice versa.
Right.
There needs to be some level of accountability. And to date, there has been none for the entire of the Chaz Chop period.
Right.
People died. People were raped and murdered at this place. There was zero law enforcement presence allowed to take place.
Yeah.
And there was no accountability from her other than the fact that she just didn't get elected.
No,
and she didn't even seek re-election, I'm pretty sure.
Durkin has said she accidentally dropped her phone into salt water and denied setting her replacement phone to automatically delete text messages. Best testified in... Okay, so when you get it from the state, I feel very... Maybe not. The state sucks pretty bad. So I say I feel pretty confident that it would already be set to not delete your text messages if someone from the tech department is giving it to you because they're the ones going to issue your phone, right? This state does fucking suck at a state level. So I really, even as much as I hate this state government, I couldn't say it with certainty because it's so fucking inept at planning things, at doing anything. It's horrific here. So. So I feel confident, but I'm not certain.
Yeah.
So
I mean, the key mistake all these people are making is you get your government phones, you get your personal phone, and then you go buy a burner phone from Walmart with prepaid minutes on it to do all your corrupt black backdoor
Right,
dealings
it's like-
and shit like that. That's
like
what
Joseph
you need.
said. Joseph said,
Exactly.
one for work, one for personal use, one for corrupt dealings. Totally normal for a politician.
Amen.
I-
Except they're all screwing up, man. 'Cause
Joseph is
Anthony
fired
Weiner
today.
on down. You got to go get yourself a Walmart burner phone, man.
And Bess testified in a deposition earlier this year that she periodically deleted texts in bulk from her city-issued phone after independently deciding the messages didn't contain significant information that would require them to be saved. That's fire.
I trust the judgment of these
That's
people.
fire from a cop.
I don't
she
need
was,
that.
She was the chief of police, and she's like, "Well, I don't think that it's relevant, so
Yeah.
why would I need to keep it?" Because you definitely want to hem somebody up who fucking said that to you. It's like, I just didn't think that it was relevant, so I fucking deleted it. Get the fuck out of here. That's so awesome. That's
Man,
fire.
These
I
people,
love
man.
that.
You wonder why I became an anarchist.
Yeah, that's hot. Since the
people are
public
great.
first learned about the missing text messages in May 2021 from a city ethics investigation, no one has been held accountable for deleting them. In May, Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell, interim police chief Adrian Diaz, and city attorney Ann Davison separately told Axios they weren't planning to pursue a probe. Attorney General Bob Ferguson's offices also said it wasn't his responsibility to investigate the matter, saying the duty belonged to local law enforcement. Oh, now it's
Now he's a
not
local
my
guy.
responsibility. Now I should have deal with it.
This Bob Ferguson
He's a
cat,
piece
dude,
of shit.
he is a huge piece of
He's
shit.
a piece of shit.
I mean, he's up there, bro. He's up there with Chesa Boudin and shit.
Long story short, Seattle fucking sucks,
Yep.
right? I don't think
Yes.
I don't think Bruce Harrell's gonna be much better than fucking Jenny Durkin,
Yeah, man.
Carmen Best. Which this lighter's fucking cool. What's up with this?
That's a cigar lighter.
okay.
That's why. So it's high-powered butane, baby. High-powered. It's for my sweet-ass cigars over here. Yeah, that thing, you just burn the shit
straight
out
to
of
the
that
lungs.
thing.
Yep.
Oh, that's good. Oh, man.
We're doing big things out here, guys.
It's been a while since we had a spark up.
Oh, yeah, it's okay. I didn't even ask.
No, it's
it.
fine.
Okay.
I don't care. We've done it in here before. Used to be the deal back in the day.
That's nice.
It just seemed for a while we were
Nice.
hitting on the pens and shit. And that was what we were doing.
Yeah, Joseph. I don't know where you're located out of. I don't know if they do weed out there. I don't know if you do weed out there. Got a nice fucking pre-roll here, little shatter joint.
Shatta. It's
Yeah,
some
got me a nice
shatta in it.
infused joint. Just take a couple hits, keep a nice low grade high. Just clearing up some memory, bro. Nothing to see some Orange Man back. Yeah,
Orange Man bad,
Dude,
baby.
Joseph is. I love it so much.
Oh.
Lit
Don't
today.
give him too big a head now.
No. All right. We can move on now. We have a gas car ban, right? California did this earlier this week, and I have an article
These
from the
motherfuckers.
Guardian. Doesn't really matter. It's all the same type of shit. This one says Washington State will follow California and prohibit the sale of new gas-powered vehicles by 2035. Jane Inslee said, state governor. California regulators on Thursday moved forward with a landmark plan to phase out the sale of gas cars over the next 13 years in the U.S. largest auto market. There is some different shit, some details about ours, though, that I have. Maybe it's in Car and Driver, because it's not quite so cut and dry as it sounds. The deadline could come. This is from Car and Driver, this article that I have here. I'll send it to you if you want. The deadline could come in 2030, but the actual date will be set by the percentage of vehicles in the state that pay for road use through vehicle miles traveled instead of by taxes on gasoline. So
they need the money.
So they're also changing the way this is going to be done. And this, I never considered this aspect of this issue. And I was the same deal as like paying for chargers. I just never fucking thought about what are you going to do for taxes if no one is buying gasoline? You just start charging people to drive on the roads. And I'm not like a proponent of that. That seems like a really weird way to go about that.
Yeah.
Now we're just going to charge people per mile on the road. There's no way
Yeah.
you're not going to start paying more money in taxes if you're charged per mile that you drive on the road.
Yeah.
There's no way.
If you think that if the state is going to allow you to pay less in taxes because you make a decision to buy a vehicle, if you make a decision, you're able to buy an electric vehicle to offset your carbon footprint and the cost of fuel and all this stuff. If you think for a second the state's not going to find a way to get their nut in taxes on that, you're kidding yourself, because it's the
Right.
lifeblood of how they operate. It's stealing money out of your pocket one way or another. It's why you're taxed 10 times a day in 10 different ways. It's because they need your money somehow. And if you're switching the entirety of every new car that is registered in the state after 2035 now, if it's going to have to be a zero emissions electric car, that that entire chunk of people that aren't going to be buying fuel anymore will not be paying the fuel tax, the state fuel tax, which is one of the highest in the country. I believe the highest in the
50 cents
country.
or some shit. It's a lot.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
And they're continually adding more and more to that every single period. But they're going to get their nut one way or the other, man. That's the way this whole thing works. And if the amount of money they rely on is not going to change, even though, how would I put that? Like, it makes sense to me. We'll just put it that way.
So this article says, despite the straightforward name, the 2030 date is not a specific mandate in the law. Instead, Clean Cars 2030, which is the name of the bill, an amendment to E2SHB 1287, a state bill that would require local electric utilities to get ready for more electric vehicles, looks for a time when at least 75% of the vehicles registered in Washington pay to use the roads through a vehicle miles traveled tax. A VMT can be used by governments to collect money to pay for roads as an alternative to a gas tax, which EV drivers obviously don't pay. One key detail that the Clean Cars 2030 amendment doesn't provide for a way to start collecting the VMT in Washington, which is a vehicle per miles tax. There are separate efforts being made to start one in the state. The sales ban would apply to a model year 2030 or later passenger and light duty vehicles. This is a quote. Passage of this legislation takes the guesswork and uncertainty out of the electric vehicle transition by creating a clear timeline. That's so awesome. By creating a clear timeline with the data, tools, and guidelines we need to help businesses, developers, governments, and consumers plan with confidence, said State Senator Marco Lias, who pushed for the bill in a statement. Clean Cars 2030 is a critical step to meet urgent carbon reduction goals here in Washington. That's so awesome. And can serve as a model and impetus for other states to accelerate and switch to EVs. Okay, so this article says there isn't a definite timeline, but then he says in his quote, right, passage of this legislation takes the guesswork and uncertainty out of the electric vehicle transition by creating a clear timeline with the data, tools, and guidelines we need to help businesses. Right, but there isn't a clear timeline because who fucking knows when we're going to do that. If cars are still ridiculous ass expensive for the next 10 years, right? Because if for whatever reason we can't get our chip thing figured out and other countries stop wanting to work with us, which they will, and we're fucked for cars and things are super expensive and they're difficult to get, then people are not going to be buying brand new vehicles. They're going to continue to buy used cars. You're going to find yourself in a Cuba situation where people have real nice fucking 1990s cars that they're rolling around with because that's what's working for them.
Yeah, my Ford F-350 1997 is, I've seen that thing jump up in relative value $5,000 over the last year.
Yeah.
It's going to be worth twice as much by the time this thing rolls around. And because it's a nice, dirty fucking diesel, it's still going to be thriving, man.
Yeah, miss me with the bullshit.
This is all ridiculous.
And
they're going to be they're going to come up with a way, again, to insert the government's going to find another way to insert themselves into your life by tracking your fucking mileage.
Yes.
By tracking how much... That'll probably come in the form of when you register your vehicle, you're going to have to update your odometer or something.
And they don't even know how they're going to do it yet.
You know, and that would be the simplest form that I could think of, I guess.
They're not going to do that.
I mean, regardless, they're going to have to try to find a way to track your miles. And luckily, all of these electric cars are all very smart cars, and so it'll probably just beam the data to the fucking data center, and they'll get amen. And that's what they'll do. And then everybody that drives more because they have to, which is probably why they got an EV to begin with anyways, because they're spending too much money on gas, is going to have to pay more there anyways. Your general cost of living when it comes to driving is only going to go up, because now you also have to pay for the extra energy costs, which we're also going to become more and more expensive because we're not going to do anything about, we're not going to lower energy costs by having everybody plug in their fucking cars. All it's going to do is get exponentially more expensive because the demand on energy is going to skyrocket.
And that's
where the supply is not going to skyrocket. It's going to diminish exponentially.
And that's a great point that you've made to move on to what we're talking about, right? Is that this next thing that he says is Clean Cars 2030 is a critical step to meet urgent carbon reduction goals here in Washington. So let me ask you, where does the power come from? Like the actual power, not from the wall, right?
Yep.
Not from I plug my fucking thing in. The actual power, right?
Yep. The actual power to them is going to come from green energy. So solar, and wind. Obviously, that's what they say, because at least in this particular state, hydroelectric is not green, and nuclear is not green. So there just won't be any more power. I mean, if you listen to Pete Buttigieg, the electrical infrastructure required for this stuff is not here today, but it will be here in the infrastructure for tomorrow. So it'll be here tomorrow. So it's not a thing to worry about, Donovan. I don't know why you would even think about where this power is going to come from. It's going to come from tomorrow. That's where it's going to come from. I did a whole thing yesterday about a bunch of countries now, like, surprisingly becoming more nuclear friendly, because they're all starting to see the writing on the wall that we're cutting back on this energy stuff. That's the only way this is possible, is if we have a massive resurgence of nuclear energy, which, given the timeline at hand here, which is roughly 10 to 15 to 20 years, doesn't seem feasible to me. There's no way the government's going to build a bunch of brand new nuclear plants all over the country in 20 years and have that be the sole backbone of the power grid. Yeah. There's just no way. What they're talking about is nonsensical, because there is no way to get to where they want to go. That's just plain and simple. This is all wish casting, throwing out your best intentions out into the wind, essentially looking for votes and looking for power. That's really all this is. This entire, lowering our carbon goals and all this is all bullshit. None of it is feasible at all in our current state of infrastructure, our current economy. None of it is possible at all right now. But they're forcing it through as quick as they can, because it's an imminent emergency, obviously. I mean, we have a state emergency now. I believe there's a federal emergency on climate. It's a huge emergency. I mean, there's rivers flooding. People are dying left and right because of climate change. Everything comes down from climate change. The more heart attacks there are now are due to climate change. We have to cut back on all this stuff, because it'll just fix everything. We don't need to worry about China or India or all the other major polluters of the world. We don't need to worry about them.
Green as fuck.
We're just going to be green as fuck, and that's going to make us a better America.
Yeah.
Period.
I'm looking into the hydroelectric thing, because on the state website it says qualified hydroelectric plants count as green energy. Yeah. So I wonder which ones. There's 52 different hydroelectric plants in Washington State. Yeah. I wonder what makes them qualified to count under the green energy portion of that, because what I was reading was relating to when you pay your power bill, you can sign up. You can sign up for like green energy or just regular energy, fucking dirty old energy, or good clean energy. I want that clean coal energy, bro. Yeah, exactly. And so that's what it was about. And so one of the categories was qualified hydroelectric plants. Seems interesting that it does. Qualified.
Well, to this day, there's a continued push to remove the Snake River Dam right now because of the deleterious environmental costs that it has.
Jansley just said that he was in favor of that, but not until we have the energy thing figured out. How the fuck are you gonna? How are you gonna take? Because there's several. There's there's multiple hydroelectric plants along just the Snake River, and so what do you? In California, they're being told not to charge their cars right now. Yeah. Because they're in such a power crisis. They're like, don't charge your car.
Yep. That's why they just extended through legislation, they extended the life of their last nuclear plant in, I think it's the Diablo Canyon one.
What are we doing?
We're cutting our arm to spite our, what is that? We're cutting off our hand to spite our foot.
Cutting off your nose to spite your face.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you for the idiom help. The alpha brain is not helping out with the idioms. We'll put it that way. But yeah, that's what this is. The only rationality you can draw from it is it's a popular thing that gets you more power now, so we got to do it, and so let's just fucking do it.
Yeah.
And be damned with the consequences. I mean, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. We got the infrastructure of tomorrow to look forward to, man. We'll figure the
tax thing out. We'll figure all the things out.
We'll figure it all out. Don't ask me how the monorail project's going. Because we're going to figure that one out a long time ago.
Don't ask about Big Bertha. It doesn't matter. These things don't matter.
Yeah. No. And Seattle it's just such a microcosm of like the real world implications of all these highfalutin ideas that come out of like the really progressive left, and you could just see them fall on their face every single time, massively over budget and over schedule. I mean, there's projects to nowhere. We've been working on different corridor projects on, with state highways and stuff since I've been alive. None of these things ever actually get done. They're like perpetual projects they're perpetual money pits.
Yeah.
And you don't have to look any farther than, this is why I like to dwell so much on local stories from Seattle and stuff, because we are a microcosm of this progressive left ideology in real time. We see the effects of it all the time. If the constitutional republic concept is supposed to work as it's supposed to work, we're supposed to have these little pockets of people and places doing different shit to see what works and what doesn't. You don't have to look any farther than Seattle to find out that these things do not fucking work. There's no way to pay for them. There's no way to make them work because we try and we just fall on our face every single time.
But it's so nice to live here, though.
It's so nice, bro. Just don't go to Seattle.
Yeah.
Just don't go to Seattle. And then if you live anywhere else in the state, you just have to deal with the political whims coming out of Seattle and Olympia.
Right. Right.
It's good times, man. But we're not as bad as California, so that's a plus. Man, I get so tired of all these fucking advertisements on free news. They're so in your face and so terrible.
Yes.
I-99?
I-99, that's the last one.
Let's do it.
Yep, I'm just trying to get my article going here.
I got a lovely one from Seattle Times with the pedestrian footbridge in it.
Yes, yeah, and that's exactly what I have here. It's just blocking it for me now because it's a bitch.
Because it's Seattle Times. Give me money, otherwise you don't get the news.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a whole nother conversation, man.
Yeah.
Pay us to be informed, or else. Otherwise, you'll get the first paragraph of it where we don't tell you anything, and
Right.
then you can subscribe and give us money after that.
It just really doesn't like my VPN, So it's like you're blocking whatever and shit. And I just did this the other day, so it doesn't matter. I don't want to deal with this right now. The point of this is there. You can read this article from if you're cool with that, because and that's what I was talking about. That
grassroots
pedestrian
effort
bridge.
to remove Highway 99 in South Park goes mainstream.
And that's the pedestrian bridge that I was talking about.
Yeah, this comes out of an article from late August. In a wood-floored hall, I hate when they fucking do this shit in the beginning of articles. You don't need to show us how fucking prosy you are. In a wood-floored hall above and behind a South Park coffee shop, 10 or so residents discuss what it will take to tear out a part of a major American highway. Actually, it's a state highway. Highway 99 to their west is just out of earshot, but it presents. I can't even speak today.
No, the real point, right? The real point is that this neighborhood. You can pull up the map there. The real neighborhood, the neighborhood in South Park, right, is downtown or not downtown. It's south of Seattle. Yeah.
Yep. There's Seattle proper down there. Yep. There is South Park here. Yep. Here is I-99.
So it's a suburb of Seattle. They would like that strip of I-99 removed from the middle of their neighborhood. Yep. It's like 40 acres or something like that.
Yeah.
When I first started to hear about this, I thought it was super silly. I was like, these are just some wokesters that are complaining. And after I read this article, I'm still not sure about exactly how many people are down for this, because the article makes it sound like there's about 10 people who actually want this to be done. Yeah. So if no one actually cares about this, then I don't think they should be doing it. And I think that it's an awful big waste of money. $600,000 they're dumping into a feasibility.
The state is dumping into a feasibility study.
The state is doing a feasibility study, thank you, to find out whether or not that's even feasible, as it says in the name, to remove this part of the highway, right? So the goal, they say, the Remove I-99 from South Park, or whatever this group is called, right? Their goal is they want to remove that part of the highway and then have the land put into a community trust, and they can do whatever they want with it. Put a grocery store or, a park or whatever they're going to do with it. Yeah. That's when I started to find it very interesting. Yeah. Was at that point in which, and again, if it's only 10 people, then I'm not down for this, because 10 people shouldn't be controlling what happens with this community. But if you have adequate, what do I have here?
There's a footbridge right there.
If you have adequate outreach, right? If you have outreach squared away to which you are canvassing the area and getting everybody's opinion on what you should do, and if they want this, then I'm here for it.
Yeah.
But if again there's only 10 people that want this, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
You just don't like the highway, right?
Yeah.
It's inconvenient, but there are highways all over the fucking state. There's highways all over the country. That's how it works. That's how people get from one place to the other without having to go through your neighborhood to get to Seattle.
Yeah. Your giant industrial center of your neighborhood that sits just north of the residential area relies wholly on I-99 to come through and then get their product to market.
North and south.
By the new Amazon warehouse, where a lot of those people probably just got jobs.
North and south. Look, there's a business district down there, too. That's
so this is your commercial area is, and then just to the north is where your industrial is. And it's... The argument behind this is filled with a lot of equity woke type
100%.
You know, it's racist because disenfranchisement, what they said, the lifespan of the people in South Park is 13 years less on average,
which is mad interesting.
Which is probably more to do with the giant industrial center and this fucking, this dirty ass river that runs right next to it than the highway. But hey, the highway, noise pollution's a real deal. It's not good, man. I can tell you right now. Yeah, the airport's just to the north of it. It's like a Boeing. I think that's the actual Boeing airport.
Oh, okay.
Or no, that's SeaTac.
Or
King County International Airport.
Okay.
So not SeaTac?
Look at the price of literally everything. People who were living paycheck to paycheck last year were literally starving today. This is not sustainable. It will come to a heat. Come to have 100%. 100%, Joseph. You're not wrong. And it's calling us in a lot on the inflation stuff last week when he was talking about, and we will talk about that a little bit more when we talk about the student debt and shit like that. It's not good. I don't know how old you are, Joseph. I don't know if you have kids, but I've heard a lot of people who work their fucking dicks off to send their kids to school that are real upset about this.
Real pissed
about this payment. Yeah. We talked about it when Josh Keaton was here. I got my own deals about that. I chose not to go to college because I didn't want to take on student debt. So I have very little sympathy for people who did take on student debt. You shouldn't have done that, I think, probably. There are some people who benefited from that. Josh Keaton, people who are becoming teachers, people who are doing big things. I don't know.
Which speaks to the argument of, too, like, why should me and you as blue-collar working Americans have to pay for somebody's debt who is going to go on and make more money than us in the future?
Yes.
That doesn't square.
Who makes more money than us right now? $125,000 is the cutoff for it.
It's not a bad deal. Yeah, $125. Anybody that makes less than $125 a year is you're the one that is going to be fucked by this.
Yes.
Extra hard.
So the reason that we bring the South Park story up, and then we'll move on, we'll take our quick break, and we'll go into part two. The reason we bring the South Park story up is because it's going to be an interesting test of the small government, the minarchism ideals that people are espousing all the time. If these people are going to, come together as a community to take on the fucking state to get a highway removed from their area to benefit them, I think that's very interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know how it translates to a big picture, but it's interesting to see.
Yeah. And through the process of feasibility, the way these things work, the reason feasibility, especially for a project like this, is going to take so long is because the state's involved. But to do some, literally, they will have to get an 85% response rate from the community.
On the little cards?
On the little cards and stuff like that. Whether to say yay or nay, it really doesn't matter. They have to... That matters after they get a certain amount of, feedback from the community. They have to reach that threshold before their feedback even means anything, and you can only do it so many times a year, so on and so forth. And everybody in this entire community, at the end of the day, is going to have some kind of feedback into this thing. And then once that's done, if the outcome of that is positive, then they'll be moving forward with the process. And then there's going to be fighting with the state about what to do. And this is going to take, like I said, 6 years is the feasibility period. They will be lucky to be able to maintain community engagement for 6 years. I will put it that way.
Right.
And there'll be a point where, 3 years into it, somebody's going to get another fucking card to say, no, I'm still not fucking into this thing. Or maybe they said yes for a long time and no, I'm not doing this shit anymore. Get this crap out of here. I don't care anymore.
Yeah.
Maybe we should just ask the state to build us some new fucking bypasses. Some more pedestrian bridges over there. It'll take 10 years to build, but hey, we can get them. Why not? You know, that it's the idea is cool, but
Yeah.
I will be really interested. Hopefully it'll still be in the news when we can and see the outcome of the feasibility study in 6 fucking years, but I highly doubt it. I doubt anybody involved is still going to be around.
I love that. Are they going to pay for a bypass, or is that going to be taxes also?
Oh, that'll be
That's
taxes,
what we're saying.
bro.
Yeah, we're not sure. That's this whole deal is they're already dumping the $600,000 of taxpayer money into the feasibility study. The state is paying for that.
Yeah.
So,
Which I still don't understand that.
you do what?
I still don't understand that. Who pays for a feasibility study? The fucking client does.
Oh,
You want to do something, you got to foot the bill.
that's intriguing. It's equity. You know, it's intriguing.
I guarantee you that's why.
It's intriguing. Yeah.
You know, it's disproportionately affecting, oppressed people. So.
Whatever the group is that wants this, they're probably like, "Oh, you expect us to come up with $600,000
Yeah,
for a
we're just
fucking
this tiny little
feasibility
thing
study?"
here.
Yeah, we're just one neighborhood in all
right.
of Seattle.
And that you did this to us.
you put us in this position.
That's right.
You built this here. That was part of the story. Was like they built it
Yeah.
there strategically, you know, to come down on the minorities. And I told you,
Given
I'm not,
Seattle's history, that's a hard probably.
I'm not going to say it's not true.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that's such a long con for government to.
Oh, yeah.
Like, we're going to strategically build highways here, not only so we can keep them out of our nice white neighborhoods, but also to fucking kill them quicker. We're going to
Yeah.
fucking get them quicker with the cars and the noise and the planes.
That's right.
And all the
It'll be a
Amazons and all the
long-term-
things. We're going to fucking get them
Yeah.
even quicker.
In the future, there's going to be a company called Amazon, and it's
Yeah.
going to fuck with all these people.
a weird
Realistically, what it probably was the state going, "We need a highway here." Well, there's a neighborhood in the way. Well, eminent domain, bitches. This is how it works. We're
Right.
taking this land. Sorry, goodbye.
Right.
And that's because that's what the state does, man. They don't give a shit about you.
No.
And on that happy note,
Yeah, with that, we're going to take our first break here for part 1, and we'll be back in just a few minutes for part 2, talking about schools back in session. Kind of.
kind of.
Thank you.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
Woo!
We're out here. Thank you everyone for joining us. Deborah joining us. Joseph with his fucking
Perfect.
3500 Duramax. That is a man's truck right there.
The only problem with that truck is it's a Chevy. Just saying.
That's what it is.
Nah, I'm
It's
just
better than a fucking Ford, baby. We out here. So,
Ouch.
ooh, yeah, we're
That's
out here.
all right.
So,
No, I don't participate in the truck wars. I
No.
think they're ridiculous.
I drive a Tundra. It's obviously smaller than either of you guys' fucking trucks, but I
Those
love
big rigs.
The Tundra. I'm a huge fan
I
of.
like that thing,
I
man.
really like it.
Yeah.
It's been a great truck. I've had it for like 2.5 years now. It's been fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah,
No complaints
definite
at all.
upgrade from where you were before.
Oh, fuck yeah. The Land Rover was nice, but it was a bitch. We've
Yeah.
talked about it a million times on this show. So, yeah, thank you very much for joining us. Deborah, obviously, for joining us again. Joseph for being here for most of the time. Zeke was here earlier. Ivan was here earlier. Everybody was just waiting for Bilbo Swaggins.
Bilbo
Hopefully he's
Swaggins.
out there having some fun in nature.
That's right.
Because he lives around Zeke, does, right? He's like
I think so, yeah.
Indiana. So, excellent. Excellent. We're out here. Excuse me. We're
We
coming
got
back.
beers.
We got some beers going on. I want to thank you for the fourth time. Can you get an Allison in a Ford yet?
No. An Allison transmission.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. That's the big selling point, I think, for Dodges is the Allison trannies.
Zeke's here. We're out
Yep.
here. Still here.
That's right.
So the concurrent numbers switch back and forth. We can never tell how many people are actually watching
Yeah.
at any given time because YouTube fucking hates us.
Exactly.
Yeah. So again, I want to thank everyone. I think it's the fourth time. YouTube. We also have our Instagram at Salt of the Streets. We have our Facebook, our Patreon, everything at Salt of the Streets. You can go there, sign up, help us make more, better content just like this. We have the review previews. We have the book club. We have the articles that come out, the newsletters on the last day of every month. Go there. $5 gets you every single newsletter we have ever written.
That's right.
Past that, I want to make sure that we didn't talk about any sponsors in the first one. Swell Blend. I'm going to go get my haircut next week. I'm going to get the bottoms chopped off here. I think now that I scheduled the appointment, I'm really questioning it. I'm like
Put it
very
this way.
hesitant.
If you continue to grow the hair out, getting it trimmed up every now and again is a good thing because supposedly it helps things continue. I don't know.
So yeah,
That's what I hear. That's what the world tells me.
So we'll trim it and we'll go from there. Past that, JP Bakery, Jordan is getting her shit figured out. She's getting it
Fired,
fucking
man.
legitimized because apparently you need confirmation from the state for allowing you to do things that you want.
Yeah.
So we're out here pouring our beers, calling us a classic Tropic Haze going on.
That's right.
Let's see.
Got the Silver City Party Pack today.
Alive and amplified.
This is. I'm real glad I didn't pour this one on camera. This is not good. I had a real good pour, everybody, on the beer show Friday. I was very impressed with myself.
This was not bad. This one's real orange. The can is really orange, but
Yeah, it
also
is.
the beer itself is really
Wicked
orange.
fucking orange. Oh my god!
Yeah.
I am pouring this thing all over here.
So
I'll put it
there
on
we go.
your camera
It's
there.
real orange. I don't know if you guys. That's nice Salt of the Streets glass. Obviously,
Yeah.
this is what the vinyls talked about that we talked about earlier. The vinyl stickers look just like this, but they're white, obviously. So
Yeah.
got those things going on. Did
Look
Venmo
at-
that guy?
Look at my
So
giant head on this thing.
That is that's a beast
That's
right there.
stupid.
Never had the Alive and Amplified.
No. Oh yeah, it's pretty there.
Real citrusy.
Yeah, it's a nice citrus IPA.
We're out here. The EcoBoost is a nice. We're out here, fucking truck town.
Truck town, bro. I'm just saying, if there's one thing that this podcast attracts, it's truck driving folks. Has
That's
to be.
nice.
Liberty-minded people love trucks.
Oh fuck yeah.
Because all it does is it raises your own level of personal independence.
Cheers, Joseph. You said you were
Cheers.
cracking one. We're
That's
out
right.
here.
Washed this truck earlier.
It's only 1:40 here, and we're fucking out here. It's beer time.
That's right. It's podcast day. We
Yeah.
start drinking early. I'm just glad we got away from starting drinking at noon. That used to be the thing. We switched over from beers at noon to bangs at noon.
Yeah, I still drank a little bit. I had a little. I started off.
You
know?
started off. That's right.
I
You
had
did.
a little BSB.
Oh yeah, we didn't do the shot. My
that's
bad.
all right.
I'm just so used from my time not drinking.
No, that's all.
You know.
So let's go. Part 2, we're talking about school's back in session, kind of, is what
Kind
we
of.
labeled it, right? So the way that we're going about this, not the way we're going about this, we're going to start with the Minneapolis Teachers Unions. So this is something that we were going to talk about last week when I was when I had my migraine, and so we'll move on here now. And I have, let's say, I have a Fox News article. Colin has something there.
Oh, this was about vac stuff.
Oh, yeah, this one, no, that's okay. This is about the Minneapolis School District. I'll send you this one here. This is just this Fox News article. Oh, let's do the fucking New York Post one instead. New York Post is better. I like Fox News, like, they don't lie about shit, but they just vamp shit up with so much fucking political background stuff,
Yeah.
you know, of like, and they said this, and they fucking, it's just very,
It's very incendiary.
I don't like it. Yeah.
Yeah. I like my news the way I like my. Nah, I don't have a good analogy on that
The
one.
facts is not bad.
Straight
but
and forward.
Teachers union give me migraines. You know what? And that will be part of this discussion because it started to really have issues with. We can even start there, right? That all these. This one is part of a collective bargaining agreement, and we've seen a bunch of different teachers strikes around the country, right? So
Oh
we've
yeah,
talked
there's King
about
County school districts going on strike.
we talked about unions before. I'm not opposed to unions. The political power of them makes me uncomfortable. Inherently, I'm not against unions. I am in favor of individuals deciding to collectively come together to bargain for whatever is in their rational self-interest. I'm here for that. I agree with that. The issue that I have with the teachers union, and I know Colin has been against public sector unions for a long time, not to put any words in your mouth, but the issue I have with this, I can't help but escape a feeling that teacher or children are the ones that are inherently losing here because they can't go to school. The children are not going to school.
Yep.
And that makes me uncomfortable.
Word.
That makes me very uncomfortable that I agree with your right to try and get what you want if enough of you are in favor of this, but you're also denying children the right to an education that supposedly you care so much about. Also, I'm fucking paying for you to do that, and you're still going to get paid for this time, I assume, right? You get paid the same regardless of whether or not you're teaching my kid. My kid's going to lose out on however much school time you're going to choose not to do. You're still going to get paid regardless. You're going to get pay increase if that's what you collectively bargain for.
Yep.
And my kid is going to lose out on time. And we're going to talk later about the learning loss that's going on, but now we're coming off of COVID, and now you're striking, denying the children more school time for the ability to be racist
When
in this instance.
it's about children. One thing before we dive into the depths of this insanity, I just want to know where the fuck were all of these teachers unions trying to collectively bargain while they were not going to school for the last 2 years.
Right.
The time to do it was then. Every time we get into this collective bargaining bullshit, it's right as school is supposed to be beginning again. And this is when everybody goes on strike. You work 180 days out of the year. Why are you not striking and doing all this bullshit during your time off when it's supposed to be about the children? When it's supposed to be you school's over, you walk away, it's all just rainbows and sunshines until it's ready to go back to school, and then all of a sudden I want more money, I need this, I need that, it's time to strike. We can't go to school right now. Where were you at 6 months ago? When you knew you were going back to school again, why were you not doing this then?
Political positioning.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah,
100%.
That now you have more. They have more leverage, right? They have more leverage because they have the ability to choose when school starts again.
Yep.
But again, that leans back to that point that we were just talking about. Of the children are the ones that inherently suffer here, and the same deal as COVID. Any parents who can't just leave work, right? They now have to not go to work so they can watch their kids when they're supposed to be in school.
Mm-hmm. The only plus side I can think of at this point from getting into teacher strikes is like the parents that have had to been dealing with this over the last couple of years they've got some kind of generalized path they can pursue. Like this isn't new to them. They know they've been getting fucked by the schools for a couple of years now. So at least they have a little bit of experience when it comes to this. So it's a bittersweet pill, but at least you've been getting fucked for 2 years. So you should have a little bit of experience at this point. So let's dive into this.
Yeah, this article in particular is about the Minneapolis school unions, and my ground news indicator says that only the right has covered this. This particular article has 11 sources, 100% on the right. So the left is completely refusing to acknowledge the fact that this story even exists. So we'll just start at the top here. Minneapolis Public Schools is defending its deal with the teachers union to lay off white educators ahead of their less senior minority colleagues, arguing that it is a necessary measure to remedy the effects of past discrimination. The school district released a statement to the Washington Times on Tuesday, which I also have, offering a full-throated defense of the groundbreaking deal with the Minneapolis Federation of Teachers, led by President Greta Callahan. And this is a quote: "To remedy the continuing effects of past discrimination, Minneapolis Public Schools and the Minneapolis Federation of Teachers mutually agreed to mutually agreed to contract language that aims to support the recruitment and retention of teachers from underrepresented groups as compared to the labor market and to the communities served by the school district," the district said in an email. It was previously reported that the terms of the labor contract, and look, there's a kid in the picture, teachers deserve more.
Yeah.
When will you learn? It was previously reported that terms of the labor contract were... Didn't Josh Keaton say last time he was here, he was like, teachers even make more than you think?
Word.
He got a job as a teacher this week.
Yeah.
Like
In a very
literally
good school
this
district,
week,
yeah.
he got one.
I saw his post. He's at first day of school
Yeah.
ever.
And I was like, that's awesome. I'm a huge fan of a public school teacher like Josh Keaton. I
Yep.
hope it was a great episode. If you guys haven't watched it, I absolutely recommend it. It was fantastic conversations. I know Deborah was there.
Yes.
Yes. It absolutely is racist, Deborah, and that is Deborah. It is.
We will get into that.
Yes. It was previously reported that the terms of the labor contract were to protect underrepresented populations and keep the district's predominantly white staff from becoming more homogenous. Under the agreement between the Minneapolis School District and the Teachers Union, minority instructors may be exempted from the district-wide layoff outside seniority order. According to Minnesota outlet Alpha News, the language of the contract reportedly states, starting with the spring 2023 budget tie-out cycle, if accessing, reducing a teacher who is a member of a population underrepresented among licensed teachers in the site, the district shall access the next least senior teacher who is not a member of an unrepresented population. The agreement, which was reached in the spring of 2022 in the wake of the 2-week teacher strike, has been labeled illegal and unconstitutional by some critics. James Dickey, senior trial counsel at the Upper Midwest Law Center, told Alpha News the contract openly discriminates against white teachers based only on the color of their skin and not on their seniority or merit. The Minnesota Star Tribune reported that 16% of the district's tenured teachers and 20% of its probationary teachers were people of color. Many GOP politicians and conservative activists strongly condemn the new teacher's contract as racist. Well, so we'll stop there because that's the crux of what's going on here.
Yeah.
So,
I like the picture. They're on strike. On strike for safe, stable schools. On strike for living wages. On strike for mental health supporters.
that's awesome. So it absolutely is racist.
100%.
It 100% is racist. There is no question about that at all.
But remember, as we have learned from the teachings of anti-racism, the only way to be anti-racist is to be actively racist. That's how that works. You have to be racist and strive to right all the historic wrongs that were done.
Right.
It's the only way to be actively anti-racist.
Yes. And I wrote here, racial discrimination seems to be actually growing or coming back, which is wild.
Yes.
It's wild, especially from the group that's claiming that it's been terrible the whole time. You're bringing it back. You're making it worse. You're actively making it worse. So
The same people that advocated for all the racism in throughout American history are now continuing to build off their racist background with more racism.
Yes.
It's very interesting.
Yes. And even operating from the premise that there is past inequality or injustice to make up for, which among the races there is a case for, right? But I don't know about among teachers in particular. Like, I've not heard among a rash of like racist teachers against other and again, I've not looked into it, so I could be wrong. I acknowledge that. Firing people today who aren't racist isn't going to correct anything that has to do with past inequalities. All it does is remove experienced teachers based on their race and not on their merit or their seniority or anything else.
Yep.
It seems to be, like Deborah said, their years of experience and potentially their merit is probably a better way, and not even just years of experience, because we all had fucking terrible teachers that have been there for 50 years, right?
Yeah.
It shouldn't just be your years of experience. It should be your merit. It should be the quality of, I don't know about what children say about you, but just if you're a fucking good teacher or not, you know? There has to be a way to evaluate teachers to find out objectively, quote unquote, as good as you can, if you're the principal or the superintendent, to find out if they're a fucking good teacher or not. Do your children generally like you?
Yeah.
Are they getting the information that they need to move on to the next grade level at a good level?
Well,
you
that's
know?
why we have standardized testing, right?
That's right. Just need more of that.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's very weird. And you can't even say weird because it's so par for the course for this group,
Yeah.
you know? And we talked about the teachers' unions and all the learning loss and stuff like that. This is the power of the unions has the teachers' unions is specifically, but also other unions as well, has grown to the point that they coerced the federal government and the people of the United States into not sending their children to school.
Yeah.
They coerced us harder than the federal government did itself. They were like, we're just not going to do it. We're not going to do it, and we're going to strike if you try and fucking send your kids back to school because you're killing us. Your children are killing us, even though there's no evidence for that. You're killing us.
Some would say that's rather fascist of them, I would imagine, right? It's like
Borderline
reverse
at the least.
fascism.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good.
Now, I miss the days when when the conversation about getting the hard part about retaining what teachers and trying to get new teachers in and vice versa. The problem was always the low people on the totem pole get out first because all the other ones get tenure and they're protected by the unions, and you got to go to the rubber room instead of getting fired and all this stuff. I miss when that was the conversation. Now it's all deemed around race, which is it's like you said before, it's a weird place to find ourselves in where it appears that racism is I mean, as the left would say, racism's on the rise. Unfortunately, they can't look in a mirror and identify that it's them that it's stemming from. But it is very, very strange to see that, giant powerful institutions now are blatantly putting out actively racist policies within government-funded institutions like schools.
Yes.
Like, this is insanity.
Yes.
How is this? And we're going to talk later
Government
about
and
like the
taxpayer
white-only clubs and stuff like that at the school. But this is, and it all seems to start at the schools, which I think in your conversation with Josh Keaton too. I mean, I don't think you have to go that far to realize where the true origin came from and why it was schools where it started, but the fact that it's worked out of the universities and higher education down into the base level educational institutions
Elementary
is
schools.
disgusting and terrifying. What does this do for the future? What does it do for the future? It just sets up future generations that are going to go through the educational system in that institution just to be more and more racist on top of this. This is not a good place to be going, man. This is a very, very bad time, especially to be going down this path.
It's also inherently the people that you're talking about that will be affected are inherently the least well off and the least educated, with the least options, right? Because anybody who can, Joseph's talking about, he said, I'm homeschooling. Anybody who can is fucking taking their kids out of public school because it's a shit show, right? Anybody who has their eyes opened enough to what is going on, they're taking their fucking kids out of public school. The only people who are leaving their kids there either are down for what's going on, don't realize what's going on, or can't, right? Mm-hmm. That's the most troubling part is you're taking the people in those three categories who are going to be the easiest to indoctrinate into your ideology, and those are the ones that are going to be pushed through these schools all the way to the end, because now they're being shown, even if you take out all these loans for college, we're going to fucking pay it off in the end anyway. Yep. So once you're done with our indoctrination of public school, going to get yourself into university, keep that cracking. We'll take care of that in a couple of years anyway. Yep. Just don't worry about it.
Yeah. And that it bothers me because I remember back in my heyday, like you go get yourself some weird off-the-wall liberal arts degree and, the colloquial underwater basket weaving, which it turns out the argument was you go there, you take all this college debt out, you're going to get a degree that's not going to get you paid, right?
Right.
Well, unfortunately, that narrative is proven false because it wasn't underwater basket weaving. It was like humanities studies. It was the gender studies and equality studies and racial studies and all these things that go along with the generalized colloquial CRT programming that stems from, Marxist ideology. And what they did was there was no market for them out there, so they created one. And now they are some of the most highest paid people in the world, which then incentivize more people to get into those degree programs, to go out and take those, public relations jobs and HR jobs and things like that, or equity, equity it's the DIE acronym. It's diversity, equity, and inclusion. Those career paths now exist because of of those original degree programs that were created, and now there's a financial incentive to do that. And so not only now is it ideological, but it's also financial, which leads you now to teachers' unions supporting that same ideology and striking for those same ideological principles. That's how we end up like we are in Minnesota now.
Yeah.
I didn't think I could tie that one together, but I did. Right,
No,
right at the end.
Nope, I'm here for it. I don't have anything to say. It's concise.
Now, Garrett, you mentioned your homeschooling. Are you looking to homeschool in the future? Joseph
Garrett.
Joseph Garrett.
Joseph Garrett.
It's it's really funny.
Military.
Yeah, it is. Because I had a buddy whose name was Joe Garrett in the Coast Guard.
Oh, okay.
We just always called him Garrett.
Word.
But you're talking about homeschooling. You are homeschooling, or is it that you plan to? You're currently doing it.
Have you been doing it?
Yeah. What does it actually look like to you,
Yeah.
or is this something that you're planning on doing in the future? I'm really curious because the stories of people that are doing this today, that are seeing the writing on the wall, that's seeing everything that's going on, and then taking action and doing it, they are proof positive cases that it's possible. And the message of those people needs to be spread every day because more and more people just insist that. A lot of people don't think of it as an option because they just are so used to their own paradigm right now where I can't do that. I can't do that. I'm too busy. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. How is it that you're making it work? And we need more people to tell those stories and broadcast those stories to inspire other people and let them know that there is a path to go down, that you do not have to participate in this corrupt, insane system. There is a way to do it.
Well, and you have to. Part of it is you have to be in the right position, right? Because Deborah makes a very good point. They can't because they're working crazy jobs to pay for groceries, rent, mortgage, utilities. If you're making ends, if you're just trying to make ends meet, even if you're a single or you're in a couple or whatever, right? If you're just trying to get those things done, you can't afford. If both of you have to work, or if you're a single parent and you have to work, you don't have the option to homeschool your kid. You can't. You have to work the whole time. So it's complicated, man.
It is. I can only imagine. My wife already sent a letter of intent before school started this year. Boom! So this is happening.
I like it.
This is happening. I'm real jazzed about this. Joseph. There we go. See? Nailed it.
Joseph.
It's amazing. You spend 10 years in the military. Which habits are hard to kick?
Yeah. Yeah, so we'll see what happens with the Minneapolis school district. It's not good. Like I said, it seems like there's going to be some legal challenges here because it seems like it's blatantly unconstitutional.
Period.
It seems like it obviously violates people's civil rights.
Yeah.
Real fucking weird. So
yeah, and as we've seen, policies like this have been allowed to be implemented and run a certain period of time before the legal challenges have been financially liquid enough to attack them or something like that. There's no public defense fund for blatantly unconstitutional things like this.
I don't mind being called Garrett. There you go.
Boom. Garrett's a solid name, bro. That's all I'm saying.
So fuck you.
I just had I don't know if I told you the random story before we get into the next school one. Like I got a text message from my buddy Garrett the other day, like a couple weeks ago, and he was texting me about something that obviously was not intended for me, but it was for a different Colin that he knows at work, and that just led me to be like, give him a call, and it was like, wait a minute, who? Oh, Offie? Is this? Oh my God! I was like, yeah, bro. I just want to let you know you sent it to the wrong call, and you should probably get a hold of this guy because it's
obviously
work
serious.
related now. It's all. He's a big time officer now, which is awesome.
Oh,
he's
okay.
real good shit.
Oh, he's still in. Okay.
Oh yeah, but that was just great, man. It was so funny how that worked out, and just was able to reconnect like that. Working on trying to get a little fucking Coast Guard reunion. Fucking Zoomy type chat.
There you go.
Pretty soon with a bunch of the old guys. But yeah, I miss those days a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, so move on to our next story here.
Yeah.
We have DC vax mandate now delayed, right? And this is because, let's see. This I have from WTOP News, and there's even a little banner at the top that says this article is about 2 months old because this is from July, and this is when the DC School District announced that students ages 12 and older will be required to get the COVID-19 vaccine to attend DC schools in the fall. And then, I mean, this Fox News article says hours later, but it doesn't detail exactly the timeline later, so I don't know how much longer after they retracted that policy because of the public backlash that came from it. Because, let's see, it says, Democrat Mayor Muriel Bowser's administration previously had a no shots, no school policy in place for upcoming 2022-2023 school year at all schools within the district, meaning the students who are above the age of 12 would need to get the COVID-19 vaccine. Today, the district shared with local school teachers updated guidance regarding the enforcement timeline of the immunization attendance policy for routine pediatric immunizations of the COVID-19 vaccine during the 2022-23 school year. The office announced to reduce the number of students who could be excluded from school at any one time and to align schools and LEAs to one unified notification and exclusion timeline. The district is implementing staggered enforcement based on grade band. So it's not even that they're just waiting, they're just going to do it depending on the grade.
Yeah.
And I looked into how many children have been vaccinated, and this thing I have here is from the American Academy of Pediatrics, and the numbers as of August 24th, so a week ago, had it that 7% of kids 6 months to 4 years have been vaccinated, and 37% of 5 to 11-year-olds have had one shot, and 30% have had two. And then kids 12 to 17, 70% have had one shot, and 60% have had two shots.
Interesting. So even
the only way that it kind of makes sense is to do it in high schools. That's the only way that it even a little bit makes sense based on the numbers that are active.
Yeah,
because
that's where all
you
the
wouldn't
numbers
be
are.
coercing people into getting their kids vaccinated. It's been available for months now. If people who had children from the ages of 6 months to 4 years old wanted to get them vaccinated, they would be fucking doing it.
Yeah.
If people who had kids the ages of 5 to 11 wanted to get them vaccinated, they would be fucking doing it. Because it's been over a year that shit's been available.
Yeah.
If they wanted to do it, they would be fucking doing it.
But they're not.
This is coercion.
Yes.
This is coercion into a vaccine that we don't have enough evidence on, right? Fucking take all this shit down, do whatever you want. YouTube, Spotify, put little fucking flags over it if you want, right? We just learned from Alex Berenson that, to which I verified multiple different articles, the original testing group, the control group for the original vaccines, has been fucking destroyed.
Yes.
They told those people who hadn't been vaccinated, and then people went and got fucking vaccinated.
Yep.
We don't even know what the long-term effects are going to be. We don't have any fucking control group to find out what the long-term effects are going to be. But definitely shove it in your kid so you can go to fucking public school, so maybe they'll get raped there. And then not get a good education. And then maybe they'll get to go to school if we're getting enough money and we think that our surroundings are fucking good enough for us. Fuck you. Absolutely fuck you. With my tax dollars and the federal dollars, which are also my fucking tax dollars, right? Fuck you. Get the fuck out of here. It's insane. It is coercion on the highest level. That's the only word for it. It's coercion on a union that has so much political control. They just shut the fucking schools down for 2 years.
Yeah.
When they never needed to be, right? With no evidence, no proof that children were the ones that were spreading it, nothing at all, right? In fact, as time went on, proof to the counter, still fucking kept schools closed, still deprived your children of an education, to now we're showing that they're a year, 2 years fucking behind. Oh, wait, the same equivalent of the time they spent at home not getting fucking educated by you.
Imagine that.
Isn't that weird?
Isn't that fucking funny?
But you need more money, right? Of course you do, because you did such a good job. Oh, we had no choice in these circumstances. You chose not to be in school. You chose to keep people out of school. You chose to make the children stay home. I don't want to hear about the conditions that you were under. The information you were being provided was to the counter. People were removed from the internet for saying the exact same things that are being said now. Yep. We're literally hearing on Start Here and all this shit. They're like, oh, it's like a flu now. You know, you're probably just going to get a COVID booster every year. If you said that 18 months ago, you literally would have been removed from the internet.
Yep.
We had shit taken down because we said that same stuff. Because we said other people said that same stuff. Because we were tripping so hard at first, not even on the virus itself, but on the fact that we didn't know that we're calling out chiropractors that I'm going to see right now. We've eaten crow. We have segments of eating crow because we said, you don't know. Not even that you're wrong, but that you don't know. We didn't even say it ourselves. We said other people are saying this. We still had shit taken down.
That's right.
Now, if you work for ABC, you work for fucking Axios, you work for anybody you want, it doesn't matter. Just say the same shit that we pulled everybody off the internet for last year. Doesn't matter. It's fine now because we have deemed it to be so.
We've updated community guidelines, all right? You can say these things
so this one won't get taken off of YouTube. Thank God for that, right?
You could say now that masks don't do shit.
Yeah.
And they never did. Which was funny because that's also what Fauci said in the beginning, which is kind of laughable.
We even said that. We even honestly covered it. We even said the weird thing is that I swear to God, we were doing it at the live show in the wine bar. We're sitting there and we're like, it was a really weird thing where they even
because they just closed it down.
Like they admitted for a moment that we just don't want you to buy them because we need them in the hospitals. And then like the next day they're like, no, they just don't work. Just don't do it. What do you mean? What do you mean? What are you saying? That was memory holding.
Yes.
That shit that I turned around, that was memory holding. That shit was memory holding. Forget about what I said yesterday. My name is fucking Jerome. What's his name? The guy who was the
the
Surgeon General. What the fuck was his name? Yes.
Oh yeah, I don't remember his name.
He had a lisp. It was a whole deal. It was a whole deal. Fuck you, dude. It's insane. It's crazy, and I'm glad that you guys are here.
That was the greatest rant ever. Thank you. God, that's a clip.
Got me hot, man. I got 2 kids now. Joseph has kids. I'm pretty sure Deborah has kids. I know Zeke has kids.
Yeah, man.
It's insane to think that someone could use my child as an object against me.
Yeah.
Is so fucking foreign to me. I will beat the shit out of you. Get out of my fucking face. You want to try and use my child as a weapon? Get out of here. That's my seed. You want to use him as a weapon? That's my seed.
That's my genes, bro.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
That is at least half of me, okay? For God's sake.
I'm beyond it, man.
That's right.
I'm so anxious, nervous about this stuff. I don't have a better word for it right now. That I'm scared about preschools because our area is so wild that I don't know what the fuck a preschool is going to say to him. And they're sponges at that age. If you say something around them, they repeat it, they retain it and repeat it. I don't need Dax, who you know how quickly he picks things up and just says things. I don't need him coming home. It's saying any of that type of no. I don't need any of that type.
No, dude. I can imagine your face if that was to be the case and something came home. And Dax came home and said something. You're like, all right, I don't know what we need to do, but tomorrow you're not going to school anymore, little man, because we need to have a week. We need a week's worth of deprogramming now for the one day you spend at school now. This is great.
He's walking into this to school and already know liberty, sovereignty.
That's
he
right.
knows these words already. These are active words in our household. You ask him, this is the most beautiful thing. Bureaucrat.
Yes.
If you ask him now, because Jordan is such an excellent mother, because my wife is so amazing. If you ask Dax, what are our 2 big rules? He says, don't hurt people and don't take their stuff. I swear to God. I swear to God.
I would have started crying.
We went to the Caves' house on Thursday. He was beating the shit out of little Kevin. He got in timeout like 4 times when we came home.
That's been a thing since he was
not good.
Since he couldn't walk.
And that was Kevin's first day of school, and they were both really tired, and he was getting after him. So I'm putting him in his pajamas, and Jordan walks by, and we're talking about, you have to be nice to Kevin, all this type of stuff. And Jordan says, you should ask him what the 2 big rules are. And I said, Dax, what are our 2 big rules? And he says, don't hurt people and don't take their stuff. So, and what were we doing at Kevin's house? So do you think it hurts Kevin when you hit him? Like, yeah. So we're breaking our big rule, aren't we? Kid's 3.5 years old.
Dude.
I don't expect another kid in preschool to be operating on that same premise. Even if he doesn't actively run with that all the time, that's the baseline, because if you ask him about it, that's his response. Don't hurt people, don't take their stuff. I'm not supposed to do that stuff. Those are the 2 big rules. He recognizes, I fucked up. I broke that rule because I know that's the rule. Yeah, I don't expect another preschooler to be operating on that same premise.
Yeah, that's so wild. This the first time I've really put this together like this, because don't hurt people and don't take their stuff. That was the name of the book you did in the book show, and I only probably because I don't have kids, so I don't conceptualize those things as like something that you might teach a toddler. But when you say that as the 2 big rules, that's like, duh. Don't hurt people and don't take their stuff is about the the first thing I think a kid should fucking learn. That is good on you as a parent, and that's fucking based Matt Kibbe right there. That is legit, man. I didn't even think about that because I it's a book. It's a book
Yes.
built for adults, so I don't assume that those same lessons would be taught to a small child. But there it is, right there. When you are growing up in kindergarten and in preschool, and of course, the two big rules: don't hurt people and don't take their stuff. Share and don't punch people in the fucking face, because that's what toddlers do.
And it's
that's huge.
It's the basest form of principles of liberty that he's going to be taught in different words throughout the rest of his life. Throughout the rest of the time that he's growing up, I'm going to continue to tell him, you can't take other people's property. People have property rights. You can't take people's take people's stuff. That's not okay. They own those items. You don't get to deprive somebody else of their property. People have bodily autonomy. You do not get to do harm to another person. You do not have the right to lay your hands on another person who has not done violence to you first. These are things he's going to be continued to taught throughout the rest of education.
It's like the base level, man. That's legit. I can't believe I'm just now making that connection too, because it's so perfect. The main two right there. Matt Kibbe fucking throwing it right on the cover.
Yes.
Don't hurt people. Don't take their stuff. You could teach it to a toddler. You could teach it to an adult.
I finished that book when he was in the bath, and he asked, and I said, I just finished this book. And he said, what's your book called? And I said, Don't Hurt People and Don't Take Their Stuff. And he repeated those words to me. Jordan heard it from the living room, and that's when she implemented that, because she knew that he could say it.
That's so perfect.
Yes.
Yeah, you guys got good stuff
She's
going
good.
on, bro.
She's very good.
You both are good. Jesus.
She's very good.
Oh, that is powerful stuff. So
Oh,
yeah,
and
vax mandate. Don't
Yeah.
do it. It's
No,
bad news.
And I have the NPR. I have the NPR article here that says long-term studies of COVID-19 vaccines hurt by placebo recipients getting immunized.
Oh,
It's washed.
yeah. It's done.
It's washed.
They can't even do the science
No.
the right way. They fucked up the science, bro. The science is now
They said it wasn't right.
no.
It just wasn't right.
That's what happened when you don't have a control group. You don't have an experiment anymore.
No.
Period. You learn that in whatever the first grade level you do a fucking science project. You learn about control groups. You need a normal thing that's just going to sit here, and the thing that's going to do something different.
Yeah.
You need a control group to have any legitimacy in any form of science experiment. Period.
And we'll talk about
this is the scientific establishment. This is the best, the experts, if you will, flawed from the ground up.
right. Excuse me. And we'll talk about later in the grab bag. Or now they have the Omicron boosters that are coming out that haven't even been tested on human beings.
Yeah.
They've only been tested on mice. And like, oh well, the base of it is pretty good. So
Yeah, fuck it.
we're just gonna go forward with it because what's the worst that could happen?
Exactly.
You know?
I wonder how long the
Which
mice's
is-
telomeres are.
Such a good way to be deciding on what you should inject into another fucking human being.
On a
Just-
mass scale as well, by the way.
It's just another human being. It's just another human
not a
being
big
who
deal.
has the exact same rights and liberties to freedom as you do. It's just literally the exact same thing that you are. To do this type of shit, you have to think of people on some type of incremental scale. You can't look at people and regular people and think that they're the same as you, because you're it'll be fine.
What's
You know,
the
we-
first level?
Don't worry about it.
To being able to do something as terrible as genocide, dehumanization. You quit looking at people as if they're humans,
Well, they're just mice,
and
you know.
they're just mice
like
now.
mice.
They might as well be the same thing. So fuck them. Let's inject them all.
That's all.
And this is happening not to a specific group of people. This is happening to everyone. If that ain't dark, I don't know what is. These people do not have your best interests at heart. Every institution hates you and wants you to die, and this is a perfect example of that. Period. Learning loss.
Yes.
So imagine if you will, you pull a child out of school for 2 years, and then when they go back to school, which some are, some aren't, they have an anticipated loss of learning that is generally equal to the time that they were not in school.
So
and this
weird.
is so surprising for the establishment. I mean, we had Zoom school. Where people could just log in for a couple hours a day and get their lessons and get their homework, and then they should be fine, right? It's like nothing really changed. There's no difference between doing it at home and doing it and being forced to go to an establishment where you are put in front of an instructor to learn things.
No.
Oh, by the way, and because equity and internet and all this stuff, if you don't have that, if you don't have a camera or something like that, you could just log into the Zoom chat and with no verification that you are in attendance, and then you can we're just going to assume that you were there to absorb everything that's happening. Dehumanization. Yes, Deborah, it's a 100% dehumanization. 100% dehumanization. And who pays for it most of all? The kids. And at this point, we're delaying the fact that this is happening. We're only going to concentrate on a certain amount of people. A certain amount of those kids are still not going to be able to go back to school in certain areas, and which is just the poorest and most oppressed kids, if you will, by the system.
Yeah, the
so
most
the
at
system
risk.
is going to continue to oppress the people that were already previously oppressed. And this is going to contribute even further down the learning loss thing. If you don't go to school, school's flawed in some fashion. I mean, we tear it up all the time and all this stuff, but there's a certain base level that you're going to get whether you're sitting in a classroom just absorbing it in the background. It's like background radiation. You're going to get it in some capacity just by simply being there doing the thing, right? You're going to be forced to do certain things, participate in class at some level. You're going to have some percentage of some of the knowledge is going to soak in, period, regardless. Just
Osmosis.
by you being there. Yeah, the osmosis is going to take place.
Yeah.
Good movie, Osmosis Jones, by the way. I forget the point where I was going. But the learning loss is going to continue. It's going to continue the longer you keep kids out of school. There's no other. I mean, we have the data now, which the establishment is incredibly surprised to hear about, and anybody with two common sense that can rub them together is not surprised at all by this, because it just makes sense. If you don't go to school, you don't learn about this shit.
Right.
Because kids generally, there's this wonderful idea that kids love to learn, right? Kids love to learn. But there's a lot of caveats to whether or not kids love to learn, because they have to choose to engage in that learning or not. I think plenty of studies will bear that out. It's not that difficult. But when a child chooses to disengage wholly from school because you're giving them every opportunity to not engage in school, they are not going to learn things. You set those kids back 2 years, they go into the next grade now, and they're expected to operate off of base knowledge, which they do not have. There's going to be a greater level of disengagement at that point. So those kids are going to continue. They're not going to just get right back into it, catch up, and then be able to carry forward. Some will, but the majority of them won't be able to do that, because if I didn't learn base algebra, I can't take algebra 2.
Right.
If my reading comprehension is at fucking Clifford the Big Red Dog, and now I'm expected to read The Giver, I'm not going to be able to comprehend that. I can't just jump back in. And without some form of change in the curriculum or some alteration to the approach at how to adjust the entire curriculum to make up for that 2 years lost,
right,
everybody's going to be exponentially worse off in the end.
And to underline that in that article that you have, I have that one here too, the 6 things we learned about how the pandemic disrupted learning. Mm-hmm. In one of those numbers there, it talks about how the expectation was pretty clear to children that to just show up, like especially in high school and junior high, that the expectation was really just show up and it will be fine. So when you change from 2 years of just show up to now they're going to have to go back to school, and not only do we expect you to have the knowledge that you didn't learn over this time and you weren't expected to gain, now we expect you to be operating at just like you were before all this pandemic shit happened. That's unrealistic. Mm-hmm. You can't lower the expectation for children down to a 1 and then ramp it back up to a 7 or whatever, and expect. I would think there would be you're going to see kids be deterred by that if they don't feel like they can even learn it, and because I'm irritated that why would I do this? We didn't want this from me last year.
Yeah,
So
it was number 4, high school graduation rates didn't change much.
There you go.
One more study from Brookings looks at the impact all this epidemic-driven turmoil had on high school graduation and college entry levels. It turns out for 2019 to 2020 school year, when graduation ceremonies were canceled and students ended the year at home, high school graduation, high school. Oh yeah, Shelby. Yep. High school graduation rates actually increased slightly, which is interesting. Quote, the message clearly was just show up, says Doug Harris, the study-led lead researcher and director of the National Center for Research on Education Access. That's a fucking department right there. The National Center of Research on Education Access and Choice at Tulane University. How the fuck does that department get funded?
Very highly specified. It's very important. You
Good
wouldn't understand because you're not in the department.
Yeah, that title, the title that I carry is so long that tells you exactly how important I am.
You wouldn't
my
understand.
title is like 12 words, bitch. Get over this.
You wouldn't even understand. No. So exactly. So if you're changing the expectation from children, because I wouldn't. Whatever, it's conjecture. I don't think it was just high school kids. I think that the carelessness, because teachers didn't want to even be in school, so they probably weren't working very hard, and it's not working. So why would they work as hard as they can if it's not working in the first place? And that's not to say that it's a good reason to do that, but that's how people who don't want to be there to begin with are going to operate off of a baseline like that.
Yeah.
So I expect that junior high kids probably were taught the same thing, you know, or were under the same impression. If you just show up, you know, we're not going to hold you back because you're at home anyway, and it is what it is. There's not a lot that we can do about it. So again, if you change the expectation level from a 1 to a 7, a lot of kids are going to be deterred. They're going to be really irritated that that's the way that it's happening, and they don't have the knowledge that is expected of them that wasn't expected for them to get on the way there. This is not a good mix. And the article I just sent you is from PubMed, and this is from April of 2021, right? April of 2021.
Whoa.
Yeah. Isn't it fucking weird? From PubMed, April of 2021. Learning loss due to school closures during the COVID-19 pandemic.
.gov.
Isn't that weird? .ncbi.nlm.nih.gov.
Oh.
Isn't it weird?
The Fouch dog's got his fingerprints on
How
it.
could we possibly know? There is. I'm not saying that there is an opportunity to catch up. My point only with junior high is that those kids, the expectation levels were dropped, and now they're going to be brought back up when they go back to in-person learning. That's my only point.
It's going to be that much harder for them to catch up, too.
Yes, I absolutely believe in the versatility of youth, and I believe in their ability to overcome adversity. It's not that. It's that I don't. It's unfair. It's unfair of them to put them in a position like that, especially for we're talking about the mental health status of children because of this time. They're already in compromised mental health position. Now we're going to make them question themselves even more because they don't have the knowledge that we're expecting, and we're going to make them work harder than we have expected them to over the last 2 years.
I will say the kids that'll rise above all this and come out on, they're going to be fucking epic.
Ballers.
Those are the next. You should pay attention to those people. The people that are going to really thrive in the future after being essentially held back for the equivalent of like 2 years. They're going to be the next Jeff Bezos, man, the next Musks. I mean, these kids are gonna be the fucking ones to watch out for.
Yeah.
Because they're gonna rise above the adversity when not everybody will. And those are the kids that are gonna go up and make some big fucking changes in and around. Anyways, go ahead. Yeah,
so this article, or this is a study from PubMed.gov. We're just going to read the abstract because I'm not going to get into the fucking study itself. That's above me. Suspension of face-to-face instruction in schools during COVID-19 pandemic has led to concerns about consequences for students' learning. So far, data to study this question has been limited. Here we evaluate the effect of school closures on primary school performance using exceptionally rich data from the Netherlands. We use the fact that the national examinations took place before and after lockdown and compare progress during this period to the same period in the 3 previous years. The Netherlands underwent only a relatively short lockdown, 8 weeks, and features an equitable system of school funding and the world's highest rate of broadband access. No shit. Still, our results reveal a learning loss of about 3 percentile points or 0.08 standard deviations. The effect is equivalent to 1/5 of a school year, the same period that schools remained closed. Losses are up to 60% larger among students from less educated homes, confirming worries about the uneven toll of the pandemic on children and families. Investigating mechanisms, we find that most of the effect reflects on the cumulative impact of knowledge learned rather than transitory influences on the day of testing. Results remain robust when balancing on the estimated propensity of treatment and using max maximum entropy weights or with fixed effects specifications that compare students within the same school and family. The findings imply that students made little or no progress while learning from home and suggest losses even larger in countries with weaker infrastructure or longer school closures, like the United States.
Yeah.
Because we were ranked fucking 30th or some shit like that. It's
We're
not
already
good.
real bad.
It's not good. And we were closed for a long goddamn time.
Yeah.
Some places were, right?
Yep. A lot of schools for legit 2 years.
It's not good, right? This study of the Netherlands in April of 2021. April of 2021, right? That's over a year ago. Was saying that the loss was equivalent to the time they were not in school. So, however long your kid wasn't in school, that's how much shit they didn't learn. Not yours in particular, maybe you, whatever. In general, that's how much shit they didn't learn. This was here in April of last year. This isn't a surprise. And now these articles like the one from NPR come out, like, oh, it's so crazy. We had no idea this was happening. How could we have possibly known that this would happen?
Yep.
How could we have known?
Because you silenced every single voice that said this was going to be a problem. That said this was a problem. You said, no, that's just... You found some nonsensical rationality to say that you can't listen to those people because we're doing the best we can. We're doing this thing. We're just having class on Zoom. There's no difference anymore, man. I don't understand what your problem is.
It's for the teachers, man.
You know, it definitely was for the fucking teachers, by the way. None of this was done for the kids, obviously, because anybody could have said this was a bad idea right from the jump. Anybody could have seen that. There was zero data to this point. There is no data to support any of the decisions that were made along this lines.
Not
Period.
even on a health basis.
None at all. I'm fairly sure that the childhood deaths,
Less than 100, I'm pretty sure.
It was definitely less than 100, but
I mean, even right now.
yes. But during this time, the data, if I could recall at this point, were like any childhood deaths that were recorded due to COVID that excluded kids with multiple comorbidities.
Severe ones, too.
Severe ones were in the single digits, if not double, which just there was zero reason to be doing this except for the teachers, and surprise, the teachers' unions were the ones that pushed it the hardest. What was her name? Susan Wojcicki?
Wojcinski or something like that. Yeah, I got
she was the head of the largest teachers' union,
the
whatever.
American Federation of Teachers.
Yeah. She is single-handedly responsible for all of this.
Yes. 100%.
100%. All the blame lies with her. It's terrible. It is terrible. It's tragic. The future for these kids is going to be rough. We'll put it that way. I feel bad. I feel bad that there's going to be an entire generation of kids now that are going to have their learning stunted. And in America, good luck on catching up, man. It's going to be, parents are going to have to do a lot. The kids themselves are going to have to do a lot. It's going to have to be a lot of self-motivation out there to get these people all caught back up.
100%. Yeah. No, it's like I said, I believe in the ability of youth to overcome adversity. Mm-hmm. So they can do it. It's going to take a lot of outside support from parents. I don't think the proper support exists within schools. You know, we talked when Josh Keaton was here about the way that I got fucked over by my guidance counselor. I think that type of stuff happens all the time. I don't think that's a unique story. You know, I don't take that as like, woe was me type of deal.
Yeah. Fucking Aaron Rodgers, man, when he was in school, when he was in college,
right?
You know, he had that teacher just had it out for him and essentially tried to hamper his education while he was trying to play football because she just did not fucking like him for whatever reason. And that is not an isolated incident. It happens at every educational facility. It happened to me, happened to you, obviously, in a very extreme manner. But I mean, it happens to kids all the time. For whatever reason, certain adults at these learning institutions, quote unquote learning institutions, indoctrination centers might be the better phrase for them, but it happens to kids all the time. And there's nothing they can do about it because the fucking adults that are in charge choose to do this to these poor kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very tragic situation.
So the last two that we have are no whites in the college club and then student debt. So let's talk about no whites in the college club. That's very quick, right? So This has to do with the college club in Berkeley. Again, New York Post. I have this article here, and
Who would have thought from Berkeley?
I know it's super weird. And so it took me a minute to find out. It doesn't appear that this particular group, actually has anything to do with the college, other than the fact that it's the idea was hosted by a group that's based in the college. But I looked up the group itself. They are called the Berkeley Student Cooperative, and they have existed since 1933. And you should pull up their website because it's pretty awesome. And so those are the people who made this, and they're the people who are running this housing development. And so what we're talking about is an off-campus housing. That's it. Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. The best thing is that green square that says our co-ops. Let's scroll down to that thing underneath it and let me read that, because that was a thing that I was like, oh, I know exactly who I'm dealing with here. Berkeley sits on the territory of Yuxacan, the ancestral and unceded land of the Chochenyo-speaking Ohlone people, the successors of the sovereign Verona band of the Alameda County. This land was and continues to be of great importance to the Muwekma Ohlone tribe and other familial descendants of the Verona band. The Muwekma Ohlone people are alive and flourishing members of the Berkeley and broader Bay Area communities today. As residents and settlers of the East Bay, it is our responsibility to recognize our relationship with this land as we benefit from its usage, occupation, and exploitation. The Muwekma Ohlone people have been here for thousands of years, and they are being removed by white colonizers and Western institutions and displaced by settlers like us. We commit to upending the roots of settler colonial patriarchy, white supremacy, and capitalism. We commit to solidarity with indigenous peoples' rights for decolonization, for sovereignty, for land and water justice.
Whoa,
It is
dude.
awesome.
That's deep.
It's awesome. Yeah. So
The
that's
Berkeley Student Cooperative.
those are the people that came up with this idea.
Wonder
Right?
How many of these like youths did it take to sit around this antique table to come up with this thing?
They got 17 houses and 3 apartment complexes.
Bro.
This is a burgeoning community.
I have to see. Access denied.
Yeah, bitch. You ain't allowed to be in here. You ain't part of the collective, son.
Sons of bitches.
You ain't part of the collective. Don't even act like you think you can be.
I thought we were all about inclusivity, man. What the fuck? Over?
That's what this story is about.
I guess I have to become a member.
Yeah, this is the New York Post story. Off-campus UC Berkeley student housing bans white people from common areas. Okay,
Oh,
so
I'm definitely not allowed.
no. An off-campus housing co-op for University of California, Berkeley students bans white people from entering common spaces to, quote, avoid white violence, sparking criticism that the policy inflames racial tensions. The 5-story, 30-room person of color themed house near the school requires students to declare their race when signing in and to announce when they're bringing white guests in the building, according to house rules leaked on Reddit.com. Many POC moved here, people of color, moved here to be able to avoid white violence and presence, so respect their decision of avoidance if you bring white guests. The rules declare white guests are not allowed in common spaces.
So you could live in the room, but you're not allowed to be in a common space, much less bring your white guests to a common space.
This is a person of color house, so you have to be a person of color to live here.
No white friends.
Not in the common area. If you want to bring them into your room, that's fine, I think, but not in the common area. Guest limit per house member is 5 guests. All guests must wear masks in common spaces. Guest chat, always announce guests in the guest chat if they will be in common spaces with you and if they are white. Guests in common spaces. Guests are allowed in common spaces, but please be mindful if there are house members in the room beforehand. White guests are not allowed in common spaces. See intro. Guests with members do not leave guests alone in the common spaces to avoid house members assuming it's a stranger and alerting the house chat. Parents/family members. Avoid bringing parents/family members that express bigotry. Queer, black, and indigenous members should not have to avoid common spaces because of homophobic or racist parents/family members. Noise level. Be conscious of the amount of noise you and your guests are making in common spaces or in your room. Our house walls are very thin and we have quiet hours from 10 p.m. to 9 a.m. weekdays and from 1 a.m. to 10 a.m. on weekends.
I was curious how they were going to work some woke language into noise level. I'm glad that one at least is just kind of standard ops, you know.
Yeah. The building, which houses up to 56 students a few blocks from the university, also urges students to avoid bringing family members that express bigotry, according to the college fix. Queer, black, and indigenous members, we just read that. The building was set up by the Berkeley Student Cooperative to bring affordable housing to low-income, first-generation immigrant and marginalized students of color in the Bay Area. But some of the rules spark outrage, obviously, with students saying they're too aggressive and defy the spirit of inclusion. On the Reddit, there was one person that said, I was not allowed to let my dad into the house because he was white. And that's on Reddit, so we don't know, obviously, whether or not that's real. Assuming that it is, that's pretty fucked up. So he was then there. Our other Reddit posts about people who were like mixed race that felt like they were made very uncomfortable there because they weren't, colored enough or whatever the fuck the deal is.
Sean King would not be allowed in that
No,
house.
no. Maybe because his name is Sean King, but not if they didn't know who he was. Another former member wrote a Medium article saying the house had earned a reputation for its aggressive call-out culture and lack of intersectionality. How is it lack of intersectionality? How's that possible in a POC house? It is in fact racist as fuck, Joseph. It is in fact racist as fuck.
That's rough, man.
Yes.
Like, I didn't know what to expect getting into this thing.
It's not good.
Wow.
It's not good. It's super racist. And so the campus is not involved with this, right? This is a separate thing, other than the fact that all the people who run this, I think, go to Berkeley.
Yeah.
But the house is privately owned and they rent it out from a landlord, and that's what this. To be clear, it's not a campus operated. The property is operated by a private landlord, and it is not the role of the campus to comment on what private landlords are allowed to do. So this is where I'm at with it, right? Wow. It is racist as fuck.
They're a 501c3 nonprofit.
No shit.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't do that. Oh, no.
Bro.
You can't do that.
Our mission is to provide a quality, low-cost, cooperative housing community to university students, thereby providing an educational opportunity for students who might not otherwise be able to afford a university education. The Berkeley Student Cooperative is a 501c3 nonprofit housing cooperative. So they are a 501c3 tax-exempt from the government who is being actively racially discriminatory.
Well, that blows my shit out of the water because this thing I wrote, there's private groups and individuals should be allowed to do what they want. This is definitely racist, and I'm not sure how many reasonable people want to be involved. But if you're accessing federal, like if you're getting a federal tax exemption, then you can't be racist.
No.
You're not allowed to be racist because you're getting a tax exemption. You
Yeah.
can be a private group and do whatever you want. It's fucked up. It's totally fucked up. I don't think it's cool that you want to be racist. If you want to do that, that's fine, right?
Bro.
I acknowledge your right to do that. But if you're going to be getting federal tax exemptions, you're not allowed to be racist.
That's rule number one, right?
That's going to cause some problems.
Wow.
That is going to cause them some problems.
This is why everybody needs to go right now to the Patreon, subscribe, and that way we can get some dollars enough so that we could sue these motherfuckers out of existence, because that's not okay.
I didn't go past their homepage.
That's not okay.
I read those parts and I was like, oh, I know exactly who we're dealing with here. It's like, this makes sense. I
had to go to the mission and see what their mission was.
I went to the food thing.
Wow.
I clicked on the food thing. They they have like a co-op and stuff.
Oh, how the co-op? I like the co-op food system.
So,
of course, there's
a food kitchen.
Just what? I hope this thing isn't too small. But I mean, of course, multicolored hair with
awesome. A tiger on her head.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
Otherkin, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well. Yeah, like I said, blows my shit out. You can't do that. You can't be racist if you want to fucking.
If you don't want to pay taxes, bro.
Can't do that.
There's one except you can't be racist, and this is 100%.
No.
Oh my gosh.
No, you can't. That's one of the rules, actually.
Joseph Garrett, I gotta go feed my pigs. Be back in a minute.
Hey,
go
we'll
feed
be
your
here
pig,
for you,
bro.
baby. Feed them piglets.
I love pigs.
There's a hawk that lives in our neighborhood now, and it's a little hawklet. It's like a little.
Hawklet?
Yeah, it's not. It's pretty small.
I feel like the crows got to gather up and take that motherfucker down before it gets too big.
Somewhere nearby, because I've seen him like almost every day the last 2 weeks, and he was up on the power lines up in front of our house. Just.
Oh, bro. Yeah, I got to be careful bringing the little pups out because we got a bald eagle and an owl around here. I can hear them all the time.
Yeah.
I'm like, bro, good thing I got a relatively compact and kind of covered backyard because Easy pickings, bro. Easy pickings. They come down, scoop up, not even think about it, gone.
Yeah, and this hawk is not big enough to take the little dogs. It could kill one of them if it wanted to because it's a hawk, but it's not big enough to take one away.
Not yet.
No, but the bald eagles in
Jojo
the
gotta be
area
careful.
100% could be taken out. I mean, there are a hell of bald eagles in Keyport.
Oh, yeah.
A hell of bald eagles.
Yeah.
We see them all the time. Owls are no joke. Yeah, I don't really have that many owls out there. They got bats and shit out of Jake's house. Probably owls out there. But
Yeah, dude, I seen a big ass owl at Jake's house growing up at
Really?
one point. Yeah, yeah, we get a couple every
Some
now and again.
beasts.
You see like a big ass barn owl or something like that. You're like, holy shit!
owls are wild, bro. That's a
are wild.
wild looking animal.
Yeah. My quick aside before we start doing
Huge
student
faces
debt.
and shit.
One of the best like it wasn't experiment. It was like in science class in like junior high. Coolest thing we had to go through and like dissect, if you will, owl droppings.
Like an owl pellet?
Owl pellets, bro.
Yeah, we
because
did
they're
the
kind of
same
like dried.
thing.
You cut them open,
Right.
and you find like all sorts of crazy ass bones,
Like a whole
and
skeleton, yeah.
word of like creatures you don't think they should be able to eat, and then you realize how fucking big they are because this turd is this fucking big.
Yeah.
It's like, bigger than a chihuahua.
I
Put it that
kind
way.
of think that an owl pellet, I think they throw it up.
Oh, they probably do.
I think they throw up an owl
yeah, they don't
pellet.
shit that.
Yeah, we did the same thing. I was younger than you were, but it was probably around the same time period. Not to make you feel old again, but I think I was in elementary school when I did
35, baby.
that. Yeah, no, I was in elementary school, so it was probably the same. Great horned owl killed 4 of our chickens and 2. God damn!
Bro,
And I bet you can't fucking kill a great horned owl.
I'm pretty sure you can't. Yeah, they
It's
are.
like the spotted owl or whatever. It's just a whole deal. The
I mean-
ground nesting owl or whatever. The disdain in your eyes.
I can't, dude. They take, especially around here. Like, there's so many protected predators that scoop up so much game animal.
Some chipmunks I read when I was doing my hunter safety course, and like some of those weird little, not a marten, but something.
Yeah, it's like a marten.
But
But
yeah, I think it starts
yeah.
with an L. It's something along that. I was like,
Yeah.
what?
And I don't know why they do that for hunting and safety, because that's a trapper only type of deal.
Right.
You relearn
Hey,
about those things when you do it.
fucking move so fast.
Exactly.
You can't shoot a marten.
Yeah.
At least
yeah.
you hit with a shotgun. It's gonna be hard as fuck. They're so
Exactly.
fast.
Yeah.
The
No, that's
weasels and stuff
when
like
you,
that.
Yeah, when I did my trapper certification, that's one of those things, because they are technically a fur bearer.
Right.
And but yeah, you can't.
Real hard to
can't do
distinguish
it.
from what I understand, right? All those
Yes.
different little weasel
They look
animals.
like they're just little fucking ferret-looking things.
Right.
Very hard to distinguish.
Slightly different sizes and
yeah.
colors.
Around here, you can't just do anything with them.
What if you
and
set
have
a
to
trap?
well, you have to live trap out here.
Oh, because if it's not the right one, you have to be able to let it go.
There it is.
I was going to say, if you set a trap, how are you going to even decide? Like,
Even
if
for
that
like
makes
beavers
sense?
and shit, you gotta fucking live trap them and then
What?
shoot them afterwards.
Really?
Yeah, it's all fucked up. Yeah, so you have to trap them and put them in this terrifying situation for an unknown number of hours. You have to check your traps every 24 hours or something like that. But then they just get to sit in there and fucking in fear,
That's
and then you have to go over there and fucking kill the thing.
wrong.
It is definitely
You're
wrong.
going to kill it anyway.
Amen. Just kill
Just
it
get
at
a
the time.
good trap, a lethal
Yeah.
trap.
Yes.
That's not. That's
Wel-
wrong.
Welcome to the woke state of Washington.
That's wrong.
we
We
don't
know so much about animals
No.
that we want to make sure that we compassionately kill them. So fucking terrify them first.
First year we
That's
cut back on
wrong.
they stopped the spring bear season, right, this year, and then I immediately started to see all these tons of stories about how black bears are working their way more and more into more suburban communities
It's
and
so
getting
weird.
Imagine that.
So weird.
But no, you can't go out and shoot them.
Don't be stupid. You don't know how it works, Colin.
No,
You're
I
just
don't
a-
spend any time watching these animals and trying to understand them and
You're just a
caring about
drunk
them.
hunter.
Amen.
You don't
I
know.
might as well just be a FUD.
That's right. So this is our last segment here for part 2. Move on. It will be relatively quick, but it's a good conversation here. Student debt cancellation. Last week, Colin, you did a great job going over the inflation aspects of this, and like so you're 100% correct. If this goes through, because there's still some legal challenges there. From what I heard, there were some people that are saying, you check it tomorrow and it'll be fucking paid off. I don't know. I don't know how any of that works, whether or not
Yeah.
that's real, because there are still
They
going
had
to
the
be
website up.
there's going to be a lot of legal challenges that go along with this. The constitutionality of this is not set straight, right? And you touched on this, but a FUD, Deborah, is something that I have covered in one of my articles on the Salty newsletter. So that's something you can check out. But a FUD is also a gun culture term of like someone who identifies gun rights with hunting specifically. So like shotguns and bolt action rifles and stuff. They don't see the need for like AR-15s and things like that. So,
and when it comes to like the hunting culture, it's used very colloquially and to mean very different things. But
Elmer FUD.
It's essentially like the drunken gun-toting redneck goes out there and blows away whatever he can blow away. And oftentimes they're a bunch of dudes that roll around in trucks, drink beers, wearing their they're big fat dudes that couldn't carry a fucking animal back after they shoot it. And it's the people that aren't willing to go out there and do the work. The FUDs.
Yes. So
I paid mine off. I want my check. Amen, Deborah. Get your check.
You are not alone.
Actually, don't get your check because nobody should get a check. You don't get a check either. You did the right thing. You paid your student loans off.
If this goes through, it's just going to be added to the deficit. Lenders still need to be repaid because it didn't come straight from the federal government. The dollars don't just go away. They don't disappear. The federal government is going to pay that off. There isn't some magical fund somewhere for college debt payoffs. This is going to go just straight onto the deficit. That's all.
But it's just
they're going
ones
to
and
find
zeros.
a way for somewhere for it to go. But the money is going to just be appropriated from somewhere else, and they have to add it to the budget. That's all that it's going to happen.
Yeah,
So,
that's the one part of the argument I can't stand at this point is because everybody is so removed from how the financial system actually works. Everybody just assumes it's all just ones and zeros on a computer. Why can't you just turn those ones into zeros and just done? It's all, nobody owes debt anymore.
Right.
The lenders aren't on the hook for it. Nobody's just get rid of it. It's fine. You can't.
Yeah.
But that's not how any of this works. This will be printed 100% from the Fed, and you'll be taxed through inflation. At best, I should say.
At best.
That's the best case scenario.
Joe Biden used a 9/11 Patriot Act era statute that says that in times of national emergency, you can pay off people's debts, and the national emergency is COVID.
Yeah.
All the things the regulations that were rolling back, the things that we're not doing anymore because of COVID, that's still justification enough to pay off people's student loan debts. So we're going to do that. That's literally the justification for this. That's how they're finding a way for it to be constitutional, for it to be legal. I don't think this is legal. I don't think that it's constitutional. It's going to be tested for sure.
Yeah.
We'll see how that turns out. On top of that, right? This policy does literally nothing to solve the core issue that's at hand of student loan. Right, or student loan debt. The Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget found that the current debt levels are going to be back to the debt levels are going to be back to their current state in 5 years, because nothing has been done.
Yeah.
Right, 5 years, student loan debt is going to be back to exactly what it was before, and I don't think they're the only group that found this. So this doesn't do anything. All this does is wipe the slate clean for this particular group of people. And everybody, like you already covered, anybody who took a loan out from June or whatever afterwards is already fucked.
Yep.
They're not getting their loans paid off. So they're going to go to school. They're going to ride out this same debt because nothing has been done. They're still going to get fucked. Even if they go through bankruptcy, they're still stuck with this, right?
Yep.
And then
That's it.
in 10 years someone else is gonna pay it off.
Yeah.
So even Dems are saying he doesn't have the juice to do it, only Congress can. Yeah, it's not good. It's not a good look.
No.
It's not a good look. And there's no doubt in my mind this is politics. This is done to gain more political influence, to try and gain more momentum going into the midterms. I commented on your episode the last time Joe Biden had this much political, had this type of approval rating was when they were handing out COVID checks. The last time he had approval rating was when he handed out money. What am I going to do? I'm going to hand out more money.
That's right.
That's how I'm going to get us to the midterms, right? Because all of these wins we heard about, 2 weeks ago, is Joe Biden's just winning back to back to back. This fucking inflation act, all this stuff. He literally did nothing.
Yeah,
he has done nothing to get us here.
No.
This is all congressional work. And it's shitty congressional work at that. There's nothing. You've done nothing here, right? Now, assault weapons ban, that passed the House and will die in the Senate. That is unconstitutional anyway, because the Supreme Court just ruled on this shit. You think that's really going to stand up to Supreme Court muster? Absolutely not.
Nope.
Absolutely not. It's nonsense. All of this is nonsense. So this is all just to gain more political influence going into the midterms. I also saw a lot of people comparing student loan forgiveness to PPP loans, right?
Yeah,
there
that
was a
was
sweep
stupid.
of Twitter accounts that were taking conservatives or people that were attacking student loan forgiveness, and they're finding their status in the PPP loan program, screenshotting it and posting it. Is this you? Because they got X amount of money paid off. Okay. All right. So
World of difference.
baseline, right? Baseline for all of this. If the government, no, let's start with the PPP loans first, and then I'll talk about the fucking governmental aspect of this, right? The PPP loans is a payment protection program, right? That is a program that was set up by the federal government. We covered all of this. If you go back to the time, we covered all of this when it happened. The payment protection program was so that businesses, small businesses in particular with less than 500 employees, could still maintain payroll after the federal government told them to shut the fuck down, right? When they didn't prepare them for an emergency where they still needed to retain all of their staff because they didn't want to continue and over stress the unemployment system, right? Because they already couldn't handle it. They made a program in which businesses could access those funds and they would be paid off. As they should if you were going to subject small businesses to this type of scenario, in which why would any small business have 9 months of payroll just saved up for a rainy day? That's not feasible. That's ridiculous.
That's
unless
not how
you're
businesses
an
work.
insanely profitable company. And then it's not payroll. You just have money setting aside somewhere. And it's not set aside. It's invested in other shit so it can work for you because you're a fucking business and you're not stupid.
And on top of that, what happens if you're a business that maintains a cash fund or like amount in savings or something like that? Guess what happens every single year for that business? Those
Taxes,
business owners have to pay taxes on that money. And so it is not a good business venture to sit there and stock up on 6 to 9 months worth of expenses because why would you pay for 3/4 of a year's taxes just sitting in the bank account for money that you don't have access to? You're being taxed on money that you haven't realized. It's just sitting there as a safety net, so you get punished for that. So businesses don't do that because then they go out of fucking business.
It doesn't make any sense. It
Doesn't
literally
make it at
doesn't
all.
make fiscal sense for business to do that. So if the government is going to, and this is not an argument in favor of this, I think you guys understand this one. If the government, I know that's really awesome. If the government is going to do this, it is incumbent upon them to not further destroy the people that it rules over. It is incumbent upon them to repay those funds that they're going to force them to shut down for an undetermined amount of time.
Yeah.
Right?
We're already going to shove you down to the ground. We just may not kick you while you're down.
Yes. To underline both of these things, they are both examples of failures of governmental involvement, right? The PPP loans would never have been needed if the federal government did not shut down every fucking industry that existed other than the ones that they deemed to be essential, right? Past that, if the federal government did not inflate artificially the cost of a college education, we would not be in this situation, right? I'm not trying to be like, this is all the government's fault. This is all the government's fault. That's at the core of it. These are both extremely, just beautifully perfect examples of failures of governmental involvement. When the government tries to throw its dick around and instead it pisses all over everything, this is exactly what happens.
Now there is the employees retention credit. I don't know about that one, Deborah.
Yeah, that one's
new to
past me. Let's Google it right now. Let's see what we got.
To add on to that, remember when
that's the first thing that comes up.
We talked about a business, a local business here very recently. If you were a freedom-loving American who chose to say, fuck you to the government, I'm not screwing over my employees like this, I'm going to remain open, you were financially run out of town.
What is the employee retention tax credit?
What is it?
Jesus Christ.
I want to know.
And how does the program work? This is from Forbes. When the COVID-19 pandemic began, this is from June 21st of this year. When COVID-19 pandemic began and businesses were forced to shut down their operations, Congress passed programs to provide financial assistance to companies. One of these programs was the employee retention credit. The ERC gives eligible employees payroll tax credits for wages and health insurance paid to employee. However, when the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act was signed into law in November 2021, it put an end to the ERC program. Despite the end of the program, businesses still have the opportunity to claim ERC for up to 3 years retroactively.
Whoa!
Here's an overview of how the program works and how to claim this credit for your business. What is the ERC? Originally available from March 13, 2020 through December 31st, 2020, the ERC is refundable payroll tax credit created as part of the the CARES Act, and purpose of the ERC was to encourage employers to keep their employees on payroll during the pandemic. Qualified employers and borrowers that took out a Paycheck Protection Program loan could claim up to 50% of qualified wages, including eligible health insurance expenses. The Consolidated Appropriations Act expanded the ERC. Employers that qualified in 2021 can claim the credit for 70% in qualified wages. So even if you got a PPP loan that was paid off, you can still claim 50% of that and get a credit for 50% of your PPP loan and 70% this year.
There is a fucking
Holy shit.
There's an advertiser commercial going around on one of the podcasts I listened to at some point that is advertising for this for businesses to be able to take advantage of this thing. Now I understand what it's for, because it just sounds like, hey, due to a little known business tax loophole, how would you like to be able to get some money back from the federal government? You were entitled to it. Why don't you take advantage of it? Call us. You can do this. We'll get you set up for a fucking, a free enrollment, whatever it is. And that makes sense. Now there's a whole industry coming up to claim this tax money.
Whether or not you qualify for ERC depends on the time period you're applying for. To be eligible for 2020, you need to have run a business or tax-exempt organization that was partially or fully shut down because of COVID-19. You also need to show that you experienced a significant decline in sales, less than 50% of comparable gross receipts compared to 2019. If you're trying to qualify for 2021, you must show that you experienced a decline in gross receipts by 80% compared to the same time period in 2019. If you weren't in business in 2019, you can compare your gross receipts to 2020. The CARES Act does prohibit self-employed individuals from claiming the ERC from their own wages. Assholes. You also can't claim wages for specific individuals who are related to you, but you can claim credit for wages paid to employees. What are qualified wages? What counts as qualified wages depends on the size of your business and how many employees you have on staff. There is no size limit to being eligible for ERC, but small and large companies are treated differently. For 2020, if you had more than 100 full-time employees in 2019, you can only claim the wages of employees you retained but were not working. If you have fewer than 100 employees, you can claim everyone, whether they were working or not. For 2021, the threshold was raised to 500 full-time employees in 2019, giving employers a lot more leeway as to who they can claim for the credit. Any wages that are subject to FICA taxes qualify, and you can include qualified health expenses when calculating the tax credit. That's a fuckload of money.
That is a huge sum of
money.
That
is a fuckload of money. This income must have been paid between March 13, 2020 and September 30th, 2021. However, recovery startup businesses have to claim the credit through the end of 2021. How to claim the tax credit? Even though the program ended 2021, businesses still have to claim the credit in the ERC. When you file your federal tax returns, you claim this tax credit by filling out a Form 941. Some businesses, especially those that received a Paycheck Protection Program loan in 2020, mistakenly believe they didn't qualify for the ERC. If you already filed your tax returns and now realize you are eligible for one, you can retroactively apply. So that's it. You did get your PPP. That's a fuckload of money.
So much money.
That's wild.
That's going to be good for inflation.
Right. I'm mad torn on that, because I'm like, fuck yeah. If you got fucked, get your bread. Yep. But also, that's just ravaging the country. Yeah, that's ravaging the deficit, because that's a shitload of money.
So much money.
Oh, man.
The only semi-bright side on this
Deborah.
One is that because it is such a little known thing, there will be a small percentage of people that'll go after it.
Wonder what Larry knows about that.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure he's
wild.
busy, man.
I mean, he's the man.
He is the man.
That's wild,
bro. This just give away as much money as possible so that we can stay in power to give away as much money as possible.
It's not good.
There's only one way this ends, bro, and it ain't good.
No. No. And the last, do you have any other points on student loan forgiveness? Okay, the last thing that I have here, what does this have to do with liberty, right? So we're doing the show, what does it have to do with freedom? What does it have to do with liberty, right? We talked about this a little bit on the way here. Government, if allowed to grow, will eventually work solely to consolidate and maintain power. To that end, they will remove your choice, steal your property, and give it to someone else to gain political influence. Taxation is theft. The government should not have control over your children's education, over your life. Some of this shit is actually really racist. The teachers' unions in particular seem to be gaining more and more influence in our lives, first with education and now with social and political implications with the amount of financial influence they have gained. These people are working against us and they're government sanctioned, right? This is not good for you. And this is not a symptom of anything other than big government involving itself too much in your life.
Yeah.
That's
well
it.
said. Well said.
So, with that, we're going to take one more quick break, and we will come back and we will talk about some more government interference, right? We have some beautiful, beautiful videos. We have some great segments going on here, and it's going to be fantastic. So stick around, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. Thank you, everybody.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back.
We're back. Thank you again for joining us. This is part 3, Salt of the Streets. This is going to be
right.
we call it government interference.
Indeed.
And you've been watching us here on our YouTube at Salt of the Streets. We also have our Facebook, our Instagram, our Patreon, all at Salt of the Streets. Go there, sign up, become patrons, help us make more better content just like this, including what our newsletters, our book club, the beer shows, all that
right.
type of stuff. It's beautiful. Excuse me.
Give us enough money and we'll start suing that 501c3 we talked about last segment.
Absolutely. You can find all this at saltofstreets.com, including also we talk about frequently location skate shop in downtown Burlington. If you're in the local area and need a skateboard, go down there.
Oh, grab that shirt real quick.
a great
Let's
spot.
pimp the shirt.
Yeah,
we haven't pimped the
absolutely.
shirts in a long time.
We
got shirts.
We got shirts going on here. Shirts. Y'all want a shirt?
They're in
At any time.
manufacture. We make them ourselves.
We make them ourselves. We'll ship them out to you from our own work. Whatever sizes you want, anything you want. We're also getting stickers today. If you want some vinyl stickers, we have those. Let us know. Hit us up on Instagram. Fuck Facebook. We don't use that, so don't worry about that. I don't have one on here because I don't have any more vinyls. But
That's right. For some reason, I thought there was one on there, but no.
I have a black water bottle that has one on there.
That's what it is.
But, so
the vinyls are legit, man.
we're getting more vinyls today. So if you want one, let us know. Instagram, and we will hook you up. Okay.
Let's
Government interference.
Let's do it.
So the first thing I want to talk about is the ATF NFA item seizures, right?
Okay.
I have a video that I will send
me.
you. It is from Mr. Guns and Gear. And so it is what it is.
Again, I was starting last night while we're doing this. I was thinking about starting a little YouTube gaming channel. For
Yeah.
the rare occasions I get to game and stuff, I'm like, well, why don't I just do a fucking live stream about it? We'll just do that thing. And started looking into it, and part of the deal.
see
is
this
you
black
gotta,
box right here?
Kind of make a name for your channel, and I was like, all the gun guys have their own. It's Mr. Guns and Gear. It's fucking. Grand Thumb, it's like all these different things. It's like that's a tough sell when you're trying to talk to other people about like, hey, come take me seriously. I'm Mr. Guns and Gear. It's a tough deal, man. It's a tough balance.
So this video, just to give it some background, what this has to do with the ATF has showed
we
up at
gotta
this
get through
man's
it.
house without a warrant, right, to collect an item called a solvent trap. And we're getting into some really, really background gun shit, right? If you're not into guns, this may not be something that you know about. So obviously there are suppressors, right? There's I also call them cans on the street all the time, and so you can get a can or a suppressor that you put on the end of your gun that lowers the overall signature of the gun. Sometimes just the noise signature, sometimes just the heat signature. It doesn't matter. You can get them different ones that are better at different things. But you can also get a thing called a solvent trap, right? Which is kind of like a level down from a suppressor. One of the tricky things about a suppressor is that they are what is technically an NFA item, a National Firearms Act registered item. So you have to get a special tax stamp, a Form 1, I believe, through the federal government. They have to know about it. It takes a long time to process. It's an expensive thing. It's a whole deal. So you can get a thing called the solvent trap, which is like one step down from that. It works the same. They're not quite as good. You don't technically have to get them NFA'd because they're a solvent trap. It's a different thing, and it's for cleaning your gun. It doesn't matter. It's very it's not complicated. It's a way to work around the system essentially.
But essentially operates the same as a suppressor.
Similar. It's not as good because it's not a suppressor, but the intent, quote unquote, is to help keep your gun cleaner. It traps some of the solvent or some of the stuff that comes out of it. It's
Like the end of the barrel?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Because I'm trying to think about utility. You know, if I have to wait 2 years to get a suppressor,
Takes a long time.
that I probably can't get for my rifle,
Right.
and I want to take advantage of the actual utility of the suppressor when I'm hunting, so I don't
Yeah.
blow the game out for 5 miles around when
It's
I
the
fire
same
my
idea.
rifle. The same idea.
Same
It
idea.
still kind of
Not
works.
quite as good, but
but-
it's the same idea. It's the
And at
exact
that
same
point,
thing. just
anything
not quite as
helps,
good.
really.
Yes.
Interesting.
So you can buy those items just in the last 6-9 months, right? When Joe Biden started coming after the home manufacture kits. This is technically an item that you home manufacture. There are also solvent traps that you get that are suppressors that are unfinished. That when you get them, you drill the last hole in them and then they're usable. You also don't have to have those NFA because they're not technically solvent trap. They're not usable items when you get them, right? It's the same deal as how you could get an 80% AR-15 lower. Don't have to get it registered or anything because it's not finished when you get it. It's not a firearm. It's just a piece of metal. It's the same idea,
Just
right?
drill a couple holes and boom.
The federal government is coming after all these things, right? If you bought them online with a credit card, they have your information. They know where you live. They know where it was sent. They're going to go and they're going to try and get that item. And that was in question before, but there are more and more videos coming out all the time showing things just like this. This is at least the third video that has just come up on my feed. I'm not looking for them. Right? If I look for them, I guarantee I'll find more and more and more of them. This is the third or fourth one that's just come up on my feed. So,
because these are like standard gun YouTube people that are doing stuff.
Mr.
on this.
Guns and Gear, you can see, I don't know how many subscribers he has, but he's also been deleted multiple times. So how many subs does he have?
740K.
Okay, he's been deleted multiple times. So
and
that's still
healthy for
740K.
that, yeah.
It's still pretty fucking good. He's one of the top gun YouTubers around. Like most people who start to get into gun YouTube stuff know who Mr. Guns and Gear is. So
I like it.
So we'll watch some of this video here.
Yeah, we'll watch it, and hopefully everything works good.
Welcome back, everybody. As you can imagine from the title of the video, today we're talking about the next step and what the ATF has been doing regarding FRTs or forced reset triggers, as well
That's another
as
thing you need to
solvent
pause
traps.
for just a second. That's another thing. Forced reset triggers. We talked about that in the past. A forced reset trigger is a mechanism. It's a trigger that you can insert into your gun where if you hold the trigger in the correct position, then it will forcibly reset the trigger and allow you to mimic automatic fire, and that is a thing that you used to be able to buy on the internet. They're now banned. The ATF has taken them from storefronts. You can't go and buy them in the storefront anymore. You can't buy them on the internet anymore. It's an NFA item because technically it makes according to the federal government, technically it makes your gun a machine gun, which is not okay. You're not allowed to have that.
Yes, that's something we'll talk about with the active duty active printer.
Yes.
For the new folks here, just to kind of prime you on what's going on, if you haven't watched my videos I've done on this in the past, an FRT is a forced reset trigger. It requires a single pull of the trigger for each shot, therefore it is not a machine gun. However, the ATF has unilaterally decided that it is a machine gun, despite them saying it wasn't for a long time, which allowed a lot of people to purchase them completely legally and own them and use them completely legally. In a very similar situation, a solvent trap
This is not
for
an
a long
ad for
time
YouTube.
was completely
We're not
legal
paid
to
by
buy,
Mr. Guns and Gear.
and then you could, if you wanted to, turn it into a silencer or suppressor by submitting a Form 1 with the ATF. The ATF has ruled on that multiple times that was completely legal, and then of course they once again just arbitrarily said overnight that they were illegal. So what they're doing now is going door to door. You know, I've made videos on this in the past and people said, what are they going to do, come take them all? Well, it looks like the beginning of that has started. So beginning around the 18th of this month, ATF agents started going door to door looking for forced reset triggers, and basically the outcome was different depending on how folks choose to act when the ATF showed up. Some folks had signed letters saying that they had destroyed them. Some folks have turned them over. Some folks have asked if they had warrants and told the ATF agents to leave, because to date, as of what I know, there has not been any of these attempted seizures done in conjunction with a warrant. On that note, I
No
do want
warrants.
to point out what I know. Most of what I know has come from John Crump, Ammo Land, and the Gun Owners of America. So thank you to all of them for putting out the information there. So
Reputable reporters
again,
for guns.
as far as what I know, the ATF has not had a single warrant for any of these attempted seizure operations. So just keep that in mind. As an American citizen, you have a right to ask for a warrant if a federal agent or local agent
Do
shows
not
up to your
open the
house,
fucking door.
and you can tell them to leave if they do not have one, because at that point they are trespassing. So with that, those were the FRTs, and basically that kind of started out, like I said, around the 18th and continued for like 4 or 5 days, where the ATF was just continuing to hit house after house, which had purchased these. Now, speaking of that, most of these seem to be coming from the exact same gun broker dealer. So somehow, one way or another, the ATF has a list from this dealer who is still, as of right now, selling.
I've seen other reporting. Mr. Guns and Gear, if you go to his Instagram, he has a video of an ATF worker taking pictures with her personal cell phone of an FFL's sheet of the people that he sold weapons and items to on a personal cell phone. So they are, in fact, there is, I got to be really careful, there is evidence of the ATF arresting people or detaining people, taking their information in a way that is potentially not loggable by the law. And it seems that they're now using this information because this Mr. Guns, somehow they access this guy's gun broker, right? Gun broker is an account or a website that you can go to for private sales and stuff like that, where you can agree to buy a firearm from somebody and meet them at a registered FFL and have that transferred and then buy that gun from them. It's completely legal. You're allowed to do that. So this person has an account on Gunbroker. Somehow the ATF got their list and they've been going after the people that this guy sold shit to.
Jesus.
Parts and components for solvent traps or Form 1 silencers, and he claims that he was visited by the ATF in the past. They seized his equipment and told him not to do it, but yet he still is. So is that an ATF agent actually listing these items for sale? Could be. I don't know. I can't say that for sure. It just seems awful fishy that you were raided, things were taken, and then you're still selling it. But it is what it is. Now moving on to the solvent trap seizures. A gentleman named Nick, who lives in Florida, was recently visited by the ATF and took this audio and video recording of the encounter.
Fucking ads.
So fat.
Brendan, you're not fat. It's the shirt.
I love this.
This is an ad, but not for us.
Look at Nate.
Hey, sir, how are you? Good.
Hey, what's going on, man?
How's it going?
Hey, with the ATF.
Okay.
I'm hearing about a solvent trap that you ordered.
Okay.
Do you still have it?
I'm not going to answer any questions.
Okay. Well, we're actually here to recover them because they're being used as suppressors.
Do you have a warrant?
I don't have a warrant. If you
Okay.
let me finish, I can talk to you. Okay?
Yep.
Immediately
They're
aggressive.
being used as suppressors. Now, we're just here to pick them up. If you don't have it, you can sign that you don't have it anymore.
I'm not going to sign anything.
Okay, don't sign anything. So what will happen is if you're caught with it, we'll prosecute you federally
Sure.
for an NFA item.
Sure.
Okay? You're obviously going to be on the radar now. I appreciate all the cooperation. We just came
Obviously
to
going
pick
to
it
be on
up
the radar now.
and have it destroyed.
Because I have a solvent trap.
But since you're being
Definitely not a threat.
such a polite person,
I mean,
we'll leave it at that. We know what you're using it for, correct? I mean, you bought a
No, you
jig with
don't.
it for your AR-15.
I don't know what
Whoa.
you're talking about.
Exactly.
So,
This
but
isn't
if
the
you
first time we've done this.
If you want to come back with the warrant, I mean, you can do that.
Okay,
Take your hand
absolutely.
out of your pocket for me, please.
I'm sorry?
Take your hand out of your pocket for me.
You're on my property. I
Yeah,
can put
fuck
my hands
you.
in
Yeah,
your
get
phone.
away
We're
from
law
here.
enforcement. We're talking to you in an official capacity, so
You're
I'm
on
not
my
having your hand in your
property.
pocket. So we're not trying to be jerks here.
You are,
honestly.
though. You're the
We're not.
ATF.
We're not.
I mean,
We're
you're the ATF. Come
We're
on.
idiots?
No.
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, what'd
I
you
said
say?
you're the ATF.
Correct.
Your entire job is to take away people's guns.
I don't think you have any idea what our job
I
is,
know
actually.
everything about your job.
Oh,
All it
please
is
tell
to
me
a
about your
road
job than you do,
Second
brother.
Amendment
Okay.
shall not be infringed.
So, violent criminals with guns that we take off the street.
Such a fucking
That's like
jackass.
at Waco, like at Ruby Ridge.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Bro,
dogs?
you need to quit.
I need to keep my dogs
You
in
need
the
to quit
house.
reading so
Give
Give
many
me a
books.
break. Yeah, it was.
You're watching
Quit
too
reading
many
so many
shows.
books.
Yeah,
Dude.
All right. Well, I'm sure we'll find you again someday.
No, you won't.
Yep.
Whoa.
Sure, we'll, I'm
Anyway,
sure we'll
have
find
a
you
good
again
one.
someday.
I appreciate the cooperation.
Take it easy.
Yes, sir.
Watch out for the dogs, guys.
As you can tell from the language that the ATF agents were using in
That's
that
messed
encounter, they
up.
were very unprofessional. They were basically trying to threaten this man into complying with them. They actually did issue a threat of "we'll see you again." We all know what that means, and obviously these gentlemen were not acting
not
professionally
okay.
in any way. I personally did a very brief stint in law enforcement decades ago now at this point, over 20 years ago at this point, and we were constantly taught to de-escalate every situation. It appears these agents simply do not have that same training. Regardless, this is a very scary
the
time
IRS
right now. You
agents, I
guys
bet.
have seen what's going on
Yeah, you go ahead and
politically with the
pause this.
weaponization
And
of
since
various
then,
law.
Mr. Gunzy here has reported that this man was visited at his work. He was not visited. The ATF agents went to his work to try and find him, and they asked if he was there. So
That's so fucked up.
this is happening. You saw the way that they acted, right? Just like he said, they were extremely unprofessional. They were threatening him. This is not good. This is happening all over the place, right? And this is not the important thing. Is not one of the very important things to remember is that this does not stop here. This is only happening here right now because this is the easiest way to push back against a government that is trying to infringe on all of your rights, is to first take away the easiest way for you to defend against that. That's why this is happening first. It's only happening for guns now because it's the most direct way to fight back. When the guns are no longer, it will happen to anybody for any reason they decide at any given time, because that is how this works.
Yep.
The first way to take control of a populace is to disarm them. This is what they're doing, right? They know what they're doing. They're trying to be fucking assholes about it. They're trying to be smart about it. Oh, you need to quit reading so many books.
Yeah,
right?
that was messed up,
Because
man.
Waco and Ruby Ridge that's crazy, right? The government would never do anything like that. They would never do anything like that.
But they did, and they continue to.
Right, and it's insane.
You're at my
Those
door,
are
dude.
Crazy examples, right? It's just two examples. Just two examples of when the federal government murdered American citizens for no fucking reason. That's all. That's relevant. That matters. I don't care how many decades it's been. That matters. The
Yep.
federal government did these things. Right?
And you
Randy
are at
Weaver's
my
wife,
doorstep.
Vicki Weaver, was shot in her face while holding her daughter in her own home.
Yep.
I don't want to hear about it. You're reading too many books, right? You're reading too many books. Because then they taunted him for days. Whoa, Vicky, why don't you come out? Vicky, we're talking. Vicky, send your kids out. After they murdered her in front of her entire family. Get the fuck out of here. You read too many books. Oh, do you mean about when you murdered children at Waco? And then you tried to push somebody to be the head of the ATF that lied about what happened there? That's what you're talking about? We're reading too many books. That's so crazy that you would ever bring something like that up, right?
Yeah.
That was in the 90s. Waco was in the 90s. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. You've obviously become exponentially more involved in my life, because not only did you track my purchase of a legal item, but you also looked at what else I bought and where it was shipped. You guys are all over my financials now. You know where I'm at. You're threatening to say, like, well, now you're on you're on our radar now. You know that,
Yep.
right? Like, this is how this is going to work. This is arguably worse in so many different ways, because it is much more invasive than those initial Ruby Ridge and Waco were. Those were very tragic events. Obviously, they peaked at deaths and multiple deaths and murders on people's property and stuff. But this is, when you really get down to the details of it, this is arguably worse than that, because this is tracking the finite purchases that you're doing on the internet, that they're tracking, and then finding out where you live and coming to your door without a warrant, and then bullying you and trying to scare you into giving up an item that is legally owned, that they have no proof that you are doing anything illegal with.
They haven't even framed you into a crime to try and pin you into a corner, right? We talked about Ruby Ridge with Randy Weaver. We've written about this before with Randy Weaver.
Yep.
They had an ATF informant who talked him into sawing off shotguns because they knew that he was hard up for money, right? He had never done it before, but he did this time. And then when they did that, they tried to get him to become an informant. When he said no, they went after him. They tried to prosecute him for federal gun charges, right? When they convinced him to do this because they knew that he needed money, right? We can talk about that shit all fucking day, right? I'm not going to offend David Koresh. David Koresh probably was a piece of shit,
Yeah,
right?
he's crazy, man.
You also murdered fucking children in the desert. You murdered children in the desert. There are autopsy reports that confirm that the children have bullet holes in them. You fucking murdered children in the desert, right?
Yep.
You put gas in the building. You lit shit on fire. You murdered children in the desert. I don't want to hear about it.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna fucking stand for it, right?
No.
And now they're coming to your door without having even framed you for a crime. They have arbitrarily designated an item that you legally purchased, right? They arbitrarily designated an item that you legally purchased into an NFA item overnight after you bought it, and now you're a felon.
Yep.
Now you're a felon. They did this with the honey badger. They did it with the bump stock. They did it, and it doesn't matter what president it is, right? The bump stocks happen under Trump. It doesn't matter what president it is. It doesn't matter what party. This is about the. I know you don't like to use the term deep state. I only use the term deep state because it's easy to convey the message that we're talking about a clandestine group of people that exist within the federal government, right? This is a group that's so focused on power that they will do anything that they can to retain that,
Yes.
right?
I hope they knock on my door after 5:30. What was it? I was going to say, nothing wrong with the deep state, by the
His
way.
comments didn't even show up there, whatever he said.
Boo.
YouTube must not have liked that.
Must not. Either that or I got some kind of setting on which I might not know even exists.
They don't
But,
like the shit that we're saying.
Yeah, like the deep state thing, the only reason I don't like using the term deep state is because there is so much, false negative equivalency to it. But that's why I generally use the term bureaucratic state, because but we're all talking about the same
shit,
thing.
yeah.
It's all the nameless, faceless, gray shirts that are propping up the system and the powers that be. I mean, these are the same people that run this giant agency that come to your house without a warrant to try to extort you into essentially a crime. And they're offering to
blackmail you.
And then they're trying to we'll
threaten you.
blackmail you
threaten
and say
you.
you can hand this over right now and then everything's cool. Or now you're on our radar, man. Now we're going to be following you. We're going to be watching you now.
You can sign this affidavit that says that this document that says that you don't have it, and then if we hem you up, we're going to sign you. If we find you have it, we're going to hem you up for another crime on top of possession of this NFA item, lying to the federal government or whatever the fuck we're going to call it.
Yeah. Either way, we're going to throw you in a cage for the rest of your life.
Yep. Because you have a piece of metal with holes in it.
Yeah. And
that you could use to maybe make your gun a little bit quieter.
So I don't know if I'm just gonna think this out real quick.
Let's hear it.
So I don't know if this is a white pill or a black pill moment, but the federal government is always going to be one step behind, if not more, as time goes on.
Can't stop the signal.
Because home manufacturing of firearms is becoming more and more prolific, and people are becoming more and more intelligent about this stuff all the time. And it's going to become easier. It's going to become more accessible to everybody. And the way the ATF and the NFA, the way they try to go after these different parts is so behind the times that there's already a plethora of people they have to go after now because they just made this thing illegal. And and we're, as a populace, going to be making things faster and faster and faster to the point where they will not be able to keep up. So at some point, we will be ahead of the game.
I know a guy who has 380% lowers. He's just waiting to mill out right now.
Boom.
I used to have a jig myself. I got rid of it.
That's right.
You shouldn't have it. It's
You
not right.
you got that notice in the mail or on the internet, and you're like, okay, well, this has got to go. Goodbye.
I don't have 3D printer neither. Definitely can't get in for less than $300 on the Amazon.
Definitely can't do that. Or find the files you need to for free.
Definitely can't go to controlpew.com and read an entire control. You cannot go to controlpew.com and download the guide to learn how to 3D print firearms at your house. You cannot.
Nope.
You cannot. It's not good. It's immoral. You should not be doing that.
The technology doesn't exist where you can essentially just click, drag, drop, print for less than $500.
No.
For far less than $500, actually.
No.
It doesn't exist yet.
They don't sell the PLM
Thank
Plus
God.
on Amazon at all.
No, they don't. I'll put that in my search history.
Lost
That's
on my
fine.
gear in a boating accident. Oldest
Amen.
one. I love it. That's the classic.
Yeah.
The boating accident.
I got
is
a
the
boat
classic.
right out front, man. It's
That's
easy,
the
man.
classic.
It's Puget Sound. It's a small boat.
Yep.
Things get tippy, man. I was gonna go out there and do some bird hunting.
Yeah.
On the boat.
I can personally attest that you used to be able, not anymore because they're legal in Washington. You used to be able to buy a jig on the internet for $300 to finish up aluminum AR-15 lowers. You used to be able to do it.
Yep.
Shouldn't do it anymore.
And what's the agency now?
80percentarms.com?
No.
What?
I don't know what you're talking about. No, because the conversation about the high capacity magazines.
Yep.
When that was had, when that our totalitarian state stepped down on that, it was if if you can go to a website and hit order and then it's affirmed and they ship it to your house, you should be fine, right?
Right.
But now I didn't realize there's an agency out there, the Postal Inspection Agency, that is a federal agency that can essentially go through your mail. And that's their job, is to go through your mail to make sure you're not shipping illicit goods to places.
You just love to see it, don't you?
You love to see the fascist state in action.
That's nice.
God, I hate the fact that I get to use fascist so often these days.
Yeah.
It's not a good thing, man.
So this is happening. So if you own or used to own any of these items, be careful.
Word.
Ask for a warrant. Don't open the fucking door. If they don't have a warrant, tell them to get the fuck off your property.
Yeah.
You don't owe them anything. What they're doing is illegal. What they're doing is immoral. What they're doing is unconstitutional. Do not stand for this. Now is the time. These are your rights. They're inherent. They're within you. Nobody gives them to you. No one can take them away from you. Do not do this. If you are, I say that to the federal government that is inevitably listening and to the citizens that are here. Do not do this. Do not come to the houses of American citizens and try to deprive them of their natural rights. And if you are an American citizen, do not allow someone to deprive you of your natural rights, especially in your own home. This is your property. This is your life. Defend it the way that you find to be most fit.
That's right. There was an analogy I heard once relatively recently that when a federal agent comes to your door, you treat them like a vampire. If you don't invite them in, they don't get to come in. If they got a warrant, there's nothing they could do. Nothing you could do about it, and whatever's going to happen is going to happen. But if they don't have a warrant, don't invite them in, and then you don't have any problems. There's nothing they can do about it. They cannot treat you like a suspect in a crime for you taking advantage of your own rights and saying you can't come in here without a warrant.
No. And it's just like a car, declining for a police officer to search your car is not reasonable suspicion to search your car.
Yeah.
You have private property. You're allowed to have private property.
Yeah. Unfortunately, in practice, we'll see how that shakes out as time goes on. But
this brings us to our next story, right? And this is what I was calling active duty active printer. Right?
I love it.
So this is from
Pull this one up.
This is from Army News, and we bring this one to bring it back up because it's exactly what we're talking about.
ArmyTimes.com?
I prefer bolt action anyway. I don't believe in wasting ammo, but shall not be infringed means as an American I am permitted to own any arm I see fit regardless of rate of fire. You're goddamn right, Joseph Garrett.
Amen.
Also,
there
may or may not be some files to 3D prints and bolt action firearms.
Word.
There may or may not be a young man who goes by the Instagram handle of Suckboy Tony, who, I know it, there may or may not be, who has designed and printed a fully 3D printed firearm that also fires 3D printed bullets.
Whoa.
That he hand casts and hand fills himself.
Like I said, man, technology's going to catch up.
It's also arc fired electricity. It may or may not be extremely interesting to see. From an engineering perspective, because
and physics
he's
standpoint.
fucking in his 20s, may or may not be in his 20s. It's may or may not be fucking wild.
That's legit.
May or may not be.
May or may not be.
I don't know. Allegedly, I don't know. So this article is from ArmyTimes.com. So goddamn, I'm happy you guys are here. This is a great show. And this is entitled "Soldier Indicted for Selling 3D Printed Automatic Weapon Converters." Right? Mm-hmm. A soldier was indicted Wednesday, and this article is from August 26th. So a soldier was indicted Wednesday in Texas federal court for allegedly 3D printing and selling parts that can turn commercially available firearms into automatic weapons. SPC Grant Lee Mosley, 25, a combat engineer at Fort Bliss, Texas, confessed on August 2nd to manufacturing and selling illegal gun parts, an FBI agent stated in the criminal complaint against Mosley. Mosley was arrested the same day at his confession. Federal law enforcement in May came across a channel on an unspecified online messaging platform, likely
Yeah, 'cause
Telegram.
I was curious about this.
Telegram. That's a big one for the especially like the gun community. Telegram is huge. Yeah, it's a messaging platform, but you can
supposedly encrypted or something, right?
Yeah, and people can just like subscribe to your. I don't have one myself. There's a bunch of places, dudes I follow that have them, and I've just not pulled the trigger on making one, especially because I didn't understand it at first. And when I started there and it was like messages here, I was like, whoa. But it sounds like you like subscribe to people's threads and they post messages and people comment on the messages. So it's
Signal
it's
needs
just,
to get some kind of thing going with that. Signal should create some kind of.
So it's that type of deal. So it's likely Telegram. I don't know that for sure. Unspecified online messaging platform advertising 3D printed AR-15 automatic sears, which is a piece of plastic that you can draw. It is cost effective. PLA, not to interrupt myself, PLA plus rolls are like $30. Cost you less than a roll to print the whole stock. And then at that point, you're just buying the internals, the barrel and stuff like that. It's a project thing. You build it yourself, all the rest of the stuff. But
Especially with the price of ammo right now. I mean,
you should just hit it with a quick YouTube. Just hit it with a quick YouTube, Joseph. It's pretty interesting.
not right now.
Not right
after,
now.
After the show.
It's worth a Google though. So an auto sear is a piece of plastic that you drop into the back of a lower that stops the hammer from getting locked back. The bottom of an AR-15 lower stops the hammer from getting locked back. You should hold the trigger down. Blah, 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 automatic fire. And Glock automatic switches, and that is a thing that you put on the back of. We're all about education here, and that's why we're doing.
right.
This is clear, right, Colin? You see that in there?
Clear.
Okay, so this it's an item that you put right here, and it's a little switch that you just it's a literal switch that you hit back and forth that just turns your Glock from semi-auto to automatic.
Interesting.
Switch it over, just hold the trigger down. Blah, 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 blah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know that much about the mechanics of that.
Yes.
The upper assembly of the Glock like that to see how that
Yes.
could work, but
So this mechanism here, right? That's what locks back the firing pin. So this mechanism here.
okay.
And so
Oh, yeah.
this
So by
is-
changing
this is
that-
the back plate, you swap out the back plate and it pushes something in here. I don't know that much about it. Pushes something in here that stops that from getting locked back because now it's locked back.
Yep.
So I can't push it forward. You have to push the firing pin and run the mechanism, and then it will run. So swap out the
Interesting.
back plate.
Manufacturing of firearms is so interesting.
Yeah, that's something that Glock, they make that for the military. They make a switch themselves, like a fucking, it's called like a G29 or some shit like that, that you can get. It's a European thing. A Glock is European, so they
Yeah.
mostly have it in Europe.
Belgian?
But Austrian.
Austrian.
Yeah, and it comes like that
Gotta
with a,
watch
switch,
those Austrians.
with a switch on the back and a big old fucking hockey stick clip on it that you just... Yeah, and it, drains it like fucking that. It's crazy fast.
Well, because it's just
Just 9 mil.
how
yeah.
fast the compression of the gas pushes that
Yes.
pin back and forth.
It's blasty. It's crazy. Yeah. So we got hemmed up
Be
for
like
this in
a-
June and July. An
yeah.
undercover officer bought red plastic AR-15 sears and a metal Glock. Also, Joseph, make it whatever color you want. That's the cool thing.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
And a metal Glock switch from the seller. Ooh, so he was milling shit. Investigators used a variety of clues from fingerprints on the gun parts to credit card records to receipts and Ford Bliss dumpster to identify. They're going through his trash.
They're
to
going through his
identify
trash.
the
They're looking
seller.
at his credit card purchases.
Yes. And we saw earlier this week, right? I shared this maybe on our Instagram, maybe on my own Twitter. Good on the gun safety boys, but I still think it's wasteful to go full auto.
Word.
I don't disagree with you.
Yeah. It's about having the ability to be able
It's
to.
about the right. Yeah.
it's
That
about the
type
right.
of shit is about the right.
Yeah.
On the one time, and we've talked about this, right, where I feel that a fully automatic, an auto sear would be a legitimate use is in some type of real, if you're in the shit, right, and you're working in a squad in some real, any scenario in which you and some of your friends are in active warfare, right, and one of the people in your squad has a large capacity magazine and has an auto sear on their kit, and you get into some shit, and one of those guys puts in the drum mag, the 100-round mag, then puts in the auto sear, and you have like actual proper suppressive fire.
Yeah.
That's the time in which that has, to me, practical use.
That was going to be when I think about
Yeah.
tactics and whatnot, that would really only be useful in a suppressive fire situation
Yes.
where you need to lay down fire
Yes.
superiority so that whoever's in your squad can move safely.
That's what
while
machine
keeping-
guns are for.
Yeah,
That's what
exactly what
machine
machine guns are
Yes.
for. Yes.
So that is the time in which that would have practical use.
Yeah.
How much or the likelihood in which you would use it practically, I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it would be a useful item to have, especially because it would cost you $4 if you made it yourself.
Word.
Maybe theoretically,
we don't know.
I don't know. in June and July, but auto sears and metal Glock switch from the seller. Investigators used all the things. Yeah, okay, so this is what I was saying. Earlier this week, we shared either on our Instagram or on my Twitter, the Giffords Institute put out a notice where they're asking credit card companies to stop people from making purchases, like large purchases of firearms. So you're asking companies, actual gun lobbyists, right? Gun restriction lobbyists are asking credit card companies, private companies, to investigate and interfere in people's personal finances based on political and social reasons. That's really what we're talking about. That's not fake. You can look that up. You can find the Giffords Institute, right? That's real.
Yep.
They're asking credit card companies to look into your purchases. They're really doing that.
Well, how do you think they found this guy?
Yes, 100%.
The feds went into his fucking credit card purchase. They don't do that. They don't have just blanket access. They have to ask for them.
Yes.
And then they get them because these credit card companies are shilts for the federal government. So obviously they just do that. But that is the federal government working hand in hand with large corporations, which by definition is a fascist thing to do.
Yes.
Fuck, man.
Yeah, no, 100%. Law enforcement also found a 3D printer in Mosley's storage unit in El Paso, Texas.
Lords of War right there. Running out of the storage unit.
A member of the 1st Armored Division's 1st Armored Brigade combat team. Mosley joined the Army in May of 2019. 1st Armored Division and Fort Bliss strive to ensure the safety of our soldiers, dependents, and guests living, working, and recreating on Fort Bliss. The 1st Armored Division Public Affairs Office said in a statement to the Army Times, "We thank our interagency partners for their efforts to keep our community safe." This case was investigated by the FBI, the ATF, the Army Criminal Investigative Division, and the Postal Inspection Service, like you were just talking about, and is
Postal
being
Inspection
prosecuted
Service.
in the Western District of Texas. So that is 4 different federal services that work together against this man to infringe on his rights of personal defense.
Throw out some firecrackers, you might say that. I mean, it's definitely more cost effective.
Yes. Yes.
Well, I mean, and you think too, before the era of generalized automatic weaponry, the early World War I and stuff, that was the idea. You get enough people on a firing line with semi-automatic rifles like that. You lay down suppressing fire for for somebody to move, and you're essentially you're creating a defilade by de facto, because you're making sure whatever that enemy is on the other side cannot lift their head up to see what is going on. And that is the entire concept behind covering fire and stuff like that. And through technology, you've been able to go down from like 20 people having to do that, having to offer that support to make that mission a success, to one person.
Right.
Even in World War II, one person with a 30 cal can do that comparatively. And that's also why tactically you also spread out your attack like that in case one position becomes suppressed, the others continue to bear fire down them. But that's small unit tactics and stuff like that. But yeah, it is 100% when you're thinking about an individual's ability to offer that ability for themselves, to have that for themselves. It is for one reason only. You're not going to accurately be able to hit a target with fully automatic fire. That is just not a thing that is capable.
Not consistently.
It is not 100%. You get within a certain area, obviously, but at the end of the day, it's for suppression, and that is what it is used for tactically. Nobody understands that it is against the concept of anybody owning a machine gun. They think you're going to stand in a crowd of people and then just spray and pray, and that's what's that's what's going to happen, because they don't understand the use of why the machine gun was created to begin with. It's just to mow down as many people as possible. No, the reason it was created was to offer a single point of suppressing fire for a unit to be able to move safely or move out of danger safely. That's generally when you offer suppressing fire. It's to not generally get a tactical advantage on an enemy, but it is to offer a safe retreat for the unit.
Right. 100%.
Word.
So this guy's being charged with 4 counts: dealing or manufacturing firearms without a license, transferring or possessing a machine gun, dealing firearms without paying an occupational tax, and possessing a firearm with no serial number. If found guilty, Mosley faces between 5 and 10 years per count, and a fine of up to $250,000 per count.
Yeah.
So, based, right? First of all, based Mosley. We are
based Mosley.
Yeah, we are with you. Fucking shout out to you. SPC Grant Lee Mosley. So, thank you for specialist, right? Is that what that is?
Specialist, yeah.
Specialist. So, Grant Lee Mosley.
E4? E3?
So, 25 years old, combat engineer. Thank you, sir. Doing the fucking Lord's work out here.
And now you're going to go to jail.
And now you're going to be in jail for probably a really long time.
Yep.
And you're going to owe the government a bunch of money.
Yeah. Which you won't be able to pay. So
They-
it'll put you'll be financially destitute and you'll be in prison.
Honey as a public defender. That's sad.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens to most people.
That's fucking sad.
Most people can't afford what it costs to defend yourself. Even though you're supposed to be presumed innocent till found guilty. But, that's not how our system works, obviously.
All gun laws are infringements.
Amen.
Okay. Trump date. Okay, so let's
Trump
talk about
date.
this, right? You talked about this a little bit last episode, but everything that's going on with Donald Trump, right?
And
There's
we've had
been
some
a lot
more
of documents that have come out.
We've had some more movement since then, too.
Yeah, we have kind of a better idea of some of the documents that have been there. This one is from CNBC, MSN. Trump raid judge to unseal detailed inventory of what the FBI seized at Mar-a-Lago, which I believe they did happen.
Indeed.
Yesterday. Also, Bill Barr was on one of these fucking Fox shows and was talking about how... Oh, I lost this article about Bill Barr, but...
Shilling for the FBI.
Shilling for the FBI. Maybe he was saying that there was a lot of susness that was going on with the Trump administration, and they're doing stupid shit, and people are lying to him. I'm having a difficult time with the Trump thing. Right?
Word.
I'm unsure of what to make of this whole deal. Okay, so we're not lawyers. So the deep nuances of needs to go to the
Legality.
Supreme Court, shall not be infringed, clear 100%. So the nuances of this, a lot of this is going to, I can't parse this out because I'm not a lawyer. I don't understand. What I understand at this point is that there isn't much question to the idea that Donald Trump or the Trump group was knowingly keeping documents from the federal government that they wanted, right? And it's unclear of who made that call, whether it was Donald Trump and someone was telling him that he didn't have to turn over the documents, or it was Donald Trump because he didn't want to turn over the documents, or if it was a member of the Trump team who just was choosing not to do it, or if they're really super negligent and just no one really knew what they had there, because that's part of the confusing narrative from the left is that he's just shoving boxes or shit into boxes, and so he doesn't even really know what he has. So he took all of this classified stuff and stuff he wasn't supposed to have without even knowing it. So, but also he's colluding with somebody and trying to do really bad stuff, but they don't have evidence for malice. So I don't even understand really the narrative of that side, because it's like the negligence is so high, but also it's very calculated, and they're trying to do something, but we don't know exactly what they're doing yet because the FBI is redacting all of this, the very serious things.
Yeah.
So
The narrative as a whole does not make sense because there is no narrative that can be created at this point. So the corporate media at this point is trying to craft a narrative that makes sense, but the problem is every time there is any kind of new information drop, they have to recraft the narrative because what they crafted to begin with was based off of speculation off the beginning.
Right.
The idea, the latest and greatest from the updated receipt off of goods that were taken from his establishment were a lot of folders that were marked top secret or classified or something like that, but that didn't have any documents in it. And then they start talking about how it was not out of normality for Trump to just keep classified and unclassified documents out of their folders in separate boxes together with all sorts of different things. And so,
right.
And so they're having a really hard time trying to piece this together, but somehow or other,
they're saying people that he would have shit on his desk, and at the end of the day, one of the aides would just take it and just shove it all into a box.
Yes.
And then when the box was full, they would just take it and put it into a closet.
Yeah.
Which seems fucking weird because what are the chances the president's only going to work on something for one day?
Word. And I would hope
those documents are never going to be relevant again.
Yeah,
and
I
we're
would
just
hope
so
not.
down to waste paper and shit that we're just going to reprint things thousands of fucking times. Not that that's not feasible, that people would just reprint the same thing over and over again. But what's the fucking point if it's already there?
Yeah.
Isn't it? Aren't there people whose job it is to get the papers together for him to look at, right?
You'd imagine.
Go through the fucking box. You have the security clearance, right? Because you're looking at all the shit when you put it into the box. Or when you close your eyes and you just put it all into a box and then put it into a closet. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
So you have a security clearance. go through the box, take out the things that are relevant, and put them back on the desk. That's probably what happened.
Yeah.
So,
and part of the narrative at this point is when they look at the empty folders now, they go, okay, well, what happened to the documents? What happened to the documents? Odds are they're just in a box.
they're in one of the other boxes.
Yeah. But the run-on narrative that people take and they run with and they create this own thing is that, well, there was something in them, and then he sold them to the Russians, or he sold them to somewhere.
In the comments, someone in our
Exactly.
comments,
He
God
sold
damn it,
nuclear secrets.
You guys are gonna love this. We've been getting mad hate, and we love the hate.
We
love the hate because the comments just boost the channel. So that's again, I like, comment, subscribe. I keep forgetting to say, but
comment, baby.
Like,
Get
comment,
in there.
subscribe. Tell everyone about this if you guys like this.
Yeah.
Share it. Just share
I
it
don't
onto
care if
something.
you're saying some nonsense. Just comment.
No,
bro.
someone commented on one of Colin's clips and said, "Yeah, Donald Trump is selling nuclear secrets. Take that." And it's hilarious because I've heard the nuclear secrets thing. I also heard, God, I wish I could remember where it was from. I heard that there is a quote unquote conspiracy theory that he was also selling information about undercover informants to foreign nations so that they could assassinate these people.
I heard that too.
There's been waves of assassinations of undercover informants that we didn't understand up until this point, and now it's starting to make sense because he had these documents about undercover informants.
Just sell them off.
Okay.
It just
so
it doesn't make any sense, man.
Right. So for the malicious intent, right? I heard the nuclear story and I heard about it selling the undercover information. And in both of these things, I really struggled to believe that is what's going on. And the part that I'm stuck on is the intensity of the means of all of this, right? The raiding of the house, because they're telling me he's denying the subpoenas, he's doing all of these things, right? But I have to believe that they're requesting specific documents because they're afraid that something's going to happen with him because they know what he has, or they have some idea of what he has, and that's how they were able to put out this detailed list of things they were looking for, right? If they raided Mar-a-Lago this way, I have to assume that they have some type of evidence that he was hiding these documents for a reason with malicious intent, or else why would they do this, right? And if he is doing it with malicious intent, then where's the fucking receipts that he was doing it with malicious intent?
Well, it's all classified,
right?
so you don't get to receive the receipts.
Then
I don't fucking trust you, man.
Seems very political.
Exactly.
It looks, the optics of it, at the very least, the optics of it look very political.
Yes.
Just
Yes,
in the
because they
proximity of the elections, it looks just the optics.
100%.
So I don't. Well, we've talked for fucking months now of there are piles of evidence of reasons why you shouldn't trust the federal government inherently, and we have seen specifically in the Department of Justice and the intelligence communities. I mean, like a colander. Since Donald Trump got into office, the entire time, Maggie Haberman of this shit in the toilet and all this stuff, and people with knowledge of the situation and people close to the situation. That's how it's been for fucking 6 years now.
Yeah, man.
7 years since before he got into office, right?
Yeah.
People close to the situation.
Journalism
At a
got down to
certain
tubes,
point,
bro.
when we have seen it be wrong at least half of the time,
At the very least.
and that's being charitable,
Very charitable.
right?
Yeah.
I'm not going to inherently believe you. I'm not going to just automatically believe you
Yep.
because you've shown me a picture of papers in a toilet that look like they have Donald Trump's handwriting on them.
Well, that's just because you're a right-wing MAGA extremist, Donovan.
Yeah, 100%.
You fucking Trump shill, you.
A terrorist.
Jesus.
That's what
Can
it
you do
is.
me a favor, good sir?
Yes.
Since you're right there,
Beer?
can you go grab me a beer,
Yes.
Chacho? Because I want to pontificate on this. Indeed, a surprise beer would be good. The crux of this to me, right, is that you could not paint a more perfect picture of being a political move at this point in time. We have had nothing but speculation come out since the get-go from this, primarily because everything we're dealing with here is of a classified nature and supposedly of such great import that nobody is allowed to see it, and it is so important that it has to be taken right now. There has to be a raid right now, even though Mayor Garland sat on this thing for a couple of weeks thinking about whether or not it was a good thing or not. This is all supposed to be so goddamn important that we have to do this blatantly unprecedented thing right now. But everything that has come out at this point paints the picture that this is nothing other than a political move. It is a weaponization of a federal agency for politics so that we can get power, because the midterms are right around the goddamn corner. And anything that we can get from this, anything we can get, we can use to our advantage, because we have to undermine the midterms coming around, because all the fucking Trump cultists that are getting elected, they have all this,
The MAGA Republicans.
that the goddamn Democrats are funding themselves. Okay, none of this. I don't understand how anybody with two eyes cannot see what the fuck is going on right in front of them. I do not like Trump. I'm going to say that right now. I am not a fucking Trump supporter. I voted for him one goddamn time because I was like, let's roll the dice and let's see what the fuck happens. Down with the establishment. I don't like Trump. Period. I'm not a fan. Generally speaking, I think there's 1.5 million other people in this country that could do a better job of running the country than he does or did. I don't like defending him, even though it is incredibly fucking easy to do at this point. It doesn't.
Feel good.
I don't like him.
Jordan told me she would vote for Trump the other day. We were talking about it, and she said, I would vote for him. And I turned and I looked at her and she said, it's true. I'm not going to tell you that you're wrong.
Because at the end of the day, who else are you going to vote for? You only got 2 fucking options.
Yes.
Maybe a third.
Yeah.
And
but that Trump economy fucking ain't right.
Best numbers of our lives.
I paid $3.99 for gas on Friday, and I said, oh, thank God. And then I said, wait, fuck that.
Amen.
What the fuck? Yeah.
You
Nope.
used to pay $2.99.
Yeah. Deborah said, so classified they're posting pictures of the documents.
Amen.
100%.
That's what I'm saying. And who would have guessed? I think I pulled this from fucking Breaking Points. Who would have guessed that this little known job? Oh no, this is from IRL the other day, with the best Bond villain ever. That the most important job in the entire federal government at this point would be the goddamn librarian at the archive. The most important person is the presidential fucking archivist.
What she says goes.
Amen.
Yes. So,
Bro,
the
people in gray suits with no names and no faces.
Yes.
That's my shit this episode. That's where I'm at.
Yes.
That's fucking NPCs right here. In
yes,
work.
100%. Yes. So the presidential documents thing, right?
Yes.
The concept of the ownership, or the concept behind the government ownership of documents, because that's what we keep hearing. And at first I was like, ew. Just hearing those documents are the property of the government, that doesn't sound good at all.
Boom.
That doesn't feel good at all. No. They're the property. Those pieces of paper are owned by the federal government.
That's our documents.
Who is the fucking federal government? Who
According
is that?
to Joe Biden, it's we the people.
Because
we're the government.
An entity, I don't think, should be able to own property. I don't
No.
think that's really fucking how that works.
Individuals own property.
Right. So I was very uncomfortable with that term. It feels very not good to say that, right? The concept behind it, the government ownership of documents, is in the interest of all of the president's information being public knowledge, right? Which makes sense. If they're going to be a public employee and a public servant, you should know the things that are happening, especially because they do sus shit all the time.
All the
right?
time.
We should know about that.
Yeah. I want to hit on this real quick. Deborah, but the
Yes.
president has the power to declassify them. Amen.
Yes.
So this is a whole wrinkle in the story, right? Is this system
Espionage and
of
whatnot.
classification,
Right.
Right? Who has whatever the fuck. When we were talking about the Hillary Clinton situation, totally different situation, because she doesn't have the power to declassify things. The president himself, his or herself, or themself, Z-self, bro. I read some fucking article the other day that was it was about a queer person, self-identified as queer, and the article changed pronouns like 8 different times throughout the first 2 paragraphs,
so
and I gave it
awesome.
up. But the idea being that there has never been a situation at which the concept of how classification is done and carried through and declassification is done and carried out has ever had to become front and center before, because
Right.
what it really does is it paints this picture of secrecy within the federal government, specifically the executive branch of government, that just has the innate ability at any time to keep secrets from the people of the United States just by determination of whoever
Right.
the fuck is in the chair at the time.
Because there isn't anything in the Constitution that says it. It's
Period.
It's just a bunch of precedent based on itself. And that's
Exactly.
why all they can talk about is the norms.
There was
right?
no
The
such
norms
thing
that
as
have been broken.
classification when the founding
No.
fathers were
It
around.
was just secrets.
They would have just said like,
we just
what
did,
do
I
you
just
mean?
didn't tell them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, and so
John Adams, Benjamin Franklin are in France making peace deals before anybody even knows about it. Why
Exactly.
didn't you tell anyone? It's not classified. I just fucking was trying to get shit
Yeah,
done.
exactly.
I'm just
I'm
hustling
doing
over here.
stuff.
I don't know.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And so
there
that-
was right.
it's become a huge thing now, because whatever is going to come out of this is going to set some form of precedent about the classification process. And when it is established, because they fucking hate Orange Man so bad, that there needs to become some process that is outside of the executive's blatant authority that has to be gone through for the president to declassify something. We've officially given over all secrecy. We've given it over to the bureaucratic state, the
Right.
nameless and faceless gray shirts that run the goddamn deep state.
The clandestine.
Period.
The unknown clandestine.
And because they're going to have to do that, because otherwise they don't have anything. Because literally he can just say, well, I declassified all the shit done. I don't understand what you're talking about.
Right.
The archivist says I need this. Well, I'm saying, well, fuck you. You don't need it.
And
It's not
he
classified,
even has
bitch.
people in his arena that are saying that, and the
Kash Patel.
only argument against it is, well, there's no documentation that states that. To which their argument is, we don't fucking need it. He
Yeah.
doesn't need it, right?
Exactly.
And that's this whole. What was it during Bush? Right, the whole idea, Scalia, I think it was that was
Antonin
like
Scalia.
the unitary executive theory of it doesn't matter. He can do whatever he wants because there aren't other limitations laid out in the executive, and also all these things that are under purview his, he can fucking do whatever he wants.
Yep.
You know. That's not that's not a good way to be looking at this, and this is a direct expression of that.
Yep.
So I'm not trying to defend him, but again, if you're gonna be getting after him and breaking these norms that you claim are so precious, then
Yeah.
where are the fucking receipts at? And if
Word.
everything is so important to the public purview, then where are the fucking receipts at? Because if you're just gonna let news companies pontificate about, like you just did, about, oh, he's selling fucking nuclear secrets and he's selling out undercover informants to federal governments, that's some slanderous. And I'm not like he should prosecute them, but like, what are we talking about here? You're just
Exactly.
there. Say whatever you want, because we can't say what he did or didn't do.
Yep.
Because it's classified. So
Yellow
it
journalism at its finest.
could be anything.
Yep.
You know, and there is one article or one thing that we saw a source with knowledge on the situation
Oh my God.
that told us that maybe he was selling nuclear
Yeah.
secrets. So
You
we
wanna
can
know what's
fucking
funny?
report that.
I'm a source familiar with the situation.
Yes.
That's it.
Yes.
Right there. That's the fucking line. Okay.
Ooh.
I am a source with as much familiarity to the situation as anybody else. Why? Because it's all fucking classified, and none of these fucking people can know about it, unless they're government whistleblowers who have
Not
a channel. They have channels to go through. But no, you're talking average Joe as a motherfucker. I talked to somebody who thinks they know something because they read some articles and has some kind of credential probably that I just justify my sourcing with.
Yeah.
You can't believe any of this shit. It's all garbage. They can't prove a goddamn thing. Everything about this is speculation. The only thing that's not speculation is that this is the very first time in fucking American history that the executive branch has used the weapon. They have used his available weapons in his alphabet soup agency to go after his active and most prominent political rival. Period. A former president, which just adds a fucking cherry
doesn't-
on top to that.
It doesn't look good at all.
No, man, this is all bad.
And it doesn't.
Trump is as close to the average Joe American as you're going to get, which is so sad because a New York
shouldn't be that way.
City multimillionaire billionaire is the closest to the average Joe we're going to get.
No.
Which, you know, Trump's got a good history in New York City of sticking up for the average Joe and trying to save people dollars. He does. He's got a good history of that. But the brother don't understand what it's like to live a normal life next to anybody else in Congress.
No.
AOC's probably got a better idea of how to live a semi-normal life, even though her story of being a bartender and doing all that is all a bunch of bullshit anyway. She's got a silver spoon in her mouth too, but none of these people understand what it's like to be me or you. Nobody does.
No. Not
Trump,
even.
Trump listened to those people,
Not even.
and that's the best thing that's probably come out of that.
At least the first presidents, like George Washington was a fucking general, right? He didn't have even an education past like equivalent to like seventh grade, you know, at
Which is
best.
pretty good for the day.
Yeah. John Adams owned a farm that he retired to and worked for the rest of the time. His kid did the same shit. He was only a scholar because his fucking dad was the president and was a government official and sent him off to do those things in service of the government.
Yeah.
You know, Thomas Jefferson, the same shit, was one of the. So
Yeah.
there. And I'm not trying to make a direct comparison, but compared to where we came from, you know, to call anybody like Donald Trump an average Joe is a sad thing.
Yeah,
you
right.
know? And he's not wrong. Joseph is not
No,
wrong.
he's not wrong.
But it's a sad.
It's where we're at.
Sad thing to see.
And oh man, Deborah, definitely. This was the ice skating rink story on the IRL with the best Bond villain ever from
Okay.
License to Kill. He told this story because he grew up in New York and all this stuff about how oh my God, I used to live there. Why can't I think of it? But the big ice skating rink, it's an icon in New York City. You've seen it somewhere. I mean, Home Alone and shit like that.
Okay,
The
yeah,
fucking,
right.
and next
In
to
front
the
of,
building and shit, the Rockefeller Center.
Yes.
Yeah, Trump came in and took over the project and saved the entire thing a shit ton of fucking money, and then gave it all to charity.
Really?
Yeah, because
Oh,
they were
Donald Trump.
doing it all fucked up. They were trying to do it with some bad technology. They were over budget, over schedule, the whole 9 yards. And then all of a sudden he gets involved and calls up fucking Canada. Hey, how do you guys make ice skating rinks? Oh, you don't even use the same material we're using? Okay, cool, done. All right, motherfuckers, this is how you build this. Boom, and it gets built.
God.
And then all the extra savings and stuff like that.
But
He
he's such an
promised to give
idiot,
to
right?
charity, and then he gave it to charity. Now he was a good
But he's
about the
such an
copper
idiot,
pipes
right?
compared to like rubber pipes. Yeah,
He's such an idiot.
he's
though,
such
right?
an idiot. It's so hard with
I
him, man.
hate it. And I don't even I hate to defend him. Like, I hate to say that because why should I hate to defend him? Just because he has just a persona about him
Yeah.
of like he's terrible. He just has said some wild shit. Like, that's where he said some wild shit,
Yeah.
which I think only speaks to the everyman's thing because in the age of cancellation,
People say wild
I
shit,
said
man.
wild shit in the review preview. I said
said
that's
wild shit
cancelable.
today.
So
We all do.
Yeah.
It's called living a normal life.
I didn't say, I can grab them all by the pee, but fuck. I mean,
If I
probably
got
said
millions of
worse
dollars
shit
to
than
do that, you probably can.
I probably said worse shit than that on this show. in
It's
the
all
time that we've been doing
situational.
it. So
It's all situational, man.
that's wild.
Yeah, that's wild. If I was a multimillionaire and involved in fucking reality TV and fucking, all
I'd
these
probably say some crazy
Amen.
stuff.
Amen, dude.
I would
Celebrity
probably
does
say
a
some
lot of shit to
crazy
people,
stuff.
man. It's
And
you
if
got to give the
that's-
dude his due
and if
diligence.
that's been situationally true for you,
I want those
at
problems,
any
buddy.
point in time, if it's been situationally true, it's not a crazy thing to say.
Yeah.
It's silly, but also if you don't know that you're being mic'd up, you're gonna say, I'm not trying to know this. What are we doing? What are we doing here? We're no, we're not doing this today. We're not. I can't believe that we just naturally found our way down this path. We're not going to defend.
But that's where we're at with the Trump. That's where we're at with the Trump date.
But this is where we're at. Oh, this is terrible.
If we're gonna find out. His lawyer kind of fucked him a little bit because it sounds like there was some. The latest reporting on it is that his lawyer, who happens to know Posobiec, what's his first name? Oh my God, Jack Posobiec. She was the lawyer that was present, signed off on everything that had to do with the war and all that shit. Apparently, she was also the one that signed off on the receipt from the archive saying you had all top secret material, blah, blah, blah. You had all the stuff, and thank you, Deborah. And it looks like now, like, well, maybe that wasn't the case, but then also there's the whole declassification aspect of things, so who fucking knows at
And
this
there's
point, man.
now...
At this point, if they're going to indict him, they're going to do it, regardless of whether or not it's legal or whether or not they have the constitutional ability to. If they're going to do it, they're going to do it.
He'll run from jail.
He will.
He will
And
fucking run from jail.
And that is not an unprecedented thing to do.
No, he'll do it too.
Yeah. And he'll probably fucking win if he does.
He'll win the primary for sure. No
Bro.
doubt he'll win. If he's in jail, he'll absolutely win the primary. If it's common knowledge that he can run in jail and win,
It's in. Nothing to stop you from. Nothing bars you from running for president in jail.
and do you know what?
Nothing does.
Do you know what would be the statesmanly thing to do of Joe Biden if they were running against each other? To pardon Donald Trump to make it a fair competition.
Oh man.
Also, if he wins, then what?
Then
You're
what?
just let him not be president because he's
Right?
in jail?
Then
Fuck
we're.
no.
Yep. Then. Oh man.
Fuck no. Pardon his ass. Put him in jail. Put him in the office. He just won.
I love this movie. This is a great movie. I want to make this movie.
Someone make this before the election. Let's
Please.
just rapido.
Let's talk
I don't
to the
care
homie.
what the outcome is. I just want to see it play out because I don't know what it would be.
We're about to talk about Joe Biden, right?
Yes.
Hunter Biden.
Yeah.
Okay. So to
we
do
can
this,
talk about the Joe Biden speech or move on to Hunter Biden, whichever one you want.
ooh. I'm trying to think. Do we balance out Hunter Biden with, and then do the Joe Biden thing because that's his dad? Let's do Joe Biden first.
'Kay.
I just really got to make sure we play this trailer for this movie.
100%, because I want to watch it.
And I know Deborah's, you're gonna like this because you watched that fucking episode about with the director of this movie.
Yes.
And I immediately went and watched the trailer for this movie. I'm so fucking excited about it.
I've fallen out of IRL lately. That's my own fault.
You
but
have 2 kids.
that is
all I'm saying.
That's true.
You got a lot going on.
Yeah. So the Joe Biden speech on Thursday. Right?
Yes.
This is.
So you heard it at first. Let's preface this.
Yes.
You listened to it at
Yeah,
first. So
I
you had a
heard-
different reaction the very first time, and then you watched it this morning?
This morning, yeah.
Okay.
I listened to about half of it in the truck on the way to Aaron's house on Thursday night.
Okay. So tell me about your initial reaction from listening to it.
I told Jordan, I love her so much. Before I even said anything, she said, "This is like 1984." And I said, "It's very Orwellian." I said, "This is a very, very Orwellian thing." And I read about this earlier today, that the intent was to discuss the threats to democracy. And I said, I just don't see the benefit of demonizing half of the country before I even heard the speech. I don't see the benefit of demonizing half of the country by saying that they're threats to democracy when you've already done that to people who identify as parts of militia or anybody who's hanging a Gadsden flag in their house or anything like that. So this seems like it's a bad idea. And then listening to it when I'm hearing repeatedly threat to democracy, threat to democracy, threat to democracy. So you're further isolating these people that you are demonizing for being isolated, right? When you take this situation, this very delicate, very nuanced situation of the election, and you 100% wholeheartedly discount legitimate concerns about a democratic process that is happening in this country, and then turn that on someone and tell them not only are your concerns illegitimate, this was the most fair, the most free election that has ever taken place in this country. This will not fix this situation, right? We have talked on this show about the documentaries that still exist on HBO that I watched 2 weeks ago that show you that some of the machines that were used in the 2020 election can be hacked remotely, and the votes can be changed by a simple alteration of the coding on the memory cards that are inserted within them, right? This technology exists. This is not, if we get pulled off YouTube, it's whatever. That's real. There's a documentary that's still on HBO right now called Kill Chain that you can go and watch. It still exists, right? We know by the reporting of Project Veritas, there was ballot harvesting, right? And we can debate all day about whether or not that should be illegal or whether it should be legal. Currently, it's illegal, and we know that it happened, right? And if Steven Crowder can be believed, then we know for a fact that there are some of the addresses in Michigan that don't exist.
Yeah.
Some of that information is falsified.
Yep.
Right? So those things are certainly 2 of the 3. I'm not going to I'm not going to say I disbelieve Steven Crowder because he has a lot of legal liability for lying about shit like that. So I tend to believe that. So 2 of 3 and at best 3 of 3 of those things are factually verified. When you discount those factually verified concerns, you're not making anything better. You're further dividing the country while claiming that you're making things better, while claiming that you are uniting the country in this same speech, that your intent is to unite the country.
Yep.
This is the worst possible movie you could make. I didn't even see the visuals of it. It was only the audio. It wasn't until today that I saw the pictures of it. I told you that night. It wasn't until today that I saw the video itself from C-SPAN. So it's not edited. It's not any of that type of stuff. 20 Mules, I can't verify. There's been some sussness about that. The publisher of 20 Mules has retracted those books. I've not watched the movie. I've not read the book. Not for any particular reason. I just have not made my way around to it. But I did hear this week the publisher made a recall of the books because there may be, I don't know, maybe some legal concerns over some of the things. I don't know. Dinesh D'Souza, I don't really have any reason to automatically disbelieve him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I can't account for that. And the only reason I didn't include that is because there seemed to be maybe some concerns about the things in there. I don't know for certain, but I don't want to put my stamp on it, especially not having watched the movie or read the book. I don't want to put my stamp on it. But yes, I just heard that just this week. I heard that about 20 Mules. So, like I said, I can't verify for certain why they are being recalled, but the books are being recalled. I heard about Breaking Points. These fucking assholes. They're like, and it's not like if they said it's the publisher. It's not the wokesters at Barnes and Noble, and like kind of like laugh that up. Okay, go take a fucking walk through Barnes and Noble. Tell me that a wokester didn't pick the books that are in that store.
Amen.
Right? Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. The hope is in the elections. We wait until they're at our door, and it will be too late. Yeah, if they're at your door, it's not good.
Yeah,
it's not good. Not a good sign.
And to speak to the 20 Mules thing, right? You can almost take that off the board because regardless, like you said before, there's other things that exist that say these are legitimate concerns that you are refusing to address, and all you do when I bring them up is call me a conspiracy theorist and an election denier. Fuck you.
Yeah.
That's not how this works at all. That's not how any of this is supposed to work at all. And like I said, you can almost remove it completely. That whether or not 100% factual or not doesn't really matter even at play. That's just another tally in a column.
Right.
That's all. You don't even need it necessarily because there are so many legitimate things. The court in Pennsylvania.
I was just gonna, I forgot to say that one.
The court in Pennsylvania that for some reason deemed what they did that was blatantly unconstitutional. They were like, well, actually, it's fine.
We went
it's
over that
fine.
as well. Yep.
There's
you
so
went over
many
that
things.
extensively.
There's so many things that call into question and I'm not even saying the legitimacy of the outcome. We'll just say the legitimacy of the election process. Period.
The way it was done.
Yes.
Yeah.
And now learning essentially the way it's been done for a long time. I mean, it was not that long ago in 2016. The fucking Democrats were saying all this stuff, and were they out there trying to get these people canceled and pulled off of platforms for saying that Russia got Trump elected? No.
Amy Klobuchar's in an HBO movie.
A fucking men.
Ron Wyden. They're in that HBO movie.
They're all in the movie, man. All the same motherfuckers.
Yeah.
So I can't take anything they say with any shred of legitimacy.
No.
You can't at all. And so to get back to the speech, once you saw the visuals, now all of a sudden all this audio is in context. Now you got this dude on a podium who's solely lit up. You got Marines in the background. And for God's sakes, whoever decided it was a good idea to do red, blue, red, and lights, and so that all the camera shots were just this crimson blood red with the way the fucking Roman architecture and stuff like that, the way the light caught all the what do you call that stuff, like the trim of the columns, a fucking red eagle behind Joe Biden standing up there with his and the entire speech was him yelling and waving his arms. Not a good look, bro.
Well, talking about threats to democracy, threat to democracy,
Amen.
threat to democracy. Yes.
Real it's such a. And the problem is they've played this out for so many years at this point. But that's some fucking Hitlerian shit right there.
Yeah.
That is some scary. I mean, Chancellor Sutler from V for Vendetta, man.
Looked like
it is
Hitler
not
Eagle.
good. Looked like Hitler Eagle. Amen. It did. They don't understand what Dark Brandon really means, man. They don't understand that it originated in China.
Yeah.
But it's not a good look. I hated the speech. Everything he had to say was, and like I said, I'm not a MAGA Trump supporting Republican. I'm not. But I am an extremist in their eyes. I am the person that they're talking about, even though I am not a Trump fanatic. The problem is they don't understand. Well, maybe they do, maybe they don't. But when they say the MAGA Republicans, they're not. That's a colloquial term. It doesn't actually mean a Trump supporting fucking Trump waving, Trump flag waving dude with a Make America Great hat on that's outside protesting outside of Mar-a-Lago. That's not a MAGA Republican. It's me and you.
It's anybody.
That's who they're talking about. Anybody that is not
establishment Republican.
Anybody that is not on their team is a MAGA Republican, and they are extremists, and they are a threat to their democracy. They missed that part of the speech. Every time he said threat to democracy, he said threat to their democracy. It's their system of government. It's their establishment. It's their government. It's not for you unless you're on our team. That was the biggest takeaway I had from that speech. Was I am not allowed. I'm not invited to be a part of this unity unless I am on their side, unless I agree with everything that comes out of their mouths and their policies and all this. I'm not invited to the party, and that is not a good place to be, man. That's why I saw this thing as 100%. I mean, it sounded like a fucking declaration of war to me.
Yeah,
it was not good, man. The rhetoric was disgusting. The first time a president. It's one thing if some dude gets out there on the campaign trail and blah blah, and does this shit, right? It's one. This is the sitting president of the United States who is not actively campaigning, getting on there and making a public address to my fellow Americans.
I'm going to speak as plainly as I can
up
in front of this very signione arena, right? This very significant place.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, and I think Joseph.
It's a big club, and I'm not invited.
None of us. I think Joseph makes a good point. It was meant to be a provocation for the right. And one of the best takes that I heard about this was actually from one of the T-Rex Arms guys, Drew Hopkins, and he was from a big picture perspective. And his take was that an angry reaction of any type of intensity is exactly what the Biden administration is looking for, right? Because that type of the meeting the provocation with some type of violent action only legitimizes exactly what they want, right? It brings to pass the claim that they're predicting, and it would be the perfect excuse for them to just continue to concentrate power and say, well, we have to do these things. We don't have any choice, we don't want to, but we have to do this.
Yeah.
And
we got to stamp out all these violent extremists.
Yeah. Yeah. The best reaction is a tempered one, is to remember this and continue to do what you are doing and solidify your home life and prepare yourself for whatever outcome you think is most likely, and that is the best way to continue to do what you find to be moral, continue to do what you find to be right, and don't let anybody infringe on your rights. Doesn't matter if they're the federal government or a private citizen or anybody. Don't let anybody infringe on your rights. This now is the time to be making lines in the sand and to be deciding where your line is. Don't capitulate on that.
No, man. Now is the time, because I mean, if the call to draw your line and to choose a side has ever been more clear, it's now. I mean, the president himself made it very clear the other day. If you're not with us, you're against us. If you're not with us in our protection of democracy, then you're against us and you're an extremist. Yes. And you're out to tear down our democracy, and that's bad times to come, bro.
Yeah.
But hopefully light will shine through the dark. Hopefully. At the end of the day, after all these fucking idiots kill themselves, we'll be able to build a beautiful voluntarist anarchist society on the back end. I don't know. Oh, all right. So it was bad. We all recognize it's bad.
Yes.
And now before we get into Hunter Biden,
Yeah.
let's watch this preview for a movie.
Oh, yes.
That is going to be coming out next week on the 7th of September.
Let's see
and
it.
it is going to be fantastic. Here we go.
Like you need $1 billion.
So the obvious next.
Well, I hit a
So
button.
Gina
so.
Carano, that's awesome.
That's Gina Carano's in this, yeah.
So I'll tell you what's going down.
You know who I am.
They told me you were VIP. Well connected to the government.
Yep.
What kind of a moron forgets to pick up his laptop at a repair shop? You're a Biden. Act like one. Everything he built, his life, I just ruined it all. I want to know everything that's on that laptop that can ruin my erection. My friends, it's time to party!
Didn't you know I'm taking control? I'm making appearance and I gotta go. Cause I get them dancing with their hands up. Yeah, I walk in and they go bananas. I'm a bad, yeah.
I'm an artist.
And they're cheering my
Tell me how I can help you.
I don't deserve help. Oh, I'm so sorry.
I've been through worse.
You're the smartest man I know. Thanks, Dad. I just wish I could speak some sense into you. I'll never forget Corn Pop. He was a bad dude. No joke. Dad, we were talking about suffering.
I can't seem to find anything but positive stuff on the Bidens.
Who's the point man for the foreign policy in the Obama regime? Joe Biden. So it looks like you need $1 billion.
So the obvious next question is,
Where's Hunter? I can remember getting paid some money, but I can't remember what for. Well, my dad says we never discuss my businesses, period. Or my cut.
what's happening in there? Joe's in on it.
Party's over!
You had everything, Hunter, and you threw it all away. You hope the laptop will take down everybody with you.
Oh, no shit. That's the case, huh? That's the case.
China's not our enemy. They're not bad folks. I love my dad, and I just want to make him proud. I am the one who brings in all the deals. I am the one. Good boy.
True story, he says. Yeah. September 7th.
Wow.
That looks fucking awesome. There we go. Hit the button. Yeah, so there you go. My Son Hunter.
Word.
So kind of a lot of breaking the fourth wall, kind of
I like
Wolf of
it.
Wall Street style.
Vice.
Very Vice style. Yeah, same type of stuff. It looks really awesome.
I like it.
I'm impressed by the seemingly high production value for such
Yeah.
a short amount of time to be filming this thing. I mean, the dude's only been in office so long. That seems pretty up there as
I
far as
love
quality
that.
goes. So
I love that
I'm
so
looking forward to
much.
that. And it's unfortunately how to get it. It's like you can prepay for it now, and it's done through like Breitbart News and whatever. So they're producing it. I think they're trying to take Daily Wire.
That's becoming pretty common, though.
Yeah.
You know, Louis C.K. just sold his movie on his own website, and Andrew Schultz doing his thing. That's
Yeah.
becoming very common for
Yeah.
people to just sell their own shit.
Yeah, it's just
It's the model's proven now.
It's getting
so-
harder and harder. You know, you're gonna have to go out there and actually put in your credit card into a separate place
Yeah.
to be able to do the thing, and
That's why I got PayPal and shit, man.
that's a good point. PayPal. How's that treating old homie? I haven't been watching.
I don't know whether or not he's been pretty sporadic about it. You
Yeah.
know, so I usually stream pretty late, so I'm not gonna watch.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm too tired for that.
Yeah, I'm too tired. For
No,
that.
so this next segment, this kind of hits again on more the clandestine bureaucratic state that we were talking about. It's the Hunter Biden Tim Tebow story, right? Tim
Yeah.
Tebow, whatever.
Tim Tebow.
Yeah.
We're just gonna call him Tebow.
So we're all familiar with kind of the OG Hunter Biden laptop story, right? So this is regarding a letter penned by Chuck Grassley stating that he received highly credible whistleblower intel that there was a concerted effort within the FBI to actively downplay the Hunter Biden laptop story leading up to the 2020 election.
Specifically by Assistant Special Agent in Charge Tim Tebow.
Yes.
Who just last weekend resigned, whether he wanted to or not. He did indeed resign.
People in the FBI say that he had reached retirement age.
Oh,
So
yeah.
You know.
So that's a thing.
Just saying, that's what they say.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah, so this article I have is from the New York Post. There's 38 sources, 88% right, 3% left. So, isn't that interesting?
Well, it's all just Russian disinformation, didn't you know?
Yeah. A top FBI agent in the Washington field office reportedly resigned from his post this week after facing intense scrutiny over allegations he helped shield Hunter Biden from criminal investigations into his laptop and business dealings. Timothy Tebow, an FBI assistant special agent in charge, was allegedly forced out after he was accused of political bias in his handling of probes involving President Biden's son, sources tell the Washington Times on Monday. The agent was escorted out of the field office by at least two headquarters-looking types last Friday, the sources said. Tebow and the FBI didn't immediately respond to the request. Another article that I said, let's see, this one's from CBS. Let's see here. Come on,
Come on. Fucking internet trying to keep you down, bro.
Yeah, because I think this article says that it's normal for people
to be escorted out of the building.
Yeah, which I thought was weird. But I mean, I guess if it's the FBI, but I don't.
A lot of federal jobs are like that, actually.
Yeah.
The day you leave, if
leave your gun and badge, you get escorted out.
Yeah,
yeah.
Because at that point, once you turn in your gun and your badge, you're no
just a
longer
citizen.
Yeah, and you have to be led out of the building.
Right. Okay. So Chuck Grassley started raising concerns about the whistleblower claims that the FBI had obstructed his own investigations into his first son. Guy looks like an asshole. It's a picture of shirtless Hunter Biden. It's nice.
He is a fucking asshole.
In a letter to the FBI director, Christopher Wray, on July, Grassley said Tebow and the FBI supervisor intelligence analyst Brian Otten were allegedly involved in a scheme to undermine derogatory information connected to Hunter Biden by falsely suggesting it was disinformation. Okay, so that kind of will blend this in with Mark Zuckerberg, right? Because Mark Zuckerberg was on Joe Rogan last week. Mark Zuckerberg says that, and it's difficult because even by the way he was talking, it doesn't sound like Mark Zuckerberg was actually involved in the conversation.
Yeah.
Somebody else was involved in the conversation, and the crux of it is that someone at Meta was told by the FBI that there was likely to be an influx of Russian disinformation and that they should be on the lookout for it. Mark Zuckerberg, and I think this was some of this was kind of overblown a little bit by some of the right media, Steven Crowder and stuff like that. But there is legitimacy to this, right? Because Mark Zuckerberg said, and this story seemed to fit the mold of what they described. What the fuck that means, we don't know, because like I said, it doesn't sound like Mark Zuckerberg was actually involved in that conversation.
No.
So I don't know what the details of that were, and it doesn't seem to be as clear cut as the Alex Berenson thing, where they have receipts of why the fuck is this guy still on Twitter, right? It doesn't seem like thus far that's what's happening. Maybe if it somehow is a discovery process, that might become the case. But that's like a whole another deal that I think is probably really unlikely.
Yeah.
But
I think so.
These things seem to be connected, right? And it, again, optically at the very fucking least, which I almost guarantee there is more, this does not look very good. And it doesn't look like you can argue that there is separation between the Department of Justice and the Biden administration. Even if Biden is not directing these people to do things, they are obviously, seemingly acting on his behalf, acting in favor of his behalf.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Or at least, at the very least, against Donald Trump, who was in office at the time, or, if I recall correctly, this was the same exact field office that was also handling the Russiagate situation as well, right? And so it doesn't surprise me that these people they decided to put down on one. They try to tamp down one investigation and kind of uplift the other investigation, because they obviously had a person that they would have rather gone after at that point, because he was public enemy number one to the deep state at that point. But it is also important to remember, as far as Facebook and Mark Zuckerberg are concerned, right? I agree with you. I don't know if Zuck really had that much insider information about what exactly
sounds to me like he got told about it.
Exactly.
Like the conversation happened and someone came and told him about it.
And then the next question you need to ask is, okay, well, who did they tell, right? the vast makeup of these counterintelligence style internet security departments of social media and stuff like that are generally ex-FBI and CIA agents.
Yes.
And so
there is a huge amount of that.
So they are people from the same bureaucratic state that have just switched over now into, instead of monitoring the government's end of things, they are taking their same ideology and their same shit over to the private sector on a much larger scale now.
To run security and stuff like
Amen.
that for
and so when
these
they get the
companies.
hookup from their old co-workers and their old homies at the FBI, I say, well, obviously I know exactly what that means. I know the Hunter Biden story now is definitely Russian disinfo, so we're going to shut that shit down. At Twitter, at fucking Meta, which is Facebook and Instagram now. It's the same people, man. These are just it's the new revolving door. It's the people that went from government that used to go into, say, like the military industrial complex. Now they go into social media. Now they have their own, industrial complex to go into for themselves, because they, the cybersecurity units or whatever that area of government now is, they now have a private sector out that they go to now, and it's totally filled with all these people, except now they have full fucking reign because they're private citizens.
So Mark Zuckerberg said, basically the background here is the FBI, I think, basically came to us, some folks on our team, and was like, hey, just so you know, like, you should be on high alert, Zuckerberg told Rogan on the Jerry. We thought that there was a lot of Russian propaganda in the 2016 election. We have it on notice that basically there's about to be some kind of dump that's similar to that, so just be vigilant. Also, Tebow also allegedly tried to kill off a valid avenue of investigation of possible Hunter Biden criminality until at least 1 month before the November 2020 election. This is a quote from the letter. Tebow allegedly ordered the matter closed without providing a valid reason as required by FBI guidelines, and subsequently attempted to improperly mark the matter in FBI systems so that it could not be opened in the future. It was the same month the Post first started reporting on Hunter Biden's abandoned laptop, which includes troves of emails related to his shady overseas business dealings.
Fact check true.
Isn't that weird?
Isn't it, though? Isn't it weird that all of this is happening? Like, it doesn't surprise me at all. Joseph Garrett, Facebook is not letting part 1 and 2 of Project Veritas circulate. I don't know what the latest these part 1 and part 2s are.
It's about schools. It's about the. I've only heard clips of it. I've not watched the whole thing because we were prepping for this and we had already set up the topics. But it's about schools. I heard clips of it on Cairo, and one of them was like I think a principal of the school talking about how he wouldn't hire Catholic teachers if you found out they were Catholic, wouldn't hire conservative teachers because you couldn't break them out of their mindset. They weren't open to trying new things. It was not good.
Interesting.
It's not good.
Oh, what is happening here, dude?
This doesn't seem good. It shows up that I shared it, but people who follow me don't see it unless I send it a message. So, Joseph, let me tell you, the reason that almost every time we run the socials and we say fuck Facebook is because it got to the point with us in Facebook that they literally wouldn't allow us to give them money for ads. I went through the process of even communicating with somebody on the back end who told me that we had violated some form of community guidelines and we needed to check. They directed me to a page that didn't exist, actually. Yeah. When I found the page that they were referencing, because they called it something different than what it really is, it showed that we had nothing on our page, no check marks, no anything that would hinder us from putting out an ad. We still weren't allowed to place an ad on Facebook for no reason at all. We post our episodes on Facebook. That is it. We get almost zero interaction on Facebook. We do not go there. It is not a place that is friendly to us. It is not a place that is friendly to these ideals. We do not go there. Yep. We are on there. I don't even know why we still post shit on there, to be fucking honest.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll stop because fuck Facebook. I know it doesn't, we don't get anything from there. No one shares anything on there. No one fucking likes our stuff except for like Jordan and maybe Carolina. Yeah. So it doesn't, there is no service to it. Yeah. You know, Instagram is the place that is most friendly. Even it's weird because they're owned by the same company, and Instagram is still malicious with us. It's still very difficult for us to get some things out there, but we at least can pay them to promote some of our items.
It is so frustrating, man.
Yes.
I sit there, I post salty shorts, and one day I'll go to post it. You know, it's simple. when you do it from, because you have to do it, I do it from the desktop, obviously, because all the editing stuff is done here. So, like, you go to post it, and some days you hit, okay, post, link, and then you click, it's asks you to click the file, and then it just brings you back, hey, please select the file. And then some days you go, okay, please select the file, you click it, and then the little rainbow wheel starts spinning, and then eventually it'll post, and sometimes it doesn't, but it's such a problem, man. Ooh, look at that. Look at that.
The stickers are in our possession.
Look at that.
We have the six skis. Say it with a Chinese accent. Oh, geez, no. That'll get us canceled for sure. The stick skis are here, guys. We have the vinyls. Said if you want some vinyl stickers, some SOS vinyls, we have them.
That's probably who the dog was just barking at.
Yeah, probably.
I love it.
We have the equipment. So we also have the T-shirts. If you guys want T-shirts,
that's right.
Sweatshirts. Winter's coming up. If y'all want some sweatshirts,
during the next break, I'll run out to the mailbox. I'll grab the vinyl so we can show them off.
We got the thick ass sweatshirts,
dude. Those things, I'm telling you right now, to date, the best sweatshirt I've ever owned.
Yes,
it's a nice thick. It's not too hot though, but you get that heavy feel when you wear it. It's a nice fucking thick hoodie. We got the hookup at work. We get some high quality material over there.
If it gets cold where you guys are during winter,
that's right. It is the time.
Good sweaties, bro. Okay. Yes. So, the last
got them
thing,
sweaties.
Yeah, the last thing I think we have in this segment is Alex Berenson, right? And
Alex
this just kind
Berenson.
of speaks to this same idea, and then we'll talk about what does this have to do with liberty, and then we'll get out of here. And
I think I called him Chris Berenson on the live stream last night.
It doesn't matter.
I couldn't
He's
figure it out.
kind of a douche. So
kind of a douche.
It's okay.
I like the Substack. I'm a fan of the Substack.
Alex Berenson, right? He is a reporter who was sharing things on Twitter, valid information that turns out now that it's factual. So weird, like we talked about earlier, people getting canceled, they're getting cut off. I had the whole rant. It was a whole deal, right?
He was a fallen New York Times journalist, actually. Yeah.
So he is actively suing the White House and one of their employees in particular because he has evidence, he has receipts that this person, I'm going to say, colluded with Twitter to ban him off of their service.
Yes.
And
100%.
He's got the receipts, he has the evidence, he has the everything, he's got the studies, he's got all of the things.
I've seen him with my own two eyes on his Substack.
Yes. So there is, again, this just feeds into the same thing we're talking about. There's obviously collusion going on between private industry and the federal government. They are working together to fuck you. They're working together to come down on people who do not agree with their ideology.
Yep.
This is happening. To deny it any longer, it's no longer of service to anybody. To have friends who deny it any longer is no longer of service. And I'm not saying abandon all of your friends. You have to show them, share this with them, these segments, right? This segment, part 3, will be released in and of itself. It will be just over an hour long. Show it to them. Ask them, you're going to watch a movie this week, watch this instead. Because this is going to show you articles. They will explain to you how this is happening, because it is happening. You just watched it. We just went over it for an hour. We didn't say anything that wasn't real. We told you when it was conjecture. We told you when we were postulating on things, right? We said that. I went to get a beer. Colin said, I want to postulate on this. We said that to you. The factual information is here. And if you want the other information we talked about, the Crowder things that we talked about, the ballot harvesting, the HBO documentary is still there, the Pennsylvania explanation, all those things are, we've done all those things in the past. If you go back to when the election happened, you can listen to those episodes. We went over all of those things. Colin was into the Pennsylvania thing. You broke down in detail how they violated their constitution.
Really bothered me.
It's all there. We talked about all of this.
Yep.
This is all factual. If you have anybody who does not believe you, share this with them.
Yep. And luckily, you started this right off the bat when we first started doing the show. You started to put the date of recording.
It's there
on the title. So you can go back. You know what it is you're looking for. It's easy to find. You can do it.
There.
You got this.
Yes. So Alex Berenson is currently suing the federal government. He's suing the White House. He's suing this particular employee. I don't remember what his name is. The collusion is happening. It's happening. There's no point in denying this, right?
Yep.
So this kind of brings us to our final point. What does this have to do with freedom and liberty? We have underlined this the entire time that we've been here, right? There is a clandestine effort within the intelligence community, the Department of Justice, to retain and grow the power that has been centralized in the executive branch, right? There's no question about that. They're working actively to erode our rights and to make you defenseless, fortify their own legal and physical protection, and do whatever they can, do whatever they need to get anyone to submit to their will, right? This administration has no intent of unifying the nation, and no administration involved with this government, the way that it currently exists, will ever be for or by the people. It's impossible. So, with that, unless you have anything else that you want to add.
No, I like this. This is you fucking nice bow on everything.
So
man.
with that, we're going to take our last break. We'll be back in
right.
just a few minutes. We'll be back with the stickers. We'll be back with some more beers. And we'll be here for the grab bag. We have lots of good stuff going on.
So much good stuff.
We'll be
Thanks,
right back.
everybody, for hanging out.
Thank you, everyone.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons Podcast.
Salt to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt to the Streets Podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt to the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons Podcast.
Salt to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems.
We're
And
back.
Thank you very much for joining us, everybody. We're here for part 4 of Salt of the Streets podcast.
Grab bag time.
That's right. It's time for the grab bag. Of course, you've been watching us here on our YouTube. We also have our Instagram and our Patreon over at Salt of the Streets. You can find all this, saltofthestreets.com. Go to the Patreon, subscribe. Help us make more, better content just like this. We have the newsletter, the book club, the beer shows, all the things. It's fantastic, right?
That's
the
right.
review previews, all the things. So
All the things.
yes, and with Lexi Kai on Twitch if you want to watch some gaming. So Colin, just went and picked up the stick skis. They're
Oh, yeah.
there.
Let me put them on your cam so you can get close. Boom.
They're there.
There's the vinyl stick skis.
These are the vinyls.
That's right.
$5. I'll mail it to you.
So that's all. That's what you get. You just get the actual vinyl. There's none of that stupid, back. There's no
No.
big block sticker. There's no nothing. It's legit, just the logo
Yeah.
vinyl.
Nope.
Sticks to anything.
You peel this part off, you hit it
Boom.
with a credit card.
That's
peel
all
the
you
other
need.
part off. That's it.
That's all you
That's
need.
it. We got T-shirts, we got lady sizes, we got men's sizes, we got all the things.
All the things.
And we've been making them for a long time. So
We can even fit them to the there's thems.
that is true.
Not that you'd be watching the show, but if you are.
T-shirts for everybody. Yeah. So with that, the first thing I want to talk about is fucking Subway, right? So
Let's talk
yes.
about Subway,
So
dude.
I've lost a little bit of my heat about it because it's been a few weeks, but I'm still I feel the exact same way about it, right? So let me send you the article that I have here.
Please.
I have 2 articles. There's one from fucking Subway itself, where they had their own social media thing. It's from the Subway newsroom, right? So let's see here. I'll send this to you really quick. I'll send you the other one as well. Okay, Subway newsroom, and then of course there's this. This New York Post one goes into some of the numbers. So,
Interesting.
all right, this is from the fucking Subway newsroom, right? Because apparently Subway has a newsroom, and
class.
this says. Milford, Connecticut, July 21st, 2022. After debuting the Subway series, the 12 best and most craveable sandwiches in company history, Subway is offering 9 of its biggest fans a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make this all-star lineup a permanent part of their history in more ways than one. On July 27th from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m., Subway is hosting a block party in Las Vegas at Bad Apple Tattoo, where 9 superfans can get a real tattoo of the Subway Series logo from 2-time Ink Master champion DJ Tombe or a member of his team. Depending on the size and location of the tattoo, fans can earn subs for a month for a 2x2 tattoo on the wrist, bicep, or foot, subs for a year for a 3x3 tattoo on shoulder blade, forearm, or calf, subs for life, the foot-long, a 12x12 tattoo on sternum or back. Right? That's your chest. Your sternum is your fucking chest.
Yes.
Tattoos hold a special meaning for my customers. They come to me to celebrate the things they love the most or to commemorate a major moment in their lives. Okay, fuck you, right?
I'm going to show you this right here. It's going to really piss you off. Let's put you right
God
in the mood.
fucking damn it.
There it is.
Okay.
There it is, bro.
Okay. So let's talk about the monetary value of what this is, right? So the person who gets the full-long tattoo will receive a one-time payment of $50,000 worth of gift cards. Worth of gift cards!
Gift cards.
worth of gift cards. Where's my last comment that you guys see? The last comment that I see from you, Joseph, says, say it with a Chinese accent,
please.
That's the last thing that it says that you said. I'm telling you, YouTube don't like us. No.
Getting in the live stream comments, bro.
The others will receive a $372 gift card for 1 month and a $4,380 gift card for the year. Okay.
Oh, here's the picture of it in action.
At best, right, you got $50,000 worth of Subway gift cards. The second level is less than $5,000 worth. Okay. Subway is great, I guess. People like Subway. I'm not a huge cold cut guy, so it is what it is. It doesn't really matter, right? We're talking about $50,000 in sandwiches, right? In sandwiches. We talk consistently on this show about people's property rights, right? Personal property. Your property rights are very, very important. It's an extremely important right that you have. They are SBU.
You're going to have to pontificate a little further on that one, big guy.
Shadow banning.
Shadow
banning us.
Yeah, well,
surprise.
Hey.
I told you Facebook won't take our money.
Yeah.
I know that. Yeah, no, I know
Subway's
that.
got a better deal than us, man. They're getting people with tattoos.
I'm telling
on
you,
them.
share the videos. I know that. Share the videos.
Yeah. Where's all your friends, Joseph?
Yes.
Where's all your friends?
I know that we're being shadow banned. I know that. You gotta help us out. You gotta help us. And my comments. Yeah, 100%.
Oh, yeah.
I don't doubt it. Maybe we'll see them after we post the stream and everything, but I wouldn't bet on it.
That's troubling to me. I didn't know they could actively subdue comments in a live stream like that. I didn't know that.
Doesn't surprise
Doesn't
me.
surprise me, but for fuck's sakes, man.
Share the videos.
Yes.
These are the options that we have. Share the videos.
Yeah, we can only do so much at the end of the day, which we'll get back to Subway in a minute. It's very, very, it's taxing, man. It's this whole deal is taxing. We've been doing this for a lot of years at this point, and to have some fucking institutionalized oppression put upon us, and then to hear about it every goddamn day from other people that are definitely not institutionally oppressed. It is really bothersome because not even the own people that come here and sit through our own fucking 6-7 hour goddamn live streams, I can't even see all their goddamn chats.
Can't even say whatever they want.
That is so frustrating to me, and I'm sure to you, because we both put in, this is our life. This is what we do. You guys don't see it most of the time because we're only here every other week doing the show. But man, like, we do this every single day on top of everything else that we do.
We devote an enormous amount of time to this.
It's a lifestyle choice, is what we got to say. But it is so hard for me to hear that not even the comments in our fucking live stream are coming through.
So
at least I'm not getting a Subway fucking tattoo on my back.
So we're not, when I show you these things, we're not trying to extract money from you.
No, man.
Right? We're not. The point of these things is to separate ourselves from this. Right? This is why I'm showing you the stickers. This is why I'm talking about t-shirts. This is why I'm talking about Patreon. That's why I'm asking you to share the videos so more people can see them, because they're not showing up in the recommendations. They don't show up on Instagram unless we fucking pay them.
Yep.
Right? And even then, we get fucking shit-ass hate
the
comments
time, yeah.
the entire time. So, which is fine. Comments are comments. I'm not mad at it. It is what it is, because other people have come to defend us in those comments, right?
Yep.
So I'm not mad at it. But this is why I say these things to you. It's not because I want to make money. Right? If I wanted to make money, I would not do this show anymore, because it fucking costs me money to do it, right? If I want to make money right now, I would stop doing the show and I would
It's like
work
a good
every other
financial
Saturday.
investment.
It costs me money. I drive out to fucking Hansville. It takes me an hour to get here. I spend money at the gas station. I do all these things, right? If I want to stop doing the show, we would stop doing it. If we wanted to make money, we would stop doing the show. We don't. We want to provide this information because you are here and you recognize how valuable this is. You recognize that we're trying to provide you factual information that will lead you to a freer and more liberty-based lifestyle, because that's what we want for ourselves, and we know that that's what everybody really wants for themselves at the core. So
that's pro-America.
All we can ask.
It's an American concept, a liberty-based lifestyle.
All we can ask, all we can do is ask you to share the videos, sign up to the Patreon so you can see the other things, because we also have other content on there, like we have the writings and stuff.
It'll be a while before we get banned off Patreon. It'll be a while.
But by that time, we'll have our own subscription-based system that will be separate from that. It will be fine. But we need your help to get there. That's the only way that this gets done, is for you guys to help us.
The easiest way to do it, it's free. just to share it. Share it, share it, share
Yes.
it. That's the big deal, man.
Like it. You've already commented 9 million times, so you've already done that.
You're here, man.
Share it.
You guys are here, which it helps make the show better.
Yeah,
I
not to
will say.
Facebook though, because apparently that won't work.
Apparently.
We'll do it anyway, but you know,
Man.
but yeah, that's it. It's bad. And
Thankfully,
we've
Instagram
been-
has a nice, easy cross post, so you just click a button, and then you don't have to worry about it.
He said, "I'm mad. I've made excellent comments that are being banned. I fucking bet. I fucking bet." No, you're on fire today. You are
Absolutely.
fire today.
You should wash your truck more often.
Yeah,
because
I
that
don't doubt it.
Seems to be the key.
The beers, the truck. I'm here for it. I like it. I know. Fucking find us on Instagram. Send us
Amen.
comments. I want to know what you
Absolutely.
said. Hit me up in the DMs, bro.
Yeah, man. You do a very good job, I should say. You do a very good job. You curate our Instagram feed for the Salt of the Streets Instagram. Our stories are just beautiful. I love our story feed. It's fantastic. Thanks to you.
Curating the fuck out of that.
That's
thing.
right. That is your life.
So, yes,
Subway.
I agree with you, Joseph. Share the videos. Tell people about what we're doing. Yes,
That's right.
Subway. Okay, so we talk about personal property. We talk about how valuable and intrinsic this is to you. Your bodily autonomy in your body is the most valuable property that you have.
Yeah, man. That was our entire narrative during the vax mandate stuff.
At a core level,
Bodily autonomy.
At a core level, it saddens me to see that this many people see such little inherent value in their bodies themselves. Listen, I was commenting during my alcohol hiatus as well. So no, you were 100%. I remember that. You were 100%. So it bothers me at a human level to think that there are people who value their bodies so little that they'll sell pieces of it off for $372 worth of sandwiches, right? That's very funny, but it's also fucking true that someone sold off a permanent piece of their body for $372 worth of a fucking sandwich.
Forever,
It's not like
dude.
it's $1 that you
It's a
can sell.
tattoo.
There's a fucking gift card for sandwiches, cookies at best, that you just sold part of your body for. That's dark. This is dark. And I'm not a religious man, so I'm not even going to draw it to like this is disconnection from the Lord or whatever. That's your body.
Yeah, man.
You're going to have that for your whole entire life. From the time that you were a baby until the time that you're dead. This is the one thing you have. It's your fucking body.
You're going to
your
have
body
that
and your
tattoo
liberty
on your back that says Subway Series 2022.
You just sold
on
a
your
gang
back.
of it for permanent advertisement for that company for fucking sandwiches.
Yeah, the same corporation that hired a pedophile for multiple decades.
Like at least the guy who has it on his back will wear a shirt and will hide the whole time. But if you got a tattoo on your bicep or on your forearm,
wrist.
you sold a piece of your body that's permanent ad space for Subway for the rest of your life, and you got $372 worth of sandwiches for permanent ad space on your body.
For a product that isn't even considered on bread in Canada.
It's a fucking sandwich, bro.
Word.
It's a fucking sandwich.
And
you can make a better sandwich at your house.
Yes, you can. You can definitely do that. I'm kind of a shill for Subway, even though I know they're crap. But it's kind of like
it is what it is.
It is what it is, right?
Yeah.
Like the product itself is almost not even. The product itself is not in question here. It's the fact that you're willing to sell your body to a corporation.
Yes.
To become their permanent advertisement for life for a minute amount of monetary compensation that isn't even actual monetary compensation. It's compensation in kind through a product.
For a sandwich.
For a sandwich,
Not
bro.
even like a goods product. You know,
Yeah.
The only
Not
and
a
I
healthy
don't,
product.
I still would not agree with this. The only way that it would begin to make sense is if you're getting money or property in perpetuity, because it's permanent ad space for
Yeah.
the life of Subway as a company. There is going to be a 2x2 ad on a piece of your body forever.
Yeah.
Every time that guy goes to a pool. Or to the fucking beach, or to anywhere that he's going to take his shirt off, people will say, "Oh, fucking Subway."
How about
Maybe
at
I'll
night
get a
when he
sandwich
goes to
later.
bed and his wife sees it?
That's what I'm saying, right?
Word. Or his kids see
So-
it when he's walking around the house and it's hot out.
You're gonna fucking. You're literally a walking permanent advertisement for a sandwich company.
Yeah, bro.
And
fucking
your body is worth more than that. Your body is worth more than $50,000 of sandwiches. It is. I promise. Even that guy. I don't care what you look like. I don't care how disgusting you are. I don't care anything. Your body's worth more than $50,000 worth of sandwiches.
Word.
You are, because you're a human being. Your inherent worth is more than $50,000 worth of sandwiches.
You talked about that recently with the value of a human life being more than $3.7 million or something like that recently, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
So we're not even close to that level already. You're a couple grand, maybe.
and it's sandwiches. It's
And
not,
it's
it's
fucking
not even
sandwiches.
dollars. They're sandwiches. You can only buy sandwiches with it. Sandwiches and cookies and sodas. That's all you use.
Yeah.
Chips. That's all you can buy with
maybe
it.
an apple. Or is that Panera? That's a Panera thing,
Yeah,
isn't it?
it's- you can't
You
buy
can't even
food
get
at
an
Subway.
apple at Subway.
It's fucking Subway or Sun Chips. That's what you can get at Subway. Sun Chips.
I do love some Sun Chips.
So it's not good. This
No,
makes me, This
man.
makes me sad.
There
for
was
people.
there's a fantastic TV show that Dan Harmon made before he
Is it
made
the F word that does it? It might be fuck.
I
That
don't
might
know.
be it.
I don't know.
I say fuck an awful lot though. I wouldn't.
You sure
expect
do.
That would
but
be.
I would imagine it's different because you're typing in the chat. But
Maybe.
I would.
That might
I
be
don't
it.
know.
Deborah sees
nope,
it.
I sees it. Why don't I see it? Man, so now they're not even
we
coming
moderating
out.
our
Okay.
own comments.
Are we? I don't know.
Click
Can
on
I
that
click a
little
button?
thing
Let's
there,
click
yeah.
a button. Participants.
Timestamps.
Timestamp. Oh, toggle timestamps. I didn't know I could do that. Pop out chat. I didn't know I could do that either. Top chat. Oh, wait. Now let's go full view real quick.
There you go.
Top chat.
Live chat. There we go.
Hey. Wow. Garrett, what is up?
Let's see.
Maybe.
YouTube is
Show
shadow.
them
Yeah,
the
go
chat.
down. There, yeah.
Go down.
YouTube is shadow banning you two. Why else would you have 145 subscribers and 5 people that know that comment live?
Word.
Your views are so low that there could be any other explanation. And
Right.
my comments, I guess, is bad. It's disgusting. I'm mad. Yeah, keep going up. Let's see what the fuck. Fuck Subway. Yeah, okay.
Fuck Subway.
Yeah.
Bro.
Oh.
So what is this?
Yeah,
It
we
was
had
set to top
chat.
chats?
Oh,
What's
such
the
as
difference? It's
such
the
as
only
Such
chats.
as potential spam may not be visible.
Oh, I
Wow.
fucking hate everybody so much right now.
Well, I apologize for that, Joseph. That's
Yeah.
Yes, we were.
Yeah, thanks, Deborah. Thanks
Yes,
for teaching
we
me how
were.
YouTube works.
Yeah,
I
We-
fucking hate all
not
this
been here
shit.
for a long time or anything.
There we go.
But that's what we get. So
That's what we get.
now we can see everything.
Yay!
We're out here. This is BS. There it is.
Amen. We'll take that one.
The fact still matters. Like, as you said, subscribers, views, all these things, right?
Yeah.
Still stands.
There you go.
The comments was our own mistake.
That's what I'm
that I
wondering.
will
What else
own.
have I been missing
The
now?
comments was our own mistake. But as far as the views, the followers, the things like that,
Yeah, that's the whole thing.
I would chalk that up to the exact same thing.
Yeah, because there's nothing we could do about that, really.
No.
You know, there's the whole game to be played with like tags and whatnot, but that's arguable at best. You could.
Yeah.
It's hilarious because there's a series. YouTube is such a weird place, right? There's little niches of content that exist out there, and there's a whole niche out there about people that don't get the traction that you feel you should be, or you don't have the subscribers you feel you should be because of X, Y, Z reason. And unfortunately, you start to listen to those things, and it's a whole lot of like, "Whoa, woe is me. My channel's fucking awesome," but really, then you go look at their content and go, "Well, it's not that awesome."
Right.
And so I never like to go down those roads to assume that it's not something that we aren't responsible for ourselves. You know what I mean? Like, I can't go down that road to just say the reason I'm being oppressed is because the man's oppressing me. It's not because of flaws in what I'm doing, or the fact that we're a small fish in a very large ocean. That's just the world that is. So
Right.
I never concern myself with that really, and I just push forward and move on, because what else are you going to do, right? You always got to move forward. You just got to keep moving forward. And oh, you mean the narcissist? Yes, I mean the narcissist. Thank you. The only reason I'm seeing that now is probably because I just changed the setting, thanks to Deborah. So, to close out this grab bag subject, you're not into the Subway
No.
promotion at all.
It makes me very sad.
The point I was making, actually, I started on earlier. There's a TV show made, Dan Harmon did before he did Rick and Morty, called Community. And if you have not
Yes.
seen it, it is one of the greatest shows ever made.
Yes.
If you
it's
guys have
just
not
like
seen
that.
Community, it's
Yes.
so good.
It's just like that.
It is just like that, because there
It's
is a
just
character
like
that
that.
comes in for a season or two, and his name is Subway, because he has signed over he's contractually signed over the rights to his entire life.
It's even worse.
To be, it is slightly above getting a tattoo, but it also sticks with you for life. And so he goes into this community college, and his name is Subway, and he's there to promote Subway sandwiches. Dan Harmon has become reality. Now, hopefully, somebody will invent a portal gun in Rick and Morty will also become reality.
And that's where we are.
Boom.
Okay, let's get a little bit more serious. Let's talk about.
Let's do it. We're working on 5 beers here, so you know how can we do this?
Let's talk about Breonna Taylor. So we talked about Breonna Taylor a
bring
long time
down the
ago.
room.
Yeah,
Let's
we're
do
doing it. We're doing it. We're getting serious again. We're talking about Breonna Taylor. We talked about Breonna Taylor when it first happened during George Floyd and all this type of shit, right? So the very base background of this is that Breonna Taylor was the subject of a no-knock raid at her house in which she was murdered, she was killed, her boyfriend was shot, and he returned fire at some of the police officers that were there. There then became a huge public case, right, in which the police officers alleged that she was having drugs mailed to her house and was involved in like this trafficking ring. And now we find out, this is an article from, let's see, CNBC. I'll send you this one, and then we can go from there. I'll read it. Let's see. Salty Boys.
Yeah, because there's been an alternative narrative that I've picked up recently about this specific situation in which Breonna Taylor has been labeled a drug dealer.
Yes. So this is from CNBC, and this says a former Louisville police detective who helped falsify the warrant that led to the deadly police raid at Breonna Taylor's apartment has pleaded guilty. They said pleaded too. Has pleaded guilty to the federal conspiracy charge. Federal investigators said Kelly Goodlett added a false line in the warrant and later conspired with another detective to create a cover story when Taylor's March 13, 2020 shooting death by police began gaining national attention.
It's a tense thing. It's a tense thing. They're speaking in the present tense, pleaded, versus if you were talking in the past tense and we pled.
Okay.
So even though they are in the present tense, they're speaking to something that historically happened, so it's pleaded guilty.
That's
perhaps.
Fucking weird.
Not an English teacher.
Taylor, a 26-year-old black woman, was shot to death by officers who knocked at her door. Knocked down her door while executing a drug search warrant. Taylor's boyfriend fired a shot that hit one of the officers as they came through the door, and they returned fire, striking Taylor multiple times. Goodlett, 35, appeared in a federal courtroom in Louisville on Tuesday afternoon and admitted to conspiring with another Louisville police officer to falsify the warrant. Goodlett briefly answered several questions from federal judge Rebecca Jennings Grady. Taylor's mother, Tamika Palmer, was in the courtroom Tuesday but did not speak after the proceedings. 3 former Louisville officers were indicted on criminal civil rights charges earlier this month by a federal grand jury. Goodlett was not indicted, but charged in a federal information filing, which likely means the former detective is cooperating with investigators. Goodlett will be sentenced November 22nd. Grady said there will be extenuating circumstances that may move the court to push back the sentencing date. Part of the plea hearing was also kept under seal and was not discussed in open court Tuesday. She faces up to 5 years in prison for the conviction. She resigned from the department August 5th, a day after the U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland announced a new federal charges in the Taylor case. Former officers Joshua James and Kyle Meany were indicted on charges related to the warrant used to search Taylor's home. A third former officer, Brett Hankinson, was charged with using excessive force when he retreated from Taylor's door, turned a corner, and fired 10 shots into the side of her 2-bedroom apartment. She was acquitted into somebody else's house, by the way. They went through the wall into somebody else's house. He was acquitted by a jury on similar state charges earlier this year. James, Meany, and Hankinson have all been fired. The 3 former officers face a maximum life sentence of life in prison if convicted on civil rights charges. Federal prosecutors said in court records that James, who drew up the Taylor warrant, had claimed to Goodlett days before the warrant was served that he had, quote-unquote, verified from a postal inspector that a suspected drug dealer was receiving packages at Taylor's apartment. But Goodlett knew this was false and told James the warrant did not yet have enough information connecting Taylor to criminal activity, prosecutors said. She added a paragraph saying the suspected drug dealer, Jamarcus Glover, was using Taylor's apartment as his current address, according to the court records. 2 months later, when the Taylor shooting was attracting national headlines, the postal inspector told a media outlet he had not verified packages for Glover were going to Taylor's apartment. James and Goodlett then met in James' garage to get on the same page before James talked to the investigators about the Taylor warrant, court records said. Bro, they decided to say Sergeant John Mattingly, who is identified in the court records as JM, told them Glover was receiving packages at Taylor's home, according to prosecutors. Mattingly was shot in the leg during the raid at Taylor's apartment. Meany, who signed off on the Taylor warrant and was still Louisville police sergeant when he was indicted on August 4th, was fired by Louisville Police Chief Erica Shields on Friday. Shields said in a statement that Meany has not yet had his case heard by jury, but he is facing multiple federal charges after a lengthy investigation by the DOJ and should not expect continued employment after such conditions. Hankinson was the only officer charged who was on the scene the night of the killing.
Good Lord. Dude. Okay, so to answer Deborah's question, so the boyfriend wasn't a drug dealer?
No. The boyfriend was not. No, her ex-boyfriend, because she did have relations to whatever Jamarcus Glover, I think his name was. She did date him at one point in time, but there is no evidence that he was receiving packages. And this is why I meant to talk to Zeke about this, because he sent us like the PowerPoint of the evidence that they used to prepare this whole deal. And all of this was laid out in there, right? But all of that shit was a lie.
Yep.
So they said that her ex-boyfriend was receiving drugs at her apartment when he never lived there. There was no evidence that he lived there and no evidence that he was receiving packages there.
And they fucking said that, once again, this postal inspector comes up again. This goddamn...
That's got to be the third...
What is happening?
Maybe the third time tonight.
The mail is not safe.
And you brought it up totally unsolicited.
I know.
I didn't know that was going to be brought up at all tonight.
No, that's just kind of happenstance. But no, Deborah, the boyfriend at the time, the guy that was that shot the cop and who
Totally law-abiding citizen.
Totally fine.
Legally owned the AR-15 that he used. Everything.
Amen.
All on the up and up.
Yep,
he got released that same night because he shot someone trying to break into his house.
Yeah.
He got released the same fucking day.
Yep. Which, thank goodness.
Certainly.
Yeah.
As he fucking should.
Amen. Shouldn't have been
Someone
hemmed
shoots
up.
blindly 10 rounds into your house. Yeah, fuck them.
Jesus, man. Unbelievable. I'm glad that some of these people are getting a little bit of accountability, though. This is good. It's not going to change the system as a whole, obviously. The no-knock business is still going gangbusters, but it's still nice to be able to see a little bit of accountability on something like this. You know?
Yes.
It is. The officer that was shot was on IRL, and his story was different from what the media was saying. Yeah, that's true. Actually, I don't think I actually saw that episode. I need to go back and rewatch that episode.
I have not watched it.
Yeah,
we'll
I know,
have to watch it.
because they mentioned before. I remember Tim mentioning the fact that he was on there. I know the
check that out.
The Drinking Bro guys have talked to him and have had him on their show. So I need to check both of those out because I would be interested as well. And honestly,
100%.
And it's also important to remember that this guy that's on the team that breaks down the door and goes in there is not necessarily attached to the people that set up the no-knock warrant and for that team to go in there. I mean, this is a separate team that goes in. These are separate people necessarily from the people that meet in the garage and have all these clandestine meetings about, you know, saying that the postal inspector did this thing when he did not and kind of framed the entire situation.
And this article from CNBC says
it's been a while. I don't remember all the details.
2 months later, when the Taylor shooting was attracting national headlines, the postal inspector told a media outlet he had not verified packages for Glover were being sent to Taylor's apartment. Janes and Goodlett, two of the officers, then met in Janes's garage to quote-unquote get on the same page before Janes talked to investigators about the Taylor warrant. They decided to say Sergeant John Mattingly, who is identified in the court records as JM, told them Glover was receiving packages at Taylor's home, according to prosecutors. Mattingly was shot in the leg during the raid at Taylor's apartment. So there's nothing to say that he wasn't just fucking pinned for this in their collusion. They're making up of a story. What the fuck am I? There's a word that I'm trying to come up with, but they...
Conspiracy.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and their
conspiracy.
Conspiracy. I don't know.
Conspiration.
Conspiratorial behavior, right? He's caught in their conspiracy. He could just be in the corner of that. There's nothing to say that he was involved in any of this at all, other than the fact that he was there on the day. And if you're called in for the raid, you're called in for the raid, right? And if you weren't involved in the actual investigation, but you're there for the raid, then you're doing what you're being told to do. And I'm not like, oh, he's fucking told what to do, right? You're a police officer, you do what you do. But I'm speaking to the fact that his case, what he's saying could be true, and this could be true because
all at once.
This doesn't implicate him in what's going on other than the raid itself, which is a separate issue really from this.
I highly doubt the investigators doing the investigating are the ones breaking down the door.
Right.
That doesn't seem to be the same bailiwick as those.
This says that Hankinson was the only officer who was charged that was on the scene the night of the killing. So there was only one of the people during the investigation that was actually on the scene during.
And that's so fucked up when you think about it too. Like you got these other unsuspecting people that think they're breaking down the door and they're gonna hem up some fucking drug dealer that's been doing this thing, and they're just doing their job and they get involved in this shooting situation. Somebody gets hemmed up, somebody gets killed.
Joseph, here's the deal.
That's rough, man.
This week, Colin and I are going to watch this episode of IRL. Find us on Instagram, and we will messaged with you about this. I
That's
thought
right.
he said they did knock and did announce themselves as police, but came certain. And I wouldn't be surprised if he said that.
There seems to be a lot of like
this doesn't say that it's a no-knock warrant, so that could be my own. That could be me.
I believe the warrant itself was no knock, but if I remember correctly, they did it anyways. Yeah,
which is fine. I don't.
And again, if you do that in the middle of the night, that doesn't change anything. Somebody knocks on my door at 2 a.m. I'm not going to be coherent enough to understand what's going on by the time I grab my gun and get in front of the fucking door.
Which would explain why they were taking cover and they're shooting at the fucking door.
I literally had a nightmare about this last week. And the police were in my house and they were breaking down the door of my bedroom before I was able to respond in my nightmare.
My point to that, my only counterpoint to that, Joseph, would be that may very well be true, which is fine if that is true. This is no way that the law enforcement should be dealing with people they don't have evidence are violent. Right? This is not any way to be dealing with a private citizen in the middle of the fucking night. This is no way to be dealing with an American citizen. This is not how this should be done.
No, man.
When a fucking raid force goes to your house with multiple automatic firearms and they knock down your fucking door, like it says in this article, they knock down your fucking door.
Oh.
This is not how this should be done.
No.
Right?
It is better than 100 guilty men go free than one innocent man be hemmed up.
So I don't disagree with you. My point would be fuck them.
Yeah.
Is at the end of the day. So
yeah, there's a couple levels when you hit that, right? Because there's the level of what actually happened and the reality of the situation. Then there's also the reality of like, well, the way it should be.
Yes.
You know.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. My dogs will greet you. My dog will not greet you because she is basically deaf at this point.
You will be met by green tip 223 rounds coming out of the end of my fucking 16-inch. That is what you'll be met with.
That makes me rethink my immediate response weapon and the ammo that's in the magazine. I feel like I should probably get away from the standard ball round that's in there and go with something a little bit more interesting.
So,
love my dogs. Best doorbell. Yeah, doorbell. Yeah. Defense system. Not in my house.
3 magazines loaded with green tip. And I keep one of them in the safe with the rifle. I keep one of them in my rifle bag, and then usually I keep one of them in my plate carrier when it's at home, and I'll take it out when I go to the range. So
this is interesting. Just as an aside, because I feel like we're kind of done with this story. Your first response weapon, the one that you keep within an arm's reach of you,
is my pistol.
Is your pistol?
Yeah.
What kind of ammunition? You just keep hollow points.
I have I just keep this same hollow point magazine in here when it's at home.
Okay. Yeah, because I feel like I'm not trying to get my AR up and ready at the moment's notice. It's like I rely on the sidearm.
And that's why there's different levels of readiness, right? So that's why I have one with the rifle in the safe, so that if there's a situation in which people are knocking on my door, I'm going to grab my rifle and put a magazine of green tip in there. Yeah. If I feel like I have another minute, I'm going to put my plate carrier on, and that has another magazine of green tip in it, plus 2 other magazines of just regular FMJ ball ammunition in there. And so, and usually, not always, usually my belt has a magazine in there too, but it could be empty depending on how prepared I was after I was shooting. But for sure, the green tips, I always have the magazines with green tips in there, and I always have a few magazines loaded up with regular ball ammunition. So, yeah, no, the pistol is the first go-to. The rifle is the second. The plate carrier and everything is the third if I've got time and I feel like I need it.
Yeah. When you because it doesn't take that long to strap on real quick as long as it's at the ready.
No.
Yeah.
No, and all of that's just right next to my bed. So that's good. The dog will be the most disturbed of anyone.
Indeed.
That is all.
It's exactly. No one should be presumed guilty regardless. I don't see how they justify night raiding. Catch me in the morning, bro. Amen. Just once the sun comes up, bro. Just come in. You know, your Fed job. You're working that 9 to 5. Come see me at 9:05. That's cool.
It's part of why I keep real bright flashlights on my guns. Real bright flashlights on there. You want to outshine somebody. You want to disorient them.
That's right. And man, we got the hookup on bright flashlights. Yeah, we do.
So
it's a nice hookup.
That's how I handle that.
I like it.
Let's see. The next story that we have here, talk about Subway. Iranian drones. Iran has reportedly sent some drones to Russia. Right?
Yes.
And I've heard there's some issues with these drones yet. I don't totally know about that.
The Russians have a hard time speaking Iranian.
Yeah, that's true. I think the more important theme here kind of goes into what you were talking about in your live stream last night, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was the Nord Stream shutdown. The more important theme of all of this is this is obviously intensifying. This is not cooling down. It's not getting better like we thought it was going to. The lines and the sides are being drawn up more exactly. NATO's pretty clear cut. We know who the NATO countries are. If NATO's involved, those are the countries that are involved. That's how this is going down.
Yeah.
The pro-Russia side was pretty clear at first. Like, oh, China's definitely in this. North Korea is always with China. Russia's involved in there. India is like, we don't really know how we're going to do this, so we're just going to kind of hang out a little bit and see what's going to happen. Okay, Iran is now actually sending drones to Russia. If you want to talk about World War III, this is kind of what that starts to look like to me. When we're more,
I told you I had this out of body
body
experience last.
There was a video Ivan sent me the other day, and it was on my list to get to. I just hadn't gotten there yet, but it's from
Germany was 100%. This is absolutely
Peter
a fuck about
Zehan.
Germany.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Peter Zehan.
Okay.
He's like he's been making the rounds lately. He's got
he
a new
was on
book and stuff
Breaking
coming
Points
out.
and shit.
But he's real big into talking about how the globalist system is essentially collapsing and all this stuff, leading to World War III and whatnot. And he was talking about how there may be a concept here of essentially Russia specifically through the Nord Stream pipeline cutoff, trying to flip Germany in essentially either becoming more neutral in the upcoming chaos or trying to flip to the Russian side.
Oof.
Specifically because Germany...
So gas prices are up 1,000% energy
yes,
prices. 1,000%.
1,000% overnight like that. I mean, that's...
Year over year, yes, compared to...
That's your $5 diesel now being $5,000? You can't. Okay, it's done. It's over at that point. You're essentially shutting it all off.
And it's not just that. It's the power for your house. It's power.
It's everything.
Power for everything.
Yeah. Nobody can afford to do that. Nobody can afford to 1,000% increase in energy costs, much less an entire nation. And so his perspective on it is perhaps this is Russia trying to flip Germany in their NATO status to at the very minimal a neutral stance in the upcoming.
Which will switch.
Conflict.
That'll start a shift of other European nations.
It definitely
there
would.
will not be just Germany.
It would be
there are other nations.
Germany.
That
It would be
are
Lithuania. It would be all the old Balkan states.
How many countries are they reselling energy to?
Where most of Western Europe.
All of those countries.
Yes, and once again, France will be just fucked in the whole deal. And then that's why I did my story yesterday when I did the live stream on the beer show yesterday, talking about all these Western European nations now all of a sudden trying to restart their nuclear energy systems and trying to get everything online because they know everybody in Europe has been hardcore for this green
France
policy.
gets like 70% of their nuclear or energy from nuclear, and they've still been fucking around and letting it slip.
They've been down there, and they're now looking at restarting all of their. I think there are 5 nuclear plants that they shut off in the winter. They're going to go full bore back into nuclear during this winter because they know that they can't handle this thing.
It's almost like that's the way to go or something like that.
It's almost like that.
Yeah.
Especially with the push with the new EV bullshit and all this stuff. Like, you need energy. And right now, if you are reliant on another nation's oil, one that is hostile to you and is willing to literally shut the tap off or has literally shut the fucking tap off, it's
and they said, we don't know when we're going to open it back up.
And if it was not for you deciding it was time to shut your fucking nuclear reactors down, this would not be a card Putin could play. But you gave it to him because you're a fucking idiot and you decided to go with the greenies on this thing.
And you try to double down and do it again.
Amen.
You let him build another one.
You're an idiot. I mean,
everyone told you. Everyone
you were mainlining already. You were mainlining the heroin of fucking Russian oil already. You're like, let's do it again. Let's double down on this effort here to the point now where all of a sudden Putin goes, we can invade Ukraine and they can't do shit about it. And we're at the you can't do shit about it part. This is not. I'm not prophesizing that there is going to be a World War III. But if we're going to get at that point, this is one of the steps.
That's what the startup would look like.
This is what the startup would look like because you are making it impossible for Western Europe to have their own energy now and they have to resort to and there's gonna be a lag time involved here. We got France has got a bunch of shit down because of maintenance, and they just they shut it down. Let's just mothball this motherfucker. You know, it takes time to get things back up and running. These aren't things they're not built in fucking 2010. These are things that have been around 60s, 70s, 80s.
Long time.
This
Y'all
is
fucked
old
around.
tech, bro. We
Everyone, too.
don't even know how to do this shit anymore. It is up to the West now to really, really, really get their fucking shit together. Texas electric bills did triple. Amen. Well, that's because Texas has got a really fucked up system
Built
going
some
on right
wild
now.
shit.
Texas is. We remember this during the that big blizzard and shit they had, the harsh winter and all
The
this
frozen
stuff.
fans.
Yeah,
The harsh winter.
when Ted Cruz be sailing off to Cancun and shit with his
that
family.
piece of shit.
Yeah, Texas is an example of like a governmental system that just really wasn't able to let things go, and it's been a weird amalgamation of private and public sector.
Why is Texas?
Because they don't have a public infrastructure system for electricity.
Right, but why would their shit go up? Just because there's more demand
Because it's
for
all
energy around
private.
the globe?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Well,
okay.
Well, and because it's fucking hot out. You know,
Right,
And
okay.
I mean, and at the end of the day, if you have these antiquated systems that have been held back through regulation for decades upon decades, there's only so much that these people can do, and so boom.
Word. Okay.
Yeah,
And you got to be so okay. So they're invested in the global market. So
They
are okay. Like
but
the companies
again,
themselves.
But it's
ERCOT
also
are.
and it's important to remember that that private industry. This is a perfect example of why the left, they look at Texas and say, well, this is a good example why private industry for utilities is not a good thing, right? That entire industry, the entire energy infrastructure in Texas has been held back through federal and state regulations for decades at this point. So they have not been able to innovate. They have not been able to thrive and build what it is that they needed to be able to do.
Right.
And so they're dealing with greatly antiquated systems.
But she said we have our own grid. Deborah, you in Texas? I like that shit.
Yeah, if you're in Texas, what's up?
Yeah, you don't have to get too personal.
Yeah.
But if your energy bills are wild, I want to know about it.
I want to know about it. Especially, because Texas, a lot of people look at Texas and that privatization thing as both a good and a negative. She's in Texas. What's up, Deborah? Yee.
Shout out. Washington State sucks.
Amen. K-Pud and PSE all the way, baby. Not really. I hate those people. But yeah, that's the problem. Is you have this one private sector, right? Of something as key to infrastructure as energy.
Yeah.
Still being hemmed up by all these EPA regulations, and on top of that, state regulations. And don't act like in Texas you have this amazing. I mean, the former head of the EPA came from Texas, and he was still a fuck up. What was his name? He was big in the 2016 era. Oh God, what was his name? Regardless, so this is an example of what happens to an industry when they're held back by regulation. And what happens then is when the shit hits the fan, and they've been held back by decades at this point by this crazy governmental bullshit. The fucking citizens pay the price.
Washington he bumped that shit. That is true.
Yeah, Rick Perry. Thank you,
That
Deborah.
do
Yeah,
be
Rick
true.
Perry. You remember Rick Perry?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Well, he couldn't even remember the agencies he
Yeah,
wanted
that's
to
right.
cancel.
That's
yes.
right. Rick Perry was the shit until that one
Rick
debate.
Perry. That was like the first debate that I really watched.
And they were like, all right, let's hit him like a fucking bowling ball. Boom.
That was the first cycle that I really watched.
Yeah. Yeah, that was
2016. I was like,
that was the rise of the T-Dog.
Yeah. Just
Yeah.
a couple years out of high school, I was like, yo, this is wild.
Yo, bro.
Politics is crazy, bro.
It is,
And now I'm
man.
just like, yo, fucking abolish the system.
That did not take long.
No.
Mind you, I like to think I had a helping hand in getting me across the
100%.
finish line, but
The guns, absolutely.
yep. Who was first across the line as far as libertarianism, anarchism?
You anarchism for
Yeah.
sure. Yeah, you started listening to the book and stuff like that before I did, and you were toying with the ideas before I was. You sent me the Michael Malice videos and stuff, so you were toying with it before I was.
For sure.
But I think we're even still a little bit.
I got a new
different
book
spots.
for you, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's out yet, but there's a guy on the Dave Smith podcast a couple episodes ago. What was his name? Pull it up real quick. I can never remember his name. It's like a normie name. Keith Knight.
Okay.
He his big thing is voluntarism.
Yeah. Okay.
And he put out a book recently called The Voluntarist Handbook as kind of a piggyback to Michael Malice's Anarchist Handbook.
Okay.
And it's the same type of deal. It's a selection of essays and writings and quotes and stuff like that from anarchists and the good kind of libertarians that are essentially anarchists, really, to kind of build off of what Malice started. He thinks Malice built kind of the foundation, and he goes, okay, well, let's take this another step further and built that. I just tried to Amazon the thing, and I didn't find it, but it's out there. So as soon as it comes out, I'll let you know, because I think that's going to be a good one.
I like a voluntary tax system. You know what I'm saying?
Word. Yep. A voluntary tax system. I got my next piece in the Do Not Fear writings that I got going on the Patreon and stuff like that is all about the etymology of these terms that we use: anarchy, anarcho-capitalist, anarcho-communist,
that's a good one.
minarchism, libertarianism, stuff like that, and then tying it back. And then my postscript for that will be, me building off of that with my own thoughts and whatever. But that I think is going to be interesting, because all this stuff has got such a bad name. Like the private sector, electrical industry in Texas has got such a bad name at this point. It's because I feel like people have a good misunderstanding of what's behind the news stories, what's behind all the things that you hear about, what led to that situation. A lot of it has to do with government involvement.
Right.
And that's where we end up today. Like all this stuff has to do with government involvement. You didn't build this, we did. Well, actually, all you did was serve to get in our fucking way and give us a bunch of bullshit rules that we had to follow to make the system less reliable.
Right.
And that's why people in Texas froze last year or the year before, whenever the fuck that was. And that's why all that shit's all fucked up. Government fucking involvement. It's why Breonna Taylor's dead. Government involvement. That's why.
I do want to hit on Joseph was talking about the people that are going to die in Europe, right? And that's true. If nothing changes, if they don't fix what they have going on there in Germany, people are 100. They're going to freeze to death in 2022. People are going to freeze to death in their houses in fucking Germany, in a modernized Western nation. People are going to freeze to death in their house.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
I don't think there's any way to stop that at this point. If you were to ask me, I think it's long past due, and I think people will freeze to death in their houses.
Ooh.
I think it'll mostly be elderly people that can't stand like the extreme temperatures and stuff like that. But I don't see how there's not a switch they can flip to make everything come back online. It all takes time. There's a lag time to all of this. So people will die in the near future, and that's going to be used as ammunition, if you will, for increased aggression, increased temperatures to the whole entire situation. It's going to happen.
Right.
All across Europe. It's not just going to be Germany, but it'll be all across Europe. It tain't good, man. It tain't good.
It tain't good.
It tain't good. What up, show dog? You just kind of jumped on my lap. What else do we got in the grab bag, buddy?
The only other things that I had were was the new COVID vaccine, and we talked about that earlier.
Yeah.
We can do quick sports. Obviously, we did
We
our
can do quick sports?
Yeah, sports.
Depending on how long you got, how long you want to go, we can do.
What do you got?
How much time do you want to go? We got 5:36 right now. Because I imagine between me and you, we can tear this motherfucker's 10 points up real quick.
Yeah, we could probably
do that.
Yeah.
So this stems off of the wonderful tyrannical speech we heard from the president the other day. And the Twitter's just been a buzz with, because you got to remember, most of Twitter is pretty hardcore leftist at this point, and so they're pretty establishment people, and a lot of the visceral spewed on Twitter comes from that ideological point of view. And there was this guy on here, and I don't know if I've really checked him out. Mark Jacob is his name. He's ex-editor at the Chicago Tribune, Sun-Times, now allowed to have opinions, co-author of 8 books on history and photography. Interesting. But he had this nice, lovely tweet thread about how once the speech was done, he decided it was time to tear into the William Schreier's version of the rise and fall of the Third Reich, and then he just tore through it, and which if you've ever tried to undertake that book, you can't tear through that overnight, by the way. It's a massive tome. But he decided to try to make a lot of parallels to what the Nazis did and what the MAGA folks do. And he laid out 10 points through a thread. And just last night, you were tweeting through a few of them, and I looked at them, and just in my head, I was like, okay, well, we can smash this out, every single point on how the current reigning Democratic establishment is worse than the MAGA points that he puts through. So let's do this real quick. Right off the bat, he says, with all the arguments over whether MAGA Republicans are fascist, I reread William Schreier's The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich to see how much the rise of Hitler and the rise of MAGA smell similar. Conclusion, they do. This thread lists 10 ways. Please take a look. All right, so let's take a look here. The first one, point number 1. A big lie about treachery is used to foment resentment. Nazis. We didn't really lose World War I. It was a, quote, stab in the back by Jews and other, quote, November criminals. MAGA. We didn't really lose 2020 election. It was a, quote, steal by politician and blacks in big city. That one I thought was a stretch, by the way, because I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever... I'm pretty sure I live in the world of the right, quote unquote, and I've never heard anybody kind of make that parallel. What do we got here?
She's talking about
mostly
rent prices.
refugees. Oh, yeah.
Florida, Joseph Gear in Florida. I like it. No weed in Florida.
Land,
Well, medical weed. But
land of the free my ass. Land of the conservative, more like it. So how do you handle that? MAGA, we didn't really lose 2020 election. It was, quote, a steal by politicians and blacks in the big city. All I got to say is Democrats in 2016.
Certainly, they've made the exact same argument. Yeah, and we went over the...
Yeah, impeach the motherfucker for it.
Right, and we went over the same... That is 100% true. You can leave it at that.
Slightly more intense than anything else that the conservatives have done. All right, number 2. There's an obsession with purity of the culture. Nazis. Racial mixture was a threat by Aryan culture, Hitler wrote. MAGA, quote, Great Replacement Series says immigrants threaten white culture.
The Great Replacement theory is something, to me, it seems very overblown. Like, I've not seen, certainly it's happening, right? But the same way that the Democrats are claiming that, like, critical race theory doesn't exist, and the same way that people are pushing on this fucking drag shows for kids and shit like that.
Yeah.
It's the same type of thing.
That's the Great Replacement
theory. A minority of people that are doing it, and we've talked about the same shit. Yeah, I've not...
The Great Replacement theory, to me, stems from the woke leftist takeover of corporations and small businesses by trying to implement these woke ideologies in every facet of society they can to push everybody else out.
And
I don't think the MAGA people have been doing that.
The issue is not that they seem to have with immigrants.
No.
It's with the drugs and crime that does in fact flow over the border, and the strain that it puts on the society when they feel like they're paying an undue burden of taxes on themselves. They feel like taxation is theft, or any variety of that ideology, or any variety of that opinion.
Yeah,
you
the
know?
old school, like,
it's most
people
people
2000s,
are not racist.
Yeah,
you know?
the early 2000s, like, they took our jobs. That doesn't really exist anymore. Then it's definitely not coming from the MAGA folks. I mean, the MAGA folks look at the southern border as more of a crime issue. They look at, like you just said, like the fentanyl that comes in, the human trafficking that comes in, and that's their concern there.
Right.
And what is
valid concern?
What is the Democratic establishment doing? They're taking them on night flights throughout the entire United States.
Yeah.
Okay, number 3. Chaos is something to be exploited, not addressed. I like this one. Nazis. Economic distress is a great political opportunity. MAGA. Economic distress is a great political opportunity. Democrats. Economic distress is a great political opportunity.
Right. What's the name of the guy that used to work for Obama that said never let a good disaster go to waste, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Emil Hirsch, or whatever the fuck that guy's name is, right? So that's not it. That's like an actor, I think. But maybe that is his name. And it doesn't matter.
But realistically, you can prescribe that to anybody.
Yeah.
Anybody in politics goes, yeah, of course you don't do that, because that's what politicians do. When there is a need to fill, they go, okay, well, how can I take advantage of this?
What are the Democrats doing right now? They're actively taking advantage of people who are at the most financially and economically disadvantaged, so that they can get some political gain out of it. They're
Yes.
doing that right now.
Or trying to convince you that you are one of the oppressed.
Yes.
In which case they will take advantage of you. This is not a
Yes.
MAGA thing. Everybody in politics does it, but the Democratic establishment has made a living off of doing it.
Yes.
Okay, number 4. The super rich bankroll the right-wing seizure of power. Nazis. Thanks to IG, whatever, Deutsche Bank, Thyssen, Krupp, etc. Okay, MAGA. Thanks to the Mercers, Einhilms, DeVos, and Thiel, etc. So they're talking about the big money people coming in to take advantage
Right.
of the situation.
And this is the first one that I actually replied to, and this is maybe the dumbest one out of all of them. Is you're
Amen.
going to try and argue that there aren't enormous money people that are funding the Democrats? That's fucking ridiculous, right?
Bill
Gates
that
is
works.
one of the richest people on the planet. Jeff Bezos is one of the richest people on the planet.
Yes.
These people are in fact funding the Democrats, right? Mark Zuckerberg is extremely rich. These people have an
Yes.
enormous amount of money, and they're
All
paying
of them.
inordinate amounts of money to the Democrats.
And to
That's-
suppress your liberty.
That's happening all the time, right? There's no doubt about that.
No.
That's ridiculous. Dark money is all over the place.
Amen. Number 5. Some people think the fascist threat is overblown. Nazis. While Hitler posed a major threat, some said he ceased to be a political danger. 2 weeks later, he was chancellor. Actually, fact check true on that one, by the way. MAGA. While Trump poses a major threat, maybe people think it's, quote, just politics. No worries. That seems nonsensical, first of all, but if you were to assume that Trump is the fascist danger of the country, I would say just look at what's going on now. The Democratic establishment has proven time and time again that they have no problem colluding or pressuring giant corporations into doing their bidding. And that's where we see Mark Zuckerberg, fucking Berenson, whatever his first name is. Alex Berenson. I mean, Washington Post, all of major media. Everybody does the bidding of the fucking Democratic establishment because they work hand in foot with them. Some would call that's a fucking fascist situation going on there.
Right.
I'm not going to go as far as say we're a fascist state, but
No, I mean, because
Democrats seem to be much more fascist friendly.
Fascism is violence, and I don't. It doesn't seem. Rahm Emanuel, thank you, Joseph, thank you. Emil Hirsch is absolutely an actor. He's absolutely an actor. He totally is. If you Google
Somebody's
him, he's
getting a
an
bad
actor,
name
yeah.
right now.
I believe Winston Churchill said it first. So there you go.
Yep.
So there you go. Just speaks even better to the point, right?
Definitely.
So the point still stands. Yeah.
So let's do number 6.
Yeah.
The cult of personality. Nazis. The German army made a pledge of loyalty to Hitler's personality. MAGA. Trump supporters bill him as, quote, the most moral person, end quote, in U.S. history. I'm going to go ahead and just say this.
Nobody has ever said that about Donald Trump.
There has been some form of narrative crafted around loyalty to Trump, and you need to essentially call out your loyalty to Trump before he will officially give you a job.
Yes.
Now, when you put that on comparison, though, to the Democratic establishment, all I got to say is look at former comedian, former senator. Oh, I'm not going to forget his name now.
Al Franken?
Al Franken, who sold his soul to the Democratic devil and was roasted over the fire the minute.
That's true.
And anybody
That's really
that's attached to that side of the Democratic establishment will be put out to pasture and fucking, you'll be drawn and quartered faster than it took you to sign up to be a part of their team. The
They don't care
minute they
about
have
you.
a reason to do so, they do not care about you. And it's happened on a much greater extent than anything that the MAGA folks would have been behind at this point. So it's nonsensical.
No, and I don't think anybody has ever said that Donald Trump is the most moral president ever.
I don't
and
think
no
so
one
either.
has ever said that,
No.
right? When he starts the
Maybe
whole
Jack
thing with
Posobiec.
grab her by the pussy, no one has ever said he's the most
No.
moral president ever. In
No.
fact, most people say, I don't really like him as a human being, but the economy, though. That's what the vast majority of Donald Trump people
But
are
the
saying.
policies.
That's silly.
Exactly.
No one's calling him the most moral president ever.
Exactly. All right, number 7, Christianity is used to legitimize the movement. Nazis. The party stands for positive Christianity. MAGA. Trump is described as, quote, the chosen one, unquote, protecting American Christianity. I don't
The
know
only
about
people
that.
who called Donald Trump the chosen one were like the hardcore Q people, right?
Word.
And those people are maybe
fraction of a percent.
And they're maybe the true definition of MAGA, right? Of like some wild shit,
Yeah.
but not the way that Joe Biden met MAGA when he made this speech right before this. That's not the way that
That's
he was
not me
talking
and you.
about. No.
No. God,
no,
no,
I do
man.
not think that Donald Trump is the chosen one.
No. And I would challenge anybody to find that quote, by the way.
We talked about Q at one point, and when we did, I
Mhm.
said the one thing I can get down with, he's talking about people fucking kids a lot. And
Yeah.
that's definitely happening. That's absolutely happening. Is I can get behind the assault on people fucking kids.
Yes.
That's absolutely
Let's
happening.
do that.
And
Let's
it's-
fuck those people
Yeah,
up.
the power structure of abuse on children that happened within Q, that
Mm-hmm.
we did focus on that, but there was a lot of other shit that we're like, this is wild. This
Yeah.
is some crazy stuff. I started following those pages just before everyone got just like mass banned.
Oh,
and I was
God.
real disappointed.
It
I was
was
seeing
so
some
sad.
crazy things. And I was seeing a whole side of the internet that I never saw before. And one day it was all gone.
Oh, so sad.
Apparently the Q drops are still happening. I don't know where
Ooh.
you can see them, you know.
But don't we know who Q is now?
Yes, that's what when I heard the Q drops are still happening. We know who it is though.
It's
There's a
because
movie
Q
about
is
it.
ethereal, bro. He lives in the ether, man.
Yeah.
All right, so number 8. Books are the enemy. Nazis. Any book that, quote, acts subversively on our future, end quote, must be burned. MAGA. I think we should throw these books in a fire, says a Virginia school board member. Pause button there. The books we are talking about are the books that showed blatant pornographic material to children
That's
in school
awesome.
libraries. And yeah, I think we should probably throw those things in the fire too. If we're going to be putting them, I don't care if you want to buy them on Amazon. I don't care about any of that. But if you're going to put them in a public establishment,
The ones in the
fuck
school.
that. Fuck all that noise. You don't need to be learning about how to, do explicit sexual activities when you're fucking 3.
No.
4,
No,
5,
you
6
don't.
years. You don't need to hear about that for a long time. And then I feel like you should probably just discover that on your own as an adult. But yeah, no, I'm on board with this one. If this is MAGA, let's throw those fucking things in the fire. All right, number 9. An independent news media is the enemy. Nazis. Any newspaper that, quote, offends the honor and dignity of Germany, end quote, must be banned. MAGA. The press is the enemy of the people. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, because I replied to this one last night, and the corporate press is the enemy of the free people.
Period.
They are the enemy of free and liberty-minded people. They're lying to you all the time. They're gaslighting you consistently. They're every day. They're lying
Every
to
day.
you. We just went over for fucking 6 hours all the fucking lies that are going on there. It's not good. It is not good. People are making careers out of going over the lies that corporate media is laying out to you.
Yep.
It's horrific, the destruction that they are doing to people, like some free and liberty-minded people. It's horrific.
It is absolutely horrific. All right, and to close it out, number 10, educators are pursued to be politically compliant. Nazis. Teachers took an oath to be, quote, loyal and obedient to Adolf Hitler. MAGA. Florida's Ron DeSantis accuses teachers of, quote, indoctrination and pressures them to avoid references to America's racist history and LGBTQ people. Well, first of all, you're a bigot because you didn't do the LGBT.
Two-spirit, 2S.
Yes.
Yeah,
2S.
2S.
You did not do that. So you're a
LGBTQIA+.
fucking bigot, Matt Jacob.
You are a piece of shit.
Amen.
Okay, so my reply to that, we've done fucking whole segments on this, right?
Yes.
There is, in fact, in my belief, right, a minority, but a deeply believing, a very strong-willed Marxist influence going on within education. We did talk about the bill that went on in Florida. I wish that it didn't have to be that way. I don't know that it necessarily does have to be that way, but the people of Florida feel strong enough about it that they are fucking down for it.
Yep.
So this is not true. There are people that are trying to actively influence our youth. We do, in fact, know that there is Marxist influence coming through our universities and impacting the people that come out of it. Some of those people are naturally, if not intentionally, going to find their way into education. We do know that one of the tenets of Marxism, socialism in general, is to influence the youth. Right? We have seen that through the Red Guard. We have seen that multiple times. We have seen that trying to take place here in America. That is happening. If you deny that, then you're kind of a piece of shit.
Yep. Word.
So
no, I like that.
So
I like
where I land
That's
on
a good
that one.
And I'm right there with you. I don't understand. I don't necessarily agree that that was particularly the path that needed to be pursued, but also it did shed a lot of light on a lot of things.
The reaction to it, really, I was almost
lost friends over it. Can confirm.
Yeah, 100%. The reaction to the bill itself was almost more relevant to the discussion than the bill itself.
Yes.
Like the way that people reacted to it was maybe more relevant because it was so crazy. But like, how am I going to talk about who I fuck in my house in front of my kids now?
I don't understand.
Why? Why do you need to talk about that, right? And that's not to say, because again, there's nothing you can't say, I did this with my husband this weekend. There's nothing that stops you from doing it. Just like there's nothing that stops anyone from saying, I did this with my wife this weekend. That's a weird thing for you to try to say you need to talk about the not even like intimate sexually, but just the details of your relationship with your significant other to children who are in the 5th grade.
And not there to hear that.
And for why?
Exactly.
You know?
And just as wrong as it would be, and this bill also went along with this kind of idea, is like, it would be just as wrong for you to sit there and to pontificate what it was you learned at church this weekend and why that should be the thing. Exactly. That's the way that bill is designed, is to keep teachers on curriculum. Period. Full stop. Doesn't have anything to do with being a Nazi. I'm sorry. This
fucking weird.
This Mark Jacob, bro. I don't know who he thought he was, but bro, whatever it is that you felt like you could pull some quotes out of this fucking book and be like, well, these are why MAGA people are Nazis.
Right.
Wasn't it, bro? Wasn't it?
No, like I said, I tore some of this shit up at 10:45 last night before I went to bed.
Yeah.
I was folding up some laundry, finishing up my notes. I finished everything up last night. Jordan went to bed already. She's like, "You be like, yeah, I'll be in there, like, you know, in a little bit." I'm sitting up watching TV, and
it was fucking tweet.
Hit up on fucking Twitter real quick. See what the fuck is going on here. It's 10 o'clock. You know what I'm saying? It's 10:30. We'll see what's going on.
That's where shit gets wild,
Strolled through a little bit. It was Mehdi Hassan that put it up on my Twitter. Motherfucker's always tweeting shit that irritates me. Always tweeting shit that gets me fired up.
Yeah.
And you know what? He's interacted with me before, and so I genuinely, before I quote something of his, I'm like, do I want the smoke? Because he'll fucking bring it. He will fucking bring it.
He will.
So I have
He's
to
not
really
afraid.
think. And I respect that about myself because people don't do that on the internet.
Yeah, that's
I'm like,
right.
do I want the smoke that could come with this? Because if he doesn't like my taking up, he might light me the fuck up.
That's right.
And then I got everybody else coming at me too. How bad do I want this? We've both been the victim of some wild shit on Twitter when you comment on the wrong thing and everyone sees it.
Kaboom.
Yep.
Yep.
Just the wrong news article or something, and it somehow gets to the top reply, and a lot of people see it. For days you'll get hate, and then a couple weeks later you have one person who somehow still sees that fucking. They only go on Twitter once every 6 weeks, and they still somehow saw that because so many people interacted with it, and they're like, "You're a fucking idiot." You're like, God damn it.
Mind you, I get 20 negative comments. I get 10 subs. That's fine.
There you go. Yeah, exactly. That's the real one. Yeah.
That's it, man.
Yeah.
Oh, well, word. I think
that's it.
That's it, baby.
That's all I got.
That's it.
This was a fantastic episode. I want to thank you guys for joining us, for being here for this entire time. Joseph, Deborah, you guys are fantastic.
That's right.
Zeke was here. Ivan was here. No Bilbo Swaggins. He's got to be doing some relatability.
He's got to be.
That guy
I
is
hope
here
he is
all the time.
That's right.
We will see him again. We'll see you guys in 2 weeks. 2 weeks from today for a brand new episode of Salt of the Streets.
132 is going to be hot.
It's 133. Today
133.
was 130. Yeah, today was 130. You did 131 all by yourself, baby
That's
boy.
5 beers,
So,
baby.
yeah, speak your piece, right or wrong. You get your point or get educated. Goddamn right.
Right.
With that, I want to thank you guys again. Remind you, again, share the episode. You guys were commenting all over the place.
That's
like
right.
this. Tell everyone about it. Go to the Patreon. Subscribe to the Patreon. We have the newsletter going on there. We got both our articles. We just put out number 10 just the other day. So there's 10 articles. got
a lot of
10
reading to get caught
newsletters.
up on.
Yeah, one article from each of us that are on there. They're like 3 pages at least. Some of them are a little bit longer, so they're all there. You can see the way that we've progressed, the way that our thoughts have changed. And we also have obviously our Instagram. You watching us on YouTube? We have our Patreon, Salted Streets. SaltedStreets.com for all this information. Upper left has all of our music. I think the last person that we were gonna pump is we did everybody. That's all.
Yeah, we did everybody.
Everyone at the beginning.
Yeah. Just we'll just go ahead and pump me. Make sure to tune in right here next
right.
Friday evening.
That's right.
We'll be doing the beer show has evolved at this point, so now I just drink a beer on Fridays and then talk about the latest and greatest news story that I'm pissed off about.
They're good.
And
I like this.
That's what we're
format
doing.
a lot. Yeah.
Me too. It's really fun. So it's a live show, so you can do just this whole thing right here that we just did, except it's like, an hour at the longest.
Yep.
So be there, be square. It'll be awesome.
Tuesdays are the book club shows. Excuse me.
Next book is
I have it right here. Actually, it's called
right.
"And the Whole Mountain Burned."
And
It's
the Whole
by Ray
Mountain Burned.
McPadden. It's never too late to get in the book club. So if you guys want to be in here,
boom.
yeah. If you guys want to join,
Okay,
I'm
never
froze.
mind.
No, that's all right. We'll
That
go over here.
fucking shit out at the
If
end
you
of
guys
the show.
want to join, we're only a few days in. It's never too late to. Oh, is it upside down?
No, it's fine.
No, oh, there
You're
it was.
upside down.
Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. That's how good this show has been. So, no, it's never too late to join. We got the live streams on Wednesdays, and we have the review preview that comes out on the first day of the month. Go to the YouTube that you've already been here. Go to the channel. Check that out, along with our other clips, our whole videos, everything. Again, like I said, we got stickers, we got T-shirts, we got everything. Anything you guys want. Let us know. Follow us on Instagram, everything. That's it.
That's it.
Thank you guys very much. You have a fantastic evening.
Yeah.
We love you.